targets in Sevastopol's harbors and slow-moving and unescorted merchant ships in coastal waters. Soviet convoys to Sevastopol had successfully delivered 35,000 reinforcements and evacuated 9,000 wounded from January to May without excessive losses. Oktyabrskyi committed the cruisers Molotov and Krasny Krim, 6 destroyers, Tashkent, Bezuprekny, Biditelny, Kharkov, Soobrazitelny, and Svobodny, and 8 trial-class coastal minesweepers to the June supply runs. Except for the elderly Krasny Krim, these vessels were relatively fast and capable of 30 knots or better, and the Italian-built Tashkent was a Greyhound that could conduct 39-knot dashes. The Luftwaffe pilots simply could not hit a warship that was maneuvering at these speeds. Yet, while the destroyers could bring in 300 to 400 troops each and a cruiser 1,000 to 2,000, the warships were ill-suited for carrying and offloading heavy cargo such as vehicles and palletized ammunition. The Soviet merchant marine contributed 3 cargo passenger vessels, Abkhazia, Belostok, and Gruzia, and the tanker Mikhail Gromov to the Sevastopol run. None of these vessels could move faster than 12 knots, so the fast Soviet escorting warships were chained to slow-moving targets. This is where the Achilles heel of the Soviet Black Sea Fleet became apparent: a lack of air-warning radar and inadequate anti-aircraft ammunition. The heavy cruiser Molotov was the only one of Oktyabrskyi's fleet to carry an air-search radar, and it was a primitive set at that. Almost all of Oktyabrskyi's warships relied upon the obsolescent 45mm 21K anti-aircraft gun in single mounts as their primary anti-aircraft weapon, but this weapon was inadequate for dealing with multi-aircraft attacks. The Molotov and the Type 7, Gnievny class, destroyers carried the 21K, which had a very low rate of fire and ammunition unsuited for engaging aerial targets. The Tashkent and new Type 7U destroyers received the 37mm 70K gun just before the start of the war. This weapon was similar to the Swedish 40mm Bofors gun and combined a high rate of fire with improved HE fragged rounds. Despite the lack of up-to-date anti-aircraft weaponry, Soviet convoys to Sevastopol during the spring were often aided by morning fog, which could rise 100 yards or more and make it difficult for aircraft to spot vessels. Thus, Oktyabrskyi believed that his warships would continue to be able to run the Luftwaffe's aerial gauntlet into Sevastopol at acceptable cost. During the night of May 27th through 28th, the heavy cruiser Molotov and 2 destroyers delivered Colonel Nikolai V. Blagoveshchensky's 9th Naval Infantry Brigade from Novorossiysk. Instead of providing the 15,000 replacements that Petrov had requested, the Stavka sent a single brigade with 3,017 troops. Blagoveshchensky's brigade consisted of survivors from the fighting in the Kerch Peninsula and had a high percentage of recently wounded men released from hospital and sent right back to the front. As Sturfang began on June 2nd, the destroyers Tashkent and Bezuprekny, plus the passenger ship Abkhazia, brought 2,785 replacements right into Sevastopol harbor, without much interference from Richthofen's Fliegerkorps 4. Captain Vasily N. Eroshenko was fond of using the 39-knot speed of his Tashkent to evade German bombers, and when a trawler instructed him to slow to 14 knots while moving through a lane in the outer harbor minefields, he ignored this and swept into Severnaya Bay at maximum speed. Bombers caught the Tashkent approaching the Chersonesus. We defended ourselves without reducing speed. Bombs were falling pretty close, but they are not from dive bombers. It is terrible for the army troops encamped on the deck, where there is overcrowding and one fragment can hit 10 men. Once in Severnaya Bay, the ships unloaded during the night and left before daylight. German artillery would fire on the harbor area when ships were sighted, inflicting some shrapnel damage, but it was too inaccurate to sink any shipping. However, the tanker Mikhail Gromov, sailing with 2 minesweepers, was less fortunate and was pounced on 37 miles south of Yalta by the HE-111 torpedo bombers of Major Horst Behling's 2nd KG-26. One torpedo struck the tanker's bow at 20:55 hours and set her ablaze, which caused her destruction. After this, Oktyabrsky decided not to send any more tankers to Sevastopol, and instead submarines would be used to bring in small quantities of aviation fuel. Yet the loss of the Mikhail Gromov seemed like something of a fluke, since the Black Sea Fleet continued to enjoy success with using high-speed supply runs with destroyers on June 3rd, 5th, and 6th, which brought 2,500 more troops into Sevastopol without loss. Even the 4,857-ton passenger ship Gruzia, built by Krupp at Kiel in 1928, managed to slip into the port unescorted on June 7th with another 750 troops. During the first week of June, the Black Sea Fleet also managed to evacuate 1,612 wounded and 3,434 civilians. But time was running out. Unknown to Oktyabrsky, the Axis had decided in January 1942 to transfer light naval forces to the Black Sea to assist in interdicting Soviet naval convoys. The Italian Regia Marina created a composite unit designated as the 101st Squadron with 4 24-ton MAS boats and 6 35-ton mini-submarines under the command of Capitano di Fregata Francesco Mimbelli. The German Kriegsmarine also decided to send the 1st Schnellbootsflottille under Kapitänleutnant Karl-Heinz Bernbacher, but his 92-ton boats were considerably more difficult to transport and had to be disassembled, then sent by barge down the Danube to Romania, so Mimbelli's squadron arrived in theater first. Mimbelli established his squadron at Yalta and Feodosia in mid-May, and his MAS boats and mini-submarines commenced patrolling activities off the Crimea just as Storfang was beginning. The first 2 of Bernbacher's S-boats did not arrive at the Romanian port of Constanta until May 26th, and they did not begin patrols off Sevastopol until June 6th. Meanwhile, the air battle over Sevastopol rapidly turned against the VVS CHF's 3rd OAG. Richthofen's fighters, which now had a 3-to-1 numerical superiority over Sevastopol, ripped into the 3rd OAG on June 7th, claiming 17 kills. Even Captain Konstantin S. Alexeyev, the VVS CHF's top ace, was shot down and badly wounded on June 8th. His 6th Guards Fighter Regiment lost a number of other experienced pilots in the opening days of June. One German ace, Oberleutnant Anton Haeckel, claimed 5 Soviet fighters and 4 IL-2 Sturmovix over Sevastopol in the first 9 days of Storfang. On June 10th, the 45th Fighter Regiment arrived in Sevastopol from the Caucasus with 20 brand-new Yak-1 fighters, but the pilots were mostly inexperienced, and 9 were shot down in their first 2 days of combat. During the period, June 7th through 12th, the 3 Gruppen of JG-77 inflicted crippling losses on 3rd OAG, which lost the ability to protect the port or shipping against large-scale Luftwaffe attacks. By mid-June, Fliegerkorps 8 was dominant over Sevastopol, and the sea lines of communication were now at great risk. As the battle for air superiority over Sevastopol was being decided, Fliegerkorps 8 began to shift its focus to severing Sevastopol's sea lines of communications. On the evening of June 9th, the destroyers Forczyk and Bitelny and 2 minesweepers were escorting the 4,727-ton transport Abkhazia into Sevastopol when they came under attack from the HE-111 H-6 bombers from Beiling's 2nd KG-26. Over the course of 2 hours, the German bombers launched 24 torpedoes against the convoy, but none hit, and the ships reached Severnaya Bay intact. Normally, the convoys unloaded during the night and left before dawn to avoid becoming stationary targets for the Luftwaffe. Captain 3rd Rank P.I. Shevchenko's destroyer, Svobodny, had unloaded its cargo of ammunition by 0430 hours. But as the sun rose on the horizon, the transport, Abkhazia, had only begun to unload a cargo that included new trucks for Petrov's army. Shortly thereafter, the first HE-111 bombers began appearing over the port, and the Soviets activated a smokescreen system used to obscure the port area. Shevchenko's Svobodny was the newest destroyer in the Black Sea Fleet and had only entered service in January 1942. Consequently, the Svobodny had received 5 of the improved 37mm 70K anti-aircraft guns rather than the obsolescent 45mm 21K gun. The smokescreen helped to conceal the vessels in Severnaya Bay, and Shevchenko's anti-aircraft gunners were able to fend off a number of attacks by individual He-111 bombers. Then, for reasons never explained, Oktyabrsky personally ordered the smokescreen turned off around 0640 hours. Most likely, Oktyabrsky wanted to conserve the limited supply of diesel fuel for the smoke generators when the ships were not under serious air attack. But the generators remained off, even as Flieger Corps 8 began to appear in strength around 0800 hours. Shevchenko moved the Svobodny into Korabelnaya Bay and moored alongside the Long Wharf. At 0915 hours, a group of He-111s from Major Batcher's 1st KG-100 attacked the Abkhazia and scored a direct hit that set the transport on fire. 10 minutes later, Ju-87 Stukas from STG-77 scored more hits on the burning Abkhazia, which heeled over against a pier. Although Shevchenko's destroyer had suffered light hull damage from 2 near misses, it was still operational, and it is not clear why he decided to remain in Sevastopol after the Abkhazia was sunk. At any rate, the Svobodny was still moored along the wharf when a full Stuka Gruppen launched a multi-directional hammer and anvil attack against the destroyer at 13:15 hours, which overwhelmed its anti-aircraft gunners. A 50-kilogram bomb hit the gun shield of the second 130mm gun, then 2 bombs hit the bridge and wounded Shevchenko, then 6 more bombs ripped her apart from stem to stern, killing 67 of the crew. The wounded Shevchenko ordered the remaining crew to abandon ship, and the survivors assembled on the wharf to watch their burning destroyer heel over and sink. Nearby, the Abkhazia burned all day, and its vital cargo of ammunition finally exploded around 2200 hours. It had been a bad day for the Black Sea Fleet. Neither of the Soviet anti-aircraft batteries nor the 3rd OAG had been able to save the Svobodny and the Abkhazia because they were both becoming rapidly combat ineffective. The flak batteries were running short of ammunition and their barrels were worn out. Replacement pilots and aircraft continued to arrive from the Caucasus, but 3rd OAG was reduced to the role of a guerrilla air force. As the amount of air-to-air combat declined, the Luftwaffe transferred 1st JG-77 out of the Crimea. On the night of June 11th through 12th, the heavy cruiser Molotov and destroyer Beritelny conducted a high-speed run into Sevastopol that successfully delivered 3,341 troops from the 138th Naval Rifle Brigade, as well as 190 tons of ammunition. However, when the German-built transport Gruzia tried to make it into Sevastopol with the minesweeper T-413 and an MOIV-class patrol boat on June 13, it was spotted. The Gruzia was carrying an enormous load of 1,300 tons of ammunition, including artillery shells filled with mustard gas and lewisite, a chemical weapon that acts as a blister agent. This was confirmed by post-war divers on the wreck. The convoy was spotted by German aircraft at first light, and a single bomb hit the Gruzia's aft cargo hold, detonating the ammunition. A massive explosion broke the ship in two, leaving no survivors. The T-413 and the patrol boat survived this air attack, but both were sunk at 11:45 hours off Cape Violant. It is uncertain why the Soviets were shipping chemical weapons into Sevastopol, but most likely it was based upon the fear that AOK-11 would use chemical weapons to reduce the fortress. After mid-June, the Black Sea Fleet's convoys became increasingly at risk from both Axis air and naval attacks. The cruisers Molotov and Bezuprekny made another high-speed run into Sevastopol on June 15th through 16th, which delivered 3,855 troops and 442 tons of ammunition. But on June 18th, the flotilla leader Kharkov was damaged en route to Sevastopol by German aircraft and forced to turn back. The 2,048-ton passenger vessel Belostok succeeded in making it to Sevastopol and, although damaged by artillery fire, left by 21:30 hours with the minesweeper T-408 as escort. On its return trip, the Belostok carried 375 wounded and 43 civilians. Off Cape Violent, the small convoy was approached by unidentified craft. It was two of Kapitän-Leutnant Karl-Heinz Birnbacher's S-boats, the S-72 and the S-102. The Kriegsmarine had finally arrived in the Black Sea. Kapitän-Leutnant Werner Tonniges, captain of the S-102, had started his career in the merchant marine before transferring to the Kriegsmarine. By the summer of 1942, Tonniges was an accomplished ship killer and had already been awarded the Ritterkreuz. The two S-boats attacked individually, and the Soviet escorts failed to react in time, which enabled the two boats to fire off 5 torpedoes. One of the Tonniges struck the Bellestock at 01:48 hours, and the ex-Spanish passenger vessel sank quickly, taking 388 souls down with her. This was the first Kriegsmarine victory in the Black Sea and the last attempt to run slow-moving merchant ships into Sevastopol. On June 24th, the destroyers Tashkent, Bezuprekny, and Britelny managed to bring 1,871 troops from the 142nd Naval Rifle Brigade into Sevastopol. Encouraged by this success, the Soviet destroyers quickly returned to Novorossiysk to bring the rest of the Naval Brigade to Sevastopol. Captain, 3rd rank, Petr M. Buryak, loaded 320 troops and 16 medical personnel onto his destroyer, Bezuprekny, and started back to Sevastopol on the morning of June 26th. Eroshenko's Tashkent followed soon after, overloaded with 944 troops. Initially, the VVS provided fighter cover over the destroyers, but by late afternoon the destroyers were on their own. Buryak's Bezuprekny was still equipped with the obsolescent 45mm 21K anti-aircraft guns, but managed to fend off 2 small-scale air attacks. However, a large group of Ju-87 Stukas from 2nd STG-77 attacked the Bezuprekny 37 miles off the Crimean coast at 18:57 hours. Oberfeldwebel Werner Haupt of 5th STG-77 scored a direct hit on the destroyer, which broke it in 2. Hit by 2 more bombs, the Bezuprekny sank in 2 minutes, but dozens of men made it into the water. Soon the Tashkent appeared on the horizon. Eroshenko witnessed a huge plume of black smoke hanging over Bezuprekny's grave and bobbing heads amidst a floating lake of fuel oil. Now the Ju-88s turned their attention to Eroshenko's Tashkent, and he was only able to survive by high-speed turning and furiously firing off 1/3 of his anti-aircraft ammunition. Under these conditions, he could not stop to rescue survivors. On the way into Sevastopol, Italian MAS boats ambushed the Tashkent off Cape Violent, but Eroshenko's luck held, as 2 torpedoes passed under his bow without exploding. Eroshenko made it into Sevastopol, but only 3 out of 572 aboard the Bezuprekny were eventually rescued. On the return trip, a German reconnaissance plane spotted the Tashkent at 04:15 hours, and a large force of HE-111s from 1st KG-100 arrived overhead around 0600 hours, followed by Ju-87s from 3rd STG-77. The HE-111 bombers employed a new tactic, attacking one after another in a shallow diving attack, rather than with intervals of several minutes between each attack. Eroshenko's ship weaved from side to side, avoiding bombs, but his anti-aircraft gunners were running out of ammunition. After more than 3 hours of dodging, and after avoiding 355 bombs, Eroshenko's luck finally ran out when Feldwebel Herbert Davideit of 8th STG-77 dived on his ship and dropped a 250-kilogram bomb close to the stern of the Tashkent, which disabled the destroyer's steering and caused massive flooding. Unable to maneuver and with speed dropping off to 14 knots, the Tashkent suffered 2 more near misses and 1,900 tons of seawater poured into her ruptured hull. Amazingly, Eroshenko's crew made emergency repairs that enabled the destroyer to keep limping eastward and survive further attacks. Eventually, Soviet fighters from Novorossiysk appeared and the attacks stopped, while other ships were sent to tow the damaged Tashkent into port. Yet the fact that even the high-speed Tashkent was no longer invulnerable indicated that Richthofen's Fliegerkorps 8 had finally achieved their goal of isolating Sevastopol. The air battle over Sevastopol was also finished. On June 25th, the Stavka ordered the survivors of the 6th Guards fighter to evacuate to the Caucasus, while a dozen Yak-1 fighters from the 9th and 45th Fighter Regiments conducted a last-ditch stand over Sevastopol's airspace for another week, until their airfields were in danger of being overrun. Richthofen left to participate in the opening phase of the main Fall-Blau summer offensive and took 3rd JG-77 with him. By late June, only 2nd JG-77 remained in the Crimea, but it was enough. In one last desperate gesture, Oktyabrsky sent 2 minesweepers on June 28th to deliver the last 330 troops from the 142nd NIB, and they managed to survive constant air attacks on the way out. Another 300 wounded and civilians were evacuated. Yet this was the end. During June, the Black Sea Fleet had delivered over 17,600 reinforcements into Sevastopol, but had lost 2 destroyers, a minesweeper, and 5 merchant ships sunk, and most of the other warships had suffered damage from near misses. As June ended, the last 31 operational VVS CHF aircraft in Sevastopol flew to the Caucasus, while all damaged aircraft were destroyed. Without even a token amount of air cover, the Black Sea Fleet was no longer willing to send surface ships to certain death off the Crimea, and resorted to using only submarines for supply runs to Sevastopol in its final days. The Kamishli ravine ran for 2 miles diagonally from the southern side of the Belbek River. It was less than 400 yards wide at its narrow northern neck, but widened out to over 600 yards as it moved south toward the village of Kamishli. Both sides of the ravine were bounded by steep hills, studded with small trees and brush. The hill on the western side, known as Hill 124 to the Russians or the Stellenberg to the Germans, was a key piece of terrain that controlled the northern half of the ravine and provided excellent observation over the Belbek River valley to its front. The Stellenberg sat atop a large rolling ridge, which provided ample concealment, and to its left the so-called Haxius Ridge ran almost all the way to Coastal Battery No. 30. The bottom of the Kamishli ravine was often wet and marshy, with drainage from the nearby river or hills. The ravine formed a perfect moat and an excellent natural defensive position. During the December offensive, the 132nd Infantry Division had captured the western side of the Kamishli ravine, but had been forced to withdraw from this terrain after Manstein called off the offensive. In January, Colonel Alexei S. Potopov's 79th Naval Infantry Brigade entrenched themselves on the western side of the Kamishli ravine, stretching along a 2-mile front from Hill 124 in the north to a fortified position known as the Trapeze in the south. During the spring, Major Vladimir V. Shaslow's 747th Rifle Regiment from the 172nd Rifle Division took over defensive positions west of the Stellenberg along Haxius Ridge. The key position on this ridge was a hilltop known as the Olberg, which overlooked the rail line that ran up the escarpment to the Mackenzievi Mountain Station. Potopov's brigade had taken heavy losses in the December 1941 fighting, but still had 3 battalions with a total of over 3,500 veteran troops by the start of Storfang. He placed his 1st Battalion and the 5th Company around Hill 124, his 3rd Battalion around the Trapeze, and kept 2 companies from the 2nd Battalion in reserve. In contrast, Colonel Ivan A. Laskin's 172nd Rifle Division had been badly gutted in the retreat from Ishun in November 1941, and barely 1,000 of its troops reached Sevastopol. Due to these losses, both the 383rd and 747th Rifle Regiments had been disbanded. Eventually, sufficient replacements reached Sevastopol by sea to enable Laskin to reform the 747th Rifle Regiment in March and the 383rd Rifle Regiment in May. Filled with fresh conscripts, most with no previous battle experience, these units took over positions on the escarpment overlooking the Belbek River. Laskin assigned his only veteran outfit, the 514th Rifle Regiment, to defend forward combat outposts around the town of Belbek. The boundary between Sevastopol's Sector 2, commanded by General Major Trofim K. Kolomiets of the 25th Rifle Division, and Sector 4, commanded by Colonel Alexander G. Kapitokin of the 95th Rifle Division, lay between the Stellenberg and the Olberg, which is precisely where Hansen's 54th Army Corps intended to make its main effort. By early June, the entire western side of the Kamishli ravine was densely entrenched, and Zukertort's artillery preparation, Vorbereitungsfeuer, inflicted only moderate to light damage on the fieldworks and barbed wire obstacles that lay at the base of the steep slope of the Stellenberg. Hansen's assault plan for his 54th Army Corps was to cross the Kamishli ravine with all 3 regiments of the 22nd Infantry Division and 2 regiments each from the 50th and 24th Infanterie Divisionen. A total of 7 German infantry regiments with more than 10,000 troops would attack across the 2-mile-long Kamishli ravine. In contrast, the U.S. Army landed just 2 infantry regiments on a 5-mile-wide front in the first wave at Omaha Beach in June 1944. This was the Schwerpunkt, where Manstein would mass all his resources on a narrow front to smash through the hard outer core of Petrov's defenses. Across from Hill 124, Generalmajor Ludwig Wolf's 22nd Infantry Division had assembled 2 battalions from Oberstleutnant Rudolf Buse's IR-47 and 2 battalions from Oberst Dietrich von Choltitz's IR-16 on Hill 191-8 on the eastern side of the Kamishli ravine overlooking the Soviet positions. This was a very dangerous space, as both sides regularly traded sniper and mortar fire across the 400-yard-wide ravine, so neither could move troops around much in the daylight. Nevertheless, the Germans managed to manhandle 3 batteries of 28 32-centimeter Nebelwerfer 41 multiple rocket launchers from 3rd Schweres Werfer Regiment 1 up onto their hill during Zukertort's 5-day artillery preparation, apparently without being noticed. Petrov expected that an attack against Sectors 3 and 4 was imminent, and on the night of June 6th through 7th he ordered all frontline units to conduct counterfire against suspected German assembly areas at 02:55 hours on June 7th. Potapov's brigade had limited organic artillery, just 4 122mm howitzers and 8 76.2mm field guns, so it relied heavily upon artillery support from Laskin's neighboring division. Laskin's division was supported by Colonel Joseph F. Schmelkoff's 134th Howitzer Regiment, equipped with a rather obsolescent collection of 10 152mm M1909-30 howitzers and about 20 122mm M1910 howitzers. Schmelkoff's artillery fired against positions held by the 22nd Infantry Division for 20 minutes, but achieved little since they had to conserve their ammunition. At 03:15 hours on June 7th, Zukertort's artillery opened fire again, but this day was different. This day was X-Day, the beginning of the German ground assault. The Harris artillery fired with everything they had, attempting to lay waste to the Soviet front-line positions in a crushing artillery barrage. The Stellenberg, currently occupied by the 5th Company from Potapov's brigade, was hammered by sustained fire from 30.5-centimeter howitzers for nearly an hour, but worse was to come. Without warning, the 18th Nebelwerfer 41 multiple rocket launchers began to hurl over 100 incendiary and high-explosive rockets onto the Stellenberg, setting underbrush afire and filling the Soviet trenches with dense, choking smoke. The blast effect was horrific even for troops in trenches, and the overpressure likely left many Soviet troops unconscious or shell-shocked. Even before the Nebelwerfers had finished launching their first volley, a red flare ascended into the morning sky, signaling the beginning of the ground assault. Stoßgruppen from the 22nd Infantry Division began to emerge from their assault positions and rush into the Kamishli ravine. In the lead was 1st IR-47, led by Major Gustav Alvermann, who had been awarded the Ritterkreuz for leading an air assault into Holland in 1940. Close behind was 3rd IR-16. The German Stoßgruppen did not attack in large units, but advanced using infiltration-type tactics in small, well-armed groups. Each group comprised a mix of infantry and pioneers, the latter of which were essential for breaching the enemy obstacles. Rushing across the bottom of the ravine, which was swampy in places, the assault troops came under sporadic automatic weapons and mortar fire. But the enemy was firing blindly into the smoke created by the Nebelwerfer barrage, so casualties were initially light. Hearts pounding, the first assault teams approached the base of the western side of the ravine and began to suffer casualties from Soviet PMD wooden anti-personnel mines. The pioneers began marking lanes through the minefield, while the rest of the assault troops covered them from prone firing positions. After this tedious task was completed, with more casualties from enemy shrapnel, the pioneers began cutting through the barbed wire obstacles, some of which had probably been smashed about by the German artillery preparation. At this point, members of the 9th Company of Potapov's brigade, deployed in combat outposts along the edge of the Kamishli ravine, began to engage the German troops attempting to breach the obstacle belt. The Germans were prepared for this, and a 2-centimeter flak platoon had moved forward in direct support of the Stoßgruppen. The flak gunners engaged flashes from Soviet automatic weapons with 150 large-caliber rounds per minute, which quickly suppressed them. Awed by the firepower display, many Soviet infantrymen did not fire, but simply made themselves as small as possible at the bottom of their trenches. As the pioneers cut through the wire, some troops threw smoke grenades to cover them, while others hurled steel granaten to suppress enemy troops on the far side. Then they were through, a thin corridor at first, but as more Stoßgruppen reached the wire and began to breach it, the penetration widened. After a brief fight for the forward trenches, the Germans began to climb up the western side of the ravine. Off on the left flank of the 22nd Infantry Division, troops from Generalleutnant Friedrich Schmidt's 50th Infantry Divisions IR-121 and IR-123, supported by Sturmgeschützabteilung 197, were crossing the ravine further south, heading toward the village of Kamishli and the Trapeze. Oberleutnant Erich Barenfanger, who had performed so well during pursuit operations in November 1941, had been partly in charge of leading the assault elements from 3rd IR-123. Barenfanger led a Stoßgruppe from the front, racing across the open terrain of the valley floor toward the Soviet trenches. He and his troops hurled a barrage of a dozen steel granaten before leaping into the trench and engaging in close-quarter combat with the naval infantrymen of Potapov's brigade. After clearing the front-line trenches, Barenfanger boldly pushed up a trail toward the heights, and his battalion was soon 1,000 yards ahead of the rest of his regiment. Small groups of naval infantrymen attacked his open flanks, forcing Barenfanger to stop and deploy his machine guns to prevent the Soviets from encircling him. Simply moving up the steep cratered sides of the Stellenberg in full combat gear was very difficult for Alvermann soldiers, and it was virtually a job for the Gebirgsjäger. Nevertheless, Alvermann led the 1st IR-47 up the southeast corner of the hill, while the 3rd IR-16 climbed the northeast corner. Atop the Stellenberg, the 5th Company was apparently stunned by the German artillery barrage and initially put up relatively little resistance until the Germans were at close quarters. Then a few troops rallied around Chief Petty Officer Beltikov, who manned a machine-gun position. His fire repulsed the first effort by 3rd IR-16 to rush to the top. However, Alvermann led his battalion south of the Stellenberg, overran trenches held by Potapov's 3rd Company, and managed to isolate the 5th Company and other troops from Potapov's 2nd Battalion by 0550 hours. Potapov's intent to reduce casualties from the artillery bombardment resulted in too few troops deployed on the forward key positions at the critical moment, and his limited reserves could not move quickly enough to reinforce threatened sectors in broad daylight under artillery and air bombardment. Schmidt's 50th Infantry Division's IR-123 had quickly overrun the village of Kamishli, while IR-31 from the 24th Infantry Division was attempting to advance west toward the Trapeze. Potapov was faced with a typical dilemma of battlefield command. Based upon limited information from his forward units, where should he send his limited reserves and direct his brigade fire support? Due to loss of contact with their forward observers, Potapov's 120mm mortars and 76mm guns could only fire against pre-plotted engagement areas. While all this was happening, 2 battalions of Oberst Ernst Haxius's IR-65 began advancing west along the Belbek Valley in front of the Stellenberg in an effort to attack the position from all sides. But they were held up by heavy enemy fire from the Oldberg and the Bunkerberg, both held by Major Shaslow's 747th Rifle Regiment. Automatic weapons fire was also coming from an abandoned industrial building known as the Tomato Factory on the south side of the Belbek River. The Tomato Factory was another key position since it controlled the railroad cut that led up the ridge to the Oldberg and blocked east-west movement along the Belbek River. The bombed-out facility itself was held by Lieutenant Vasilkov's machine gunners and 78 soldiers of the 5th Company of the 514th Rifle Regiment, while the 4th and 6th Companies were deployed in combat outposts north of the river. Captain Ivan A. Sharov also commanded a battery of entrenched 45mm anti-tank guns near the tomato factory. Haxius's IR-65 had the unenviable task of clearing this obstacle with little or no cover, and while under enemy fire from several directions. Once again, the Nebelwerfers proved to be the deciding factor. 3rd Werfer Regiment 54, with 18 15-centimeter Nebelwerfer 41s, was brought into the escarpment on the north side of the Belbek River, and Haxius's forward observers directed fire against the tomato factory and the Bunkerberg. Both targets were plastered with volley after volley of point-blank rocket fire. Haxius's infantry then moved in, supported by assault guns from Sturmgeschutzabteilung 190. This incident highlights one of the key differences between the attackers and the defenders in the Third Battle of Sevastopol. The Germans could generally call in timely artillery or air support to reduce strong enemy positions, but Soviet artillery was hindered by inadequate command and control, resulting in long response times and poorly directed fire missions. Nevertheless, Sharov's anti-tank gunners hit 4 of the German assault guns, but lost 6 of their guns in an unequal duel. Sharov was an ideal junior officer in the Red Army. Coming from a peasant background, he was a veteran of the Russo-Finnish War and a Communist Party member. The fighting around the tomato factory soon involved close-quarter infantry combat, but Sharov and a few others managed to make it back to the Soviet lines. It proved to be a bad day for Sturmgeschutzabteilung 190, which had 3 more STUG-3s knocked out by mines near Belbek, and the commander of 1st Company was killed by a Soviet sniper. Choltitz's IR-16 was not stopped by the fire from the top of the Stellenberg for very long, and by 0700 hours part of the hill was secured by 3rd IR-16. Some naval infantrymen from the 5th Company held out for a while on top of the hill, but organized resistance was broken. Later, a few survivors from the Stellenberg managed to evade to the south and reach Soviet lines. While Choltitz continued to advance west across the top of the escarpment toward the Bunkerberg to help IR-65, 2 battalions of IR-47 boldly pushed toward Potapov's second line of defense at the Eisenbahnburg. 3rd IR-16 soon encountered dense minefields that stopped them cold, but Major Alvermann's 1st IR-47 found a gap in the Soviet defenses and managed to reach the Eisenbahnburg by 0755 hours. Alvermann's advance was assisted by at least a platoon of STUG-3s that had crossed the Kamishli ravine and made it up the western escarpment and through the minefields, an amazing achievement in less than 4 hours. Potapov's mortar battalion was located in this area, plus 2 reserve rifle companies, but they were apparently stunned by the sudden appearance of German infantry and assault guns at the second line of resistance, and Alvermann's battalion succeeded in capturing the Eisenbahnburg after just 20 minutes of fighting. In the process, the 9th Battery of Schmelkov's 134th Howitzer Regiment was overrun, along with an observation post with several staff officers. Although only a 2-mile advance, Alvermann had cleaved Potapov's 79th NIB in 2. After 4 hours of non-stop attacking, the 22nd Infantry Division's regiments paused to regroup before tackling the Oldberg and the Bunkerberg, which controlled both sides of the railroad cut. Haxius's IR-65 was still tangled up in reducing the 514th Rifle Regiment's strongpoint at the tomato factory, while IR-437 from the 132nd Infantry Division conducted a supporting attack against the adjacent Soviet positions in the town of Belbek. When the German advance paused, Potapov launched a local counterattack against 1st IR-47 on the Eisenbahnburg with 2 companies of his 2nd Battalion, but failed to recover any lost ground. At 1200 hours, 2nd IR-65 and 2 battalions from Choltitz's IR-16 conducted a probing attack against the Bunkerberg, which consisted of 3 bunkers surrounded by a large minefield. Initially, the German infantry had difficulty breaching the minefields, and enemy sniper fire made movement difficult. Nevertheless, IR-16 secured the Bunkerberg by 1330 hours. In the early afternoon, the Soviet artillery and VVS CHF began to intervene in the battle. Pairs of IL-2 Sturmovix from the 18th Ground Attack Aviation Regiment began low-level strafing runs against German troops south of the Belbek River. Around 13:15 hours, two IL-2s tried to strafe IR-47's positions at the Eisenbahnburg, but Oberfeldwebel Herbert Kaiser of 8th JG-77 pounced on them and shot both down. However, another pair of IL-2s found one of the 28-centimeter Schwere Bruno railroad guns of the Eisenbahn Artillery Battery 688 and scored a direct bomb hit on its ammunition wagon. The explosion of 22 rounds of 28-centimeter ammunition damaged the railgun and caused casualties among the crew. Soviet artillery was also becoming increasingly effective as forward observers came back online and directed effective fire missions into the Kamishli ravine, which hindered German supply columns trying to push ammunition across to their assault battalions. Alexander's Coastal Battery No. 30 managed to fire several 30.5mm rounds during the day, but Major von Kohlenberg's two Karl mortars kept lobbing 60-centimeter rounds at the two turrets throughout the afternoon. Hitler was keenly following the attack from his headquarters near Rastenburg and received regular updates, particularly about the activities of Dora. On X-Day, Dora fired 10 80-centimeter rounds, including 7 at a Soviet ammunition depot on the north side of Severnaya Bay known as White Cliff. The White Cliff Naval Depot, so named because of the chalky cliffs, had a series of tunnel adits built into the side of the escarpment and had a number of separate munitions bunkers buried deep underground. It is often claimed that Dora scored a direct hit on White Cliff and detonated the entire storage of ammunition, but this is unlikely. Most rounds from Dora tended to be over the target, which meant that they landed harmlessly in Severnaya Bay. Furthermore, the depot was on a reverse slope and would have required a very high-angle plunging round or dive bombing to hit. Rounds from Dora would have been more likely to impact on the escarpment above the depot. Based upon the terrain, if the White Cliff depot was hit, and this was not confirmed by Soviet or German sources, then it was more likely from air attack than Dora. At any rate, at 1300 hours, Manstein received a message relayed from Heeresgruppe Süd that the Führer was much upset because Dora fired at the ammunition dump White Cliff. The Führer stated that this gun is only intended to fire at concrete emplacements. Oddly, the 54th Army Corps claimed that it did not have any information about Dora firing against White Cliff, and the journal indicated that someone had sent this report directly to the OKH in Berlin. Manstein told Hansen, "Please determine who sent it." Hitler was right to be upset that the heaviest weapon provided to AOK 11 was firing at an obscure target instead of supporting the Schwerpunkt. But the accuracy of Dora was so poor that it made little sense to dump 80-centimeter projectiles on targets that were so close to German troops. In the southern part of the Kamishli ravine, the German attack had not gone as well. Coming out of the Meltzer ravine on the eastern side of the Kamishli ravine, Oberstleutnant Erich Reuter's IR-122 from the 50th Infantry Division had both assault battalions badly shot up by an artillery concentration from Colonel Schmelkoff's 134th Howitzer Regiment. The 50th Infantry Division's other regiment, Oberst Albert Ringler's IR-121, had difficulty reaching the escarpment on the western side of the ravine, and the terrain was too rough for its attached assault guns to help much. Baron Fanger's 3rd IR-123 had made a mile-deep advance into the escarpment but was isolated for part of the day. It was not until the late afternoon that the 50th Infantry Division could mount a serious attack against the trapeze position. After heavy casualties, IR-121 captured the trapeze at 16:15 hours. However, the 24th Infantry Division had failed to get across the Kamishli ravine at all during the morning due to heavy Soviet fire and was forced to follow in the tracks of the 50th Infantry Division. While the 50th Infantry Division succeeded in advancing a mile into the Soviet defensive positions on June 7th and protecting the 22nd Infantry Division's left flank, the 24th Infantry Division only succeeded in capturing one minor enemy position at the cost of over 600 casualties. Hansen was determined to capture the Ohlberg on the first day of the ground offensive, but the assault battalions were tired and running short on ammunition, so the attack was put off until the late afternoon. In addition to the 8 operational STU-G3s still with Haxius's IR-65, Hansen set Panzerabteilung FL-300 to reinforce the assault troops. This unit had 14 PZ-3J tanks, 6 KV-1 tanks captured during Truppenjagd, and the untried B-4 and Goliath radio-controlled demolition vehicles. In addition, the 132nd Infantry Division, which had been clearing up the Soviet combat outposts along the southern side of the Belbek River, sent 2 battalions from IR-436 to reinforce Haxius's attack. At 14:55 hours, Zukertort's artillery began pounding the Ohlberg for 30 minutes, followed by rolling Stuka attacks, but the infantry was not ready to move until 17:30 hours. Just as the infantry assault with 1st IR-65 and 2nd IR-65 was beginning, Zukertort reported to Hansen that ammunition was scarce and that his artillery could not fully support the attack. Despite a heavy pounding, the heretofore inexperienced conscripts of the 1st Battalion, 747th Rifle Regiment, put up a good fight for the Ohlberg. Although Haxius's soldiers secured a toehold on the hill by 18:35 hours, fighting continued on the position until after 2100 hours. The 1st Battalion, 747th Rifle Regiment, virtually fought to the death, with most of its officers killed and 2 companies obliterated. Just as this German tactical success was occurring, the Soviets launched a battalion-size counterattack against IR-47's position at the Eisenbahnburg at 18:05 hours. This Soviet counterattack was better planned and received strong supporting fires from division-level artillery and Morgunov's coastal batteries. After heavy fighting, the counterattack was repulsed, but Major Alverman was killed. As night descended, the fighting tapered off as both sides began to reorganize for the next day's fight. The assault across the Kamishli ravine cost Hansen's 54th Army Corps over 2,000 casualties, including 423 dead or missing. Wolf's 22nd Infantry Division had achieved the most and bled the most, having suffered 801 casualties, equal to about a third of its assault troops. Thanks to strong artillery and air support, the 22nd Infantry Division succeeded in breaking through the outer Soviet defenses and capturing 4 important fortified positions: the Stellenberg, the Bunkerberg, the Eisenbahnburg, and the Ohlberg. The 22nd Infantry Division Kriegstagebuch, War Journal, noted that the day's fighting was characterized by extraordinary violence. The enemy showed extraordinary cunning in the division's attack on the high ground. Enemy snipers and small groups of stragglers that had kept themselves hidden behind our lines shot individual troops. Soviet losses in Sector 2 were also very heavy on the first day of the German ground offensive, with Potapov's brigade suffering about 30% casualties, and Laskin's 172nd Rifle Division had at least 2 battalions decimated. The 22nd Infantry Division captured 153 Soviet prisoners on the first day, while overall Soviet casualties in this sector were roughly 2,000 to 3,000. On next day, Zukertort's artillery had fired 3,939 tons of artillery ammunition, 60% more than that fired during the entire 5-day preparation. In addition, Richthofen's Flieger Corps 8 made a maximum effort and dropped 1,300 tons of bombs on Soviet positions. Altogether, over 5,000 tons of high explosives were employed on the first day of the German ground assault, and mostly against Sevastopol's Sector 2. By day's end, Hansen had begun to split the seam between Sectors 3 and 4. The successful assault across the Kamishli ravine was an impressive German tactical success that gave the 54th Army Corps the initiative and set the stage for the advance upon Severnaya Bay. By nightfall on June 7th, Petrov realized that the Germans had captured at least half of the critical high ground on the boundary of Sectors 3 and 4, and that the enemy was now within 4.5 miles of Severnaya Bay. Having had 6 months to prepare for this German offensive, Petrov should have had a contingency plan and the resources to mount a major counterattack against the German assault divisions, which had suffered heavy casualties and were low on ammunition. Yet, ironically, Petrov had neither the plan nor the resources to deliver a timely riposte when it might have made the most difference. On paper, there were a total of 101,238 Soviet military personnel within the Sevastopol Defensive Region, SOR, at the beginning of Storfang. Petrov's Coastal Army had 7 rifle divisions with a total of 68,360 personnel, including just over 50,000 combat troops. Of Petrov's 7 rifle divisions, 6 were already assigned to defend sectors of the outer defensive perimeter, but he managed to position Colonel Nikolai Guza's 345th Rifle Division in reserve at Makenzievy Mountain Station behind sectors 3 and 4. The Black Sea Fleet contributed another 15,000 combat troops in its 6 naval infantry units, with the newly arrived 9th Naval Infantry Brigade assigned as the reserve for sectors 1 and 2 in the south. This meant that Petrov started the battle with about 65,000 combat troops holding a 23-mile front, with roughly 15% of these deployed in sector reserve. However, Petrov had almost no reserve units under his direct control. Within Sevastopol, there were another 18,000 rear area support and naval base personnel, some of whom would eventually be drafted as infantry replacements, but not until the very end of the fighting. Yet it is clear that Petrov was attempting to hold too large a perimeter with insufficient forces, and that he could not sustain a protracted battle with heavy casualties unless the Black Sea Fleet regularly delivered replacement units. Nor did Petrov set a good example with his own headquarters, which was bloated with over 200 officers, many of whom should have been leading troops at the front. Before Storfang began, Petrov relocated his headquarters to an abandoned coastal battery on the Crimean Peninsula south of Sevastopol, which kept him out of range of most of the German artillery, but exacerbated his already poor communications with his frontline units. Due to the limited number of tactical radios in Soviet frontline combat units, Petrov was almost totally dependent upon field telephones for command and control, which greatly delayed his reaction time to any German initiative. Most of the landlines were not buried very deep, so Zukertort's heavy bombardment disrupted much of Petrov's connections with his frontline units. During the night of June 7th through 8th, Petrov ordered General Major Kolomiets, commander of Sector 2, to organize a counterattack against the 54th Army Corps with the reserves located around the Makenzievy Mountain Station. But the fallacy of delegating control over the reserves to the sector commanders was revealed. Instead of using Guza's 345th Rifle Division to mount a major counterstrike, Kolomiets decided to leave Guza's division in place and commit only small forces to a counterattack, without significant artillery support. Consequently, the Soviet counterattack at dawn on June 8th was little more than a pathetic gesture, consisting only of the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Perekop Naval Infantry Regiment and 6 T-26 light tanks from the 81st Separate Tank Battalion. Furthermore, rather than attempting to recover any of the heights overlooking the Belbek River, Kolomiets misdirected this counterattack toward the trapeze position in order to relieve some of the units from his own 25th Rifle Division that had been encircled. This puny effort struck 2nd IR-32 and accomplished nothing. It is also a good example of how Soviet commanders tended to make decisions that benefited their own command rather than their overall objectives. Often Soviet commanders assumed that someone else would deal with German breakthroughs and selfishly conserved their own resources. Hansen waited until 1000 hours before resuming his offensive, allowing his forward troops time to receive ammunition and rations. Zukertort's Harko 306 provided a 30-minute artillery preparation focused on the Makenzievy Mountain Station area and the western end of Haxius Ridge. The German attack on July 8th was more narrowly focused than on the previous day, relying once again upon Wolf's 22nd Infantry Division as the Schwerpunkt, reinforced by IR-437 from the 132nd Infantry Division. The battered regiments of Laskin's 172nd Rifle Division still held good ground in front of them, but no longer had a continuous front, and were defeated in detail. IR-437 pushed west from the Olberg along Haxius Ridge, rolling up the 514th Rifle Regiment's positions, while Wolf's 3 infantry regiments and a battalion's worth of assault guns smashed through the remnants of the 383rd Rifle Regiment and advanced 1¼ miles southward from the Olberg. The lead German battalions advanced to within 600 yards of the Mackenzie mountain station and were not stopped until they ran into the second line of defense held by Guse's division, which was situated behind a 2-mile-long anti-tank ditch. However, Guse could do nothing for the collapsing right flank of Colonel Alexander G. Kapitokin's Sector 4. Kapitokin's troops had been little engaged on the first day of the German offensive, and he still had the bulk of his 95th Rifle Division defending positions north of the Belbek River. With German infantry advancing deeply into his right flank and heading toward Coastal Battery No. 30, Kapitokin was forced to pull a battalion from his 241st Rifle Regiment to block IR 437's advance. Altogether, the 22nd Infantry Division took 232 prisoners on June 8th, mostly from Laskin's 172nd Rifle Division. Meanwhile, the German 50th and 24th Infanterie Divisionen continued to push back Potopov's 79th NIB and the 25th Rifle Division on Kolomiets' right flank. At the cost of another 1,745 casualties, Hansen had gained a firm foothold in Sevastopol's outer defenses. Oddly, Guse had only his 1163rd Rifle Regiment on the line, defending behind the anti-tank ditch and centered upon the Mackenzie mountain station, while he kept the 1165th and 1167th Rifle Regiments further south, near the position known as Fort Stalin. Although many Russian officers were prejudiced against the ethnic Caucasian troops in this unit, the division had performed well in stopping the German offensive in December 1941. Since then, Guse's riflemen had transformed the bombed-out artillery barracks west of the train station into a fortified strongpoint, and they manned a half-dozen bunkers overlooking the anti-tank ditch. Another key position, called the Forsthaus by the Germans, was located on the boundary of Guse's 345th Rifle Division and Potopov's depleted 79th NIB, but held by the 2nd Perekop Naval Infantry Regiment. Most of the Soviet artillery in this sector was still intact, even though Smelkov's 134th Howitzer Regiment had lost one battery, and Soviet artillerymen were told to fire sparingly. On June 9th, Hansen kept up the pressure, beginning with a bombardment of the Mackenzie mountain station area with 60 cm, 42 cm, 35.5 cm, and 24 cm heavy artillery fire from Zuckertort's Harris artillery. Most of the Soviet bunkers were made of timber and stones and could not withstand a direct hit from large-caliber rounds. Then, instead of using Wolf's 22nd Infantry Division as his main effort, as in the previous 2 days, Hansen brought up the relatively fresh IR 438 from Generalmajor Fritz Lindemann's 132nd Infantry Division to mount a deliberate attack across the western end of the anti-tank ditch. Guse had been expecting Chaltitz's IR-16 and Buse's IR-47 to continue their direct advance down the rail line toward the station, and was caught by surprise by the German tactical flexibility in switching the Schwerpunkt from one unit to another. Infantry Regiment 438 attacked the anti-tank ditch near the boundary between the 95th and 345th Rifle Divisions, a typical German effort to exploit the weaknesses of Soviet inter-unit coordination. 2 German battalions crossed the ditch and quickly overwhelmed the Soviet infantrymen from the 1163rd Regiment, who were still reeling from the effects of heavy artillery. Using rolling Stuka attacks that lasted for over an hour, Richthofen's Fliegerkorps 8 also disrupted Guse's ability to shift his reserves to deal with the German breakthrough on his left flank. Once the Germans were across the anti-tank ditch, they began spreading out laterally to roll up Guse's forward defense, while pioneers began filling in the ditch. Once this was accomplished, assault guns moved up to support the soldiers. With the Soviet defensive line tottering, Wolf attacked with his 22nd Infantry Division, and Guse's entire line began to give way. Chaltitz's IR-16 surged across the anti-tank ditch and overran the Mackenzie mountain station and the artillery barracks. Despite the presence there of a battery of 4 76.2 mm anti-tank guns from the 674th Anti-Tank Regiment. The German advance was so rapid that a number of Russian artillery officers were captured near the train station. Under interrogation, they revealed a great deal about the location and condition of the Soviet artillery to the 22nd Infantry Division's IC, intelligence officer. On Chaltitz's left flank, Buse's IR-47 advanced, pushing back the 2nd Perekop NIR. The 50th Infantry Division mounted a supported attack that captured the Forsthaus from the 79th NIB. Between the train station and the Forsthaus, German troops encountered Soviet Coastal Battery 704, which was equipped with two 130mm turrets from the sunken cruiser Chervona Ukraina. Commanded by Lieutenant V.I. Durikov, the battery put up a good fight against the German infantry and assault guns, but it was eventually overrun and Pavlov was killed. The third day of the German ground offensive ended as another stunning tactical success everywhere except on the flanks. In the west, the 95th Rifle Division stood like a rock atop the Neuhaus Hill, and its 241st Rifle Regiment repulsed efforts by the 132nd Infantry Division to reach Coastal Battery No. 30. Hansen's main effort had broken through a portion of the Soviet 2nd Defense Line and captured 381 prisoners at the relatively low cost of 961 casualties, including 216 dead or missing. Hansen's corps had achieved remarkable success in the first 3 days of the ground offensive. The only really discordant note came from the 24th Infantry Division, which had consistently underperformed while suffering excessive casualties. Generalleutnant Hans von Tettau's 24th Infantry Division had fought a nearly private battle with Kolomiet's ostensibly elite 25th Rifle Division Chapayevskaya. The terrain in this sector was very hilly and wooded, which made tactical movements slow and costly and greatly aided the defense. Nor had Tettau's division been allocated as much artillery or air support, since they were assigned only a supporting role. Yet there was little doubt that the Chapayevskaya had given Tettau's division a bloody nose. What was the condition of the front-line infantry units on each side after 3 days of intensive combat? Most infantrymen had got by on only a few hours of sleep in the past 72 hours, and poor quality sleep at that, although experienced troops could sleep in the bottom of trenches or bunkers despite ongoing bombardments. As Obergefreiter Gottlob Biedermann in IR 437 remembered, one lived only on cigarettes, cold coffee, tea, and the sparse battle rations that were issued daily to those in the foremost lines. It was impossible to wash regularly or to shave. Thus, filthy, sleep-deprived, and underfed troops were expected to continue expending enormous amounts of energy and maintain combat alertness day after day. A battle like Sevastopol became an endurance contest won by the side with the best stamina. While Guse's 345th Rifle Division had not yet suffered heavy losses, Laskin's 172nd Rifle Division had been broken into pieces and was only fighting as uncoordinated company and battalion-sized battle groups. Potapov's 79th NIB had lost roughly half its strength, but was still holding the line near the Forsthaus, along with a battalion from the 2nd Perekop NIR. In Sector 4, the 95th Rifle Division had been forced to reform its flank into an L-shaped defense, but was still solid despite the destruction of one of its battalions. Soviet troops were still fighting tenaciously, and the Germans had taken only 1,509 prisoners in this area. On the German side, some accounts have attempted to depict the German infantry as burnt out after a few days of combat, but their losses, while heavy, were not unexpected. Hansen's 54th Army Corps suffered 6,024 casualties, including 1,383 dead or missing, or about 13% losses from its starting strength of 45,500 combat troops. Wolf's 22nd Infantry Division, which had been rebuilt to nearly full strength before the battle, still had over 11,600 troops in the line. Hansen's main concern was with the understrength 132nd Infantry Division, which was unable to break through the 95th Rifle Division's defenses in front of Coastal Battery No. 30. In order to reinvigorate this effort, Hansen brought up Oberst Otto Hitzfeld's Infantry Regiment 213 from reserve. Once again, Hitzfeld would be employed to spearhead a critical attack. Despite heavy casualties, both sides' troops still had plenty of fight left in them. The battle slowed down on June 10th as Hansen redistributed and reorganized his forces, but Buse's IR-47 was able to gain some ground in conjunction with the 50th Infantry Division near the Forsthaus. Hansen adopted an economy of force stance against the Soviet Sector 4, bringing the entire 132nd Infantry Division and Hitzfeld's regiment to crush the 95th Rifle Division's forces south of the Belbek River, while leaving only reconnaissance troops to screen the 2-mile-wide front against the Soviet positions still north of the river. It would have been prudent for Petrov to order Kapitokin to pull his 95th Rifle Division back toward Coastal Battery No. 30 and abandon the positions north of the river, which now served no purpose, but he was unwilling to voluntarily cede ground to the enemy. Instead, Petrov believed that Hansen's divisions were spent and overextended, and that a major counterattack could retake much of the lost ground. Soviet tactical reporting was often flagrantly dishonest at this stage of the war, in an effort to conceal setbacks from superiors, and Petrov apparently accepted exaggerated reports from his frontline divisions. Whereas Hansen and Manstein were observing the battlefield every day from observation posts like the Eagle's Nest, Petrov was out of touch in his distant bunker. On the morning of June 11th, a series of Soviet counterattacks did develop against Hansen's frontline divisions. Potapov's 79th NIB attacked the 50th Infantry Division's positions near the Forst House, and some naval infantrymen managed to penetrate 600 yards before being stopped by German artillery fire and the assault guns from Sturmgeschützabteilung 190. Although the armored train Zheleznyakov supported the attack with its 3 76mm guns, coordination with 2 artillery regiments assigned to support the attack was ineffective, because the naval infantrymen lacked tactical radios. Goose committed 2 battalions from his reserve regiments, the 1165th and 1167th Rifle Regiments, but their efforts to advance toward the Makenzievy mountain station were repulsed. Kapitokin staged a 2-battalion counterattack against the 132nd Infantry Division's IR-437, which gained a little ground but otherwise changed little. However, the main result of the disjointed Soviet counterattacks, none of which were properly coordinated, was that Soviet infantrymen emerging out in the open were exposed to German air attacks and artillery fire. Richthofen's pilots scattered anti-personnel bombs over attacking Soviet units, causing heavy casualties. Once the Soviet counterattacks were spent, Hansen ordered Wolf to hit Guse's reeling division, and Buse's IR-47 managed to advance nearly half a mile, while Choltitz's IR-16 got close to Fort Stalin. Buse's forward units were now about a mile from the northern shore of Severnaya Bay, and even closer to the railroad tunnel next to a road loop known as the Serpentine. Inside the tunnel were a number of headquarters units, artillerymen, engineers, and supply troops. At great cost, Hansen had succeeded in driving a deep wedge into Petrov's Sector 2. Despite much talk of Fortress Sevastopol for propaganda purposes, Petrov's remaining defenses north of Severnaya Bay were really just a ramshackle collection of fortified hilltops, badly knocked about coastal batteries, and archaic forts left over from the Crimean War. Guse's 345th Rifle Division's defense was now based upon a bevy of positions known as Stalin, Volga, Siberia, Molotov, GPU, and Ural. Virtually none of these positions were designed to repel ground attacks, and certainly not from the north. Choltitz's IR-16 had attacked the so-called Fort Stalin in December 1941 and failed, but that was due to fading German strength rather than the strength of the position itself. Hansen's next step was to eliminate Fort Stalin, from which Soviet observers were directing fire on the train station below, and then to move against Coastal Battery No. 30. Ironically, Lieutenant Nikolai A. Vorobyev, the heroic commander of the 365th Anti-Aircraft Battery, atop the 60-yard high hill known by the Germans as Fort Stalin, was seriously wounded by artillery fragments on the first day of the German ground offensive and evacuated. He was replaced by Lieutenant Ivan S. Pyanzin. The battery consisted of 4 76mm anti-aircraft guns mounted on concrete pads, but without overhead cover. The battery had been fortified with a small concrete command bunker in the center of a circular perimeter and 3 concrete pillboxes with machine guns on its eastern and southern perimeter, while its 60 personnel were provided with underground shelters and slit trenches. Furthermore, the troops were almost all veterans, and deliberately included a number of hand-picked communists. A 4-yard-wide barbed wire obstacle belt surrounded the position, as well as some wooden anti-personnel mines. For close support, Goose assigned the 1st Battalion, 1165th Rifle Regiment, to defend the approaches to the battery. While the 365th Anti-Aircraft Battery was fortified, it certainly was no fort, since it did not have all-round protection. Dora had fired 6 80-centimeter rounds at the battery, but without much effect. One round fell within 38 yards of one of the flak gun positions, but the others missed by 140 to 280 yards. Hansen began softening up Fort Stalin on the afternoon of June 12th with a series of Stuka attacks, followed by 11 42-centimeter rounds, which knocked out 3 of the 4 anti-aircraft guns. In the evening, the 22nd Infantry Division concentrated all its guns against Fort Stalin, supplemented by a battery each of 30.5-centimeter and 21-centimeter mortars. The bombardment also struck Fort Volga, a Soviet anti-aircraft machine gun position located further south on the same hill as Fort Stalin. Wolf selected Holtitz's IR-16 to assault Fort Stalin, since this regiment had consistently displayed great tactical aggressiveness and ingenuity in overcoming fortified positions since the fighting at Perekop 9 months before. Despite the loss of 5 company commanders since June 7th, Holtitz still had 813 combat-ready troops available, and his men had been given a brief rest in reserve. However, Holtitz decided not to employ all his troops for this attack, but only the best leaders and troops in 2 carefully tailored assault battalions. He selected Major Johannes Arndt's 1st IR-16 as his main effort. In addition to 105 infantrymen in 3 companies, Arndt was provided with 5 STUG-3 assault guns from Hauptmann Kazar's 1st Sturmgeschützabteilung 190, 35 engineers from Oberleutnant Heyer's 3rd Pioneer Battalion 744, and a Panzerjäger team with 2 3.7-centimeter pack guns. Hauptmann Hermann Albert Schrader's 3rd IR-16 would follow and support Arndt's battalion with 2 infantry companies and 1 machine gun company, totaling 89 infantrymen and 20 engineers. Thus, the assault force comprised only 194 infantrymen and 55 engineers. Holtitz also formed a fire support Kampfgruppe with the machine gunners of Oberleutnant Narvold's 14th Company, and regimental 7.5-centimeter and 15-centimeter infantry guns to suppress the enemy mortars suspected to be located in the so-called Wolf's Ravine southeast of Fort Stalin. After briefing Arndt and Schrader on the attack plan, Holtitz moved with 2 of his battalions to an assembly area near the train station, while the heavy artillery was pounding Fort Stalin during the afternoon of July 12th. German artillery continued to pound Fort Stalin during the night of June 12th through 13th. At 0300 hours on June 13th, Holtitz ordered his 2 assault battalions to begin moving toward the hill. The plan was for Arndt's battalion to infiltrate up the hillside in small groups, but soldiers from 1st Battalion, 1165th Rifle Regiment were alert and detected them. The Red Army soldiers responded with flares, then automatic weapons fire at the intruders. Under the glare of the dangling pyrotechnics, they also called for mortar fire from the battery hidden in the Wolf's Ravine. Arndt's soldiers began to suffer heavy casualties, including his 2 lead company commanders, so he shifted westward to avoid the worst of the enemy fire, but ran into Schrader's battalion in the dark. The 2 battalions became mixed up, as often happens in a night attack, and the situation became very confused. Via radio, Arndt requested that Holtitz use Narvold's fire support group to suppress the enemy mortars and machine gunners, but they were not successful. Yet this was one of those critical moments where the training of the German small unit leaders really paid off. Sorting out the 2 battalions while under fire, the remaining officers and sergeants reorganized assault groups and closed in on the anti-aircraft battery at the top of the hill. Kazar's assault guns moved up the hill too, with infantry moving alongside and behind. The Soviet troops bravely defended their positions, but rather passively, letting the Germans come to them. Once the German Stoßgruppen reached the northern perimeter of Fort Stalin, Heyer's pioneers took over and began to blast holes in the barbed wire. The 3 machine gun bunkers could not cover this angle, so the obstacle was only defended by small arms fire. By 0400 hours, several groups of German infantry had entered the perimeter and begun to assault each bunker with hand grenades and satchel charges. It turned out that the Soviets had reinforced their positions with tree trunks, which absorbed a great amount of any blast. In one case, soldiers from Schrader's battalion simply piled large stones against a bunker door, sealing the occupants within. German pioneers had some success using smoke grenades to flush Soviet troops out of underground shelters, who were mostly shot down as they emerged. Only 14 prisoners were taken on Fort Stalin. The assault guns were able to approach and engage some of the outer timber fighting positions and blast them with 7.5-centimeter high explosive rounds. But they could not reach the 3 inner machine gun bunkers. Instead, the Germans brought up their Panzerjäger team, who dragged a 3.7-centimeter pack gun up the hill and through one of the breaches. Using the new steel Granata 41 hollow charge round, they attacked each bunker from behind at a range of only 15 yards and blew their back doors off. Close combat and hand-to-hand fighting continued within Fort Stalin's small perimeter for 90 minutes, but by 0530 Soviet resistance was broken. A few Soviet positions, including Pianzin's command bunker, held out for another 10 hours. Pianzin maintained a tenuous radio link with his battalion headquarters, and he requested artillery fire on his own position, for which he later received the Hero of the Soviet Union. However, Heyer's pioneers gradually moved in and blew in the sides of his bunker around 1530 hours, silencing Pianzin forever. The assault troops had suffered heavily, and every officer in Major Arndt's battalion was either dead or wounded, so Choltitz sent the battalion adjutant, Oberleutnant Bringevat, up the hill to reorganize the survivors. It is axiomatic that after seizing a well-defended position, the attackers must immediately prepare a hasty defense and reorganize their depleted forces, lest an enemy counterattack retake the position before the victors have regained their composure. It was not long before the Soviets realized that Fort Stalin had fallen. Fort Volga, located 465 yards southwest of Stalin, began to fire mortars and anti-tank fire at the Germans, who were now visible in the light of dawn. 3 assault guns were quickly hit, one being destroyed, and the others were obliged to withdraw back down the hill. Yet the 2nd Battalion, 1165th Rifle Regiment, which was located at Fort Volga, made no effort to intervene in the fight for Fort Stalin. Around 0630 hours, a small Soviet counterattack was launched out of the Wolf's Ravine on the east side of Stalin, but was repulsed with machine gun fire from Narvol's support group. Soviet divisional artillery batteries also began to pound Fort Stalin, and this fire killed Hauptmann Schrader, who had previously been awarded the Ritterkreuz. Choltitz declared Fort Stalin secure around 0700 hours, although mopping up continued for the rest of the day. The assault had cost his regiment 32 killed, 136 wounded, and 2 missing. About half of the infantry committed. Virtually all of the German infantry officers in the attack had become casualties, including Arndt. By noon, Arndt's 1st IR-16 had only 45 infantrymen still combat-ready on the objective out of the 105 that began the attack. Companies were reduced to just 15 to 17 soldiers, led by a Feldwebel. Surprisingly, Generalmajor Wolf made his way to the top of the exposed hill in order to congratulate the assault troops and to personally hand out iron crosses to the survivors, including Hauptmann Kazar. In contrast, Petrov was so far removed from this critical point that he failed to realize how weak the Germans were on Fort Stalin, and thus failed to launch even a battalion-sized counterattack from nearby positions, even though Guse's 345th Rifle Division still had plenty of troops in the area. It is apparent that German senior leadership at Sevastopol was more hands-on than on the Soviet side, and that this contributed to the outcome. With Fort Stalin taken, Hansen turned to deal with Sector 4 and the stubborn 95th Rifle Division, as well as Coastal Battery No. 30. Kapitokin's 95th Rifle Division had built strong defensive positions atop a prominent ridge just 600 yards east of Captain Alexander's fortified command post known as Bastion 1. Soviet troops still held the north-south stretch of anti-tank ditch in this sector, and they had an advantage in terms of holding the high ground. Any German movement brought instant fire. Nor did the introduction of Hitzfeld's IR-213 improve the German situation in this sector, and the regiment suffered over 400 casualties between June 11th and June 13th, which was half as much as they lost at Perekop in September 1941. Indeed, the Soviet 90th and 161st Rifle Regiments kept repeatedly counterattacking Hitzfeld's positions atop Haxius Ridge, and even succeeded in pushing them back several hundred yards on June 13th. In response, 2nd and 3rd IR-437 from the 132nd Infantry Division mounted a night attack on June 14th that succeeded in capturing the Neuhaus Heights from the 241st Rifle Regiment and threatened to outflank the ridge defenses protecting Alexander's Coastal Battery No. 30. Obergefreiter Gottlob H. Biedermann, serving as a Panzerjäger in IR-437, was part of this push against the 95th Rifle Division's flank, and described how each foot of ground was hotly contested in attempts to capture the commanding Neuhaus Heights. He also mentioned that the dead from both sides lay thick in the ravines, and due to the danger from enemy snipers they could not be removed or recovered for burial. The oppressive heat soon bore with it the sickly sweet smell of decaying flesh. Military historians rarely mention how a battlefield smells, but to the infantrymen on both sides at Sevastopol, the stench of unburied corpses was certainly one of their most poignant memories. Once the Neuhaus Hill was captured, the 132nd Infantry Division committed elements of IR-436 to exploit this success by pushing further west toward the next ridge line. Oberfeldwebel Popp from 10th IR-436 was in the lead assault squad, and he encountered a deeply entrenched position with 13 concrete and earth bunkers. Initially, the Soviets were surprised by this sudden appearance of German troops, and their resistance was ineffective. It was a confused pre-dawn action, fought at close quarters, and Popp soon found himself isolated from his company and in the middle of an alerted Soviet position. Gathering up a mixed unit of German troops who had fought their way into the Soviet trench system, including Obergefreiter Mersch from the 2nd IR-436, Popp tried to hold the position until German reinforcements arrived, but the Soviets counterattacked in force and overwhelmed them. Both Popp and Mersch were reported missing in action. During the course of Operation Storfang, AOK-11 reported over 1,500 of its troops as missing in action. Although most Soviet troops were still fighting tenaciously, there was an increasing number of Red Army soldiers deserting to the enemy after the fall of Fort Stalin. German intelligence officers were quick to note that many of the Ukrainians, Georgians, Chechens, and other minority recruits from the Caucasus were less than enthusiastic to serve in the Red Army or sacrifice themselves for Sevastopol. On the night of June 14th-15th, Sergeant Nikolai Voroshun, a flak soldier, crossed the lines and provided a great deal of information about the location of the remaining Soviet artillery in the sector, which assisted the 54th Army Corps in preparing its push westward toward Coastal Battery No. 30. Kapitokin had responded to Lindemann's economy of force move of withdrawing all but his reconnaissance troops from the positions north of the Belbek River by doing exactly the same, which allowed him to concentrate all his infantry south of the river. If Manstein had another regiment available, this would have been an excellent time to strike the thinned-out left flank of Sector 4, but he did not. Instead, it was Petrov who sent some of his last reserves, the half-strength 1st and 2nd Battalions of the 7th Naval Infantry Brigade, to reinforce the weakened front line near the Neuhaus. By June 15th, Kapitokin had 6 battalions deployed on a 1¼ wide north-south front, from the bombed-out artillery barracks to the Belbek River, against Hansen's 9 battalions. After a week of intense ground combat, Hansen's strength was beginning to fade. Zuckertort's artillery was still providing daily artillery bombardments, but the heaviest weapons, such as the 60-centimeter Karl mortars and the pair of 42-centimeter howitzers, had expended all their ammunition by June 13th. The Soviet troops in Sectors 3 and 4 had taken hard knocks, but were still holding their ground. Manstein was concerned that the German offensive might culminate before reaching Severnaya Bay due to heavy casualties, so he ordered Hansen to reinvigorate his main effort by stripping forces from less essential areas. Since the 24th Infantry Division was achieving little in its sector, Hansen shifted Tetow's division onto the defense and transferred battalions from IR-31 and IR-102 to reinforce the 132nd Infantry Division's front. Manstein directed the Romanian 4th Mountain Division to take over the front line formerly held by these troops. In addition, Manstein transferred 1st and 3rd IR-97 from the idle 46th Infantry Division, which was once again guarding Kerch. Thus, Lindemann's 132nd Infantry Division would have 12 or more infantry battalions to use against the flank of Kapitokin's division. On June 15th, Hansen pulled some of his battalions out of the line briefly to refit and prepare for the next offensive pulse. He intended to mount an all-out attack with both the 22nd and 132nd Infantry Divisionen and all the support he could muster in order to reach Severnaya Bay. Despite ferocious resistance for over a week, Kapitokin's troops were in worse shape than Hansen's, and he barely had 1,000 troops in the 5 battalions guarding the approaches to Coastal Battery No. 30. Hundreds of his wounded had been brought inside the reinforced concrete block of Bastion 1. Which was proof against virtually all the German artillery. Kapitokin's division was bleeding to death, and he was now holding too much frontage with too few men. The real weak spot in the defense lay south of the Neuhaus Heights, where the remnants of Lashkin's 172nd Division held the positions known as Molotov, GPU, Siberia, and Volga. Guz's 345th Rifle Division had suffered significant losses, but was still the strongest Soviet unit on the north side of Severnaya Bay. Unfortunately, it was in the wrong place. Most of Guz's division was focused on opposing the slow advance of the 50th Infantry Division toward the railroad tunnels near the Serpentine, a section of the main road that consisted of several hairpin turns, but this area was not a priority for the Germans. Petrov also committed his only fresh unit, Major Petra Zielinski's 138th Naval Infantry Brigade, to this sector as well. Zielinski's brigade had been brought to Sevastopol by 2 convoys between June 12th and June 15th and was not ready to be sent to the front until June 16th. On paper, 138 NIB was a very strong formation, with 4 716-man rifle battalions, a battalion of 16 76mm guns, 2 mortar battalions, and an anti-tank battalion. However, many of the ethnic Caucasian troops in the unit were not particularly loyal to the Soviet regime, and morale was a problem from the moment they arrived in Sevastopol. Instead of beginning his all-out assault with the usual artillery bombardment from Zuckertort's Harris artillery, Hansen opted for the subtlety of infiltration tactics. At 0200 hours on June 17th, Stoßgruppen from 2nd and 3rd IR-213 and Pionier Bataillon 132 began infiltrating through the 95th Rifle Division's thinly held front and headed straight for Bastion 1. Infantrymen moving stealthily at night move very slowly, often pausing if contact with the enemy appears possible, and it took these assault troops over 5 hours to move 600 yards. Nevertheless, as the sun began to rise, the troops were within sight of their objective. Meanwhile, the rest of the 132nd Infantry Division mounted a full-scale attack at 0700 hours with artillery support that kept the rest of the 95th Rifle Division's frontline units occupied. 4 battalions from Tetow's 24th Infantry Division attacked the 172nd Rifle Division's front, along with IR-65 and IR-16 from 22nd Infantry Division, and quickly overwhelmed Laskin's paper-thin defenses. Hansen provided these Stoßgruppen with considerable armored support. 19 STUG-3 assault guns from Sturmgeschützabteilung 190, a similar number from Sturmgeschützabteilung 197, and 2 companies of PZ-3J tanks from Panzerabteilung FL-300. Fort Siberia, which was originally an earthen redoubt built by the Russians during the Crimean War, was taken by surprise and overrun by an infiltration attack by 3rd IR-65 at 0710 hours. The neighboring Fort GPU was overrun by 1st IR-31, with some help from Panzerabteilung FL-300 and a Kampfgruppe of Brandenburg infiltrators at 0700 hours. For the first time, German pioneers used the new B-4 remote control demolition vehicles in combat, but with disappointing results. 1 exploded prematurely, and 2 were lost on mines. 2 of the control PZ-3J tanks were also destroyed on mines. Fort Molotov, which was an anti-aircraft command post built in the early 1930s, consisted of an octagonal perimeter with a dense barbed wire obstacle belt and some concrete bunkers, but no heavy weapons. First IR-102 overran Molotov at 09:45 hours, then pressed on to take Battery Cheka. Once Laskin's front was shattered, the German advance surged toward Bartenyevka and Severnaya Bay. The 22nd Infantry Division also began rolling up the 345th Rifle Division's open left flank, enabling IR-16 to capture the anti-aircraft position at Fort Volga by 19:30 hours. Around 1100 hours, 3 battalions from IR-436 and 437 broke through the 95th Rifle Division's right flank, overran the forward trenches of the 514th Rifle Regiment, and advanced boldly toward the sea. By 1200 hours, Kapitokin's entire flank had given way, and he ordered the remnants of his division to fall back toward Coastal Battery No. 12, also known as Battery Shishkovka. However, 21 soldiers from the 1st Battalion, 90th Rifle Regiment, fell back toward Bastion 1. Altogether, there were about 200 Soviet troops, including Alexander's remaining battery personnel and a medical team with 6 female medics, sheltered in or around his fortified command post. In addition to the command post, Bastion 1 included the battery's large rangefinder and a transformer substation, both of which had been knocked out by the shelling. Bastion 1 was equipped with an electrical elevator and stairs that led 40 yards below ground to an underground tunnel, which connected it to the gun block 710 yards away. In between the Bastion 1 and the gun block there was a large underground air raid shelter. Aside from the 2 305mm gun turrets, most of the gun block was buried underground and protected by a thick layer of dirt and concrete that even Thor's 60-centimeter shells could not penetrate. According to Soviet accounts, at least 1 turret, under the command of Chief Petty Officer F.P. Dovbysh, was still operational and firing as the battle surged toward it. But even if correct, the turrets were designed to engage enemy battleships miles away, not small groups of infantrymen 100 yards away. Furthermore, the battery was almost out of ammunition. Initially, the 2 battalions of IR-213 that had broken through to Coastal Battery No. 30 focused on mopping up the outlying enemy infantry positions around Bastion 1. Gradually, the Soviet troops fell back into the underground complex, ceding the surface to the Germans by mid-afternoon on June 17th. The Germans requested an airstrike to neutralize any remaining resistance nests, and at 15:30 hours, 27 Ju-87 Stukas attacked the battery. 1 bomb scored a direct hit on the eastern turret and disabled it. Once the surface of the battery was secure, Hitzfeld's infantrymen turned to 1st Pioneer Battalion 173 to reduce the trapped Soviet troops inside the battery. Initial attempts with flamethrowers and satchel charges proved ineffective against the thick concrete hide of the bastion, and the pioneers settled in for a long siege. 1 group focused on breaking into Alexander's command post in Bastion 1, while another group worked to attack the turrets themselves. Inside the battery, Alexander and his men could do little, since all 4 exits were covered by enemy machine gun teams. Furthermore, a large proportion of his men were either wounded or had no close combat experience. By the end of June 17th, Hansen had achieved another dramatic success and virtually demolished the Soviet forces in Sector 4. His corps had suffered another 836 casualties, but the battle on the north side of Severnaya Bay had been decided. The Germans knew that a Soviet naval convoy had recently brought the fresh 138th Naval Infantry Brigade into Sevastopol, and Hansen moved quickly to mop up resistance on the north side of Severnaya Bay before Petrov could introduce these reinforcements. His first order of business was to eliminate Coastal Battery No. 12, Battery Shishkovka, and the remnants of Kapitokin's 95th Division, which were dug in around the battery. It consisted of 4 152mm coastal guns mounted on line in open-air pedestal mounts, but by the time German troops approached, all 4 were inoperative. Instead, the strength of the position lay in its reinforced concrete casemates and underground shelters, which had been reinforced with trenches, earthworks, and belts of barbed wire. The combined force of naval gunners and infantrymen was armed with 5 heavy and 18 light machine guns. Lindemann's 132nd Infantry Division planned a deliberate assault against the battery with IR 436 and 2 pioneer companies. The German after-action report describes the assault in vivid detail. The battalion ordered that a platoon from the 2nd Pioneer Company would lead the 132nd Infantry Division's assault. Oberfeldwebel Paul contacted IR 436 and told the platoon leaders to be ready immediately for removing mines or assault operations. At 1100 hours, the platoon and the regiment attacked the northeast side of the heavily reinforced work. Oberfeldwebel Paul captured 3 large shelters and penetrated into the position, regardless of the violent defensive fire, and became involved in close combat. Despite the pressure of strong enemy counterattacks and heavy flanking fire from the southern forts and the surrounding field positions, Oberfeldwebel Paul was able to hold the northern part of the work. On instructions from the division in the afternoon, the Pioneer force was reinforced with the rest of the 2nd Pioneer Company, under Oberleutnant Heinz-Peter Wack, for the capture of the work. After equipping itself with plentiful pioneer weapons, the company attacked the northern part of the battery at 1900 hours. Simultaneously, part of IR 436 and IR 437 advanced and attacked the field positions on the east and west sides of the work. With exemplary boldness, Oberleutnant Wack led the assault platoon from the front and penetrated into the work despite strong enemy defensive fire from the south. Again and again they succeeded by combining the firepower of our companies even against strong flanking fire from machine guns and riflemen, and, meter by meter, the fortifications were silenced. Wack's pioneers were unable to complete the conquest of the battery by nightfall and spent the night involved in close combat. At dawn, Wack led a platoon-size raid that overwhelmed the remaining defenders and captured the battery. Most of the garrison fought to the death, but 36 naval gunners emerged from an underground shelter and surrendered. Wack's company had suffered 8 dead or missing and 14 wounded in the assault, but demonstrated the kind of small unit leadership and aggressiveness that wins battles. Immediately after the fall of the battery, both IR 436 and IR 437 were pulled out of the line to refit. Gottlob Biedermann noted that by this point his division was spent, and that one company was reduced to only 2 NCOs and a few enlisted men. While the 132nd Infantry Division eliminated Coastal Battery No. 12 and the remnants of the 95th Rifle Division, the 24th Infantry Division cleared the town of Bartenyevka and closed in on the final cluster of Soviet-held fortifications on the north side of Severnaya Bay. Meanwhile, the engineers of 1st Pioneer Battalion 173 spent June 18th trying to demolish Coastal Battery No. 30's 2 damaged 305mm turrets with fuel drums and satchel charges, but they succeeded only in causing cracks in the armored plates on the turrets. Unable to force their way into Bastion 1, even with flamethrowers, the German engineers did succeed in damaging the air handling system, and the underground bunkers soon filled with smoke. At first a few soot-covered Soviet soldiers emerged from an exit, then more, until 108 had surrendered. However, Alexander remained inside with about 90 more that refused to surrender. Petrov did commit Major Petra P. Zelensky's 138th Naval Infantry Brigade to try and regain some ground on the northern side of Severnaya Bay on June 18th, but in typical fashion the counterattack was poorly planned. Only 3 of Zelensky's 4 rifle battalions had arrived near the Serpentine when the attack was ordered, and almost none of his artillery. His infantrymen attacked the 22nd Infantry Division's combat outposts, which simply pulled back to their main line of resistance, known as the Hauptkampflinie, or HKL, and called in copious amounts of artillery fire upon Zelensky's naval infantrymen. All three attacking battalions were decimated and forced to retreat, leaving 400 prisoners for the Germans. This ill-advised and hasty attack crippled Petrov's last major intact unit on the northern side of Severnaya Bay. On June 19th, two battalions from IR 97 moved southwest from Coastal Battery No. 12 with their right flank on the Black Sea. Enemy resistance was fairly light, but the German troops were increasingly wary of mines by this point, and the infantry was unwilling to advance too far without engineer support. Engineers were still busy reducing Coastal Battery No. 30, as well as mopping up Battery No. 12, so only 1st Pioneer Bataillon 132 was initially available to support the advance of IR 97. By the afternoon of June 19th, the German infantry came within sight of the North Fort, a large octagonal fort that was built before the Crimean War. Adjoining the west side of the North Fort was the position known as Lenin, a fortified anti-aircraft battalion command post, and Coastal Battery No. 2, equipped with 4 100mm guns. Although the idea of a hasty attack was considered, the Germans decided to wait until they had sufficient artillery and engineer support to mount a proper deliberate attack on the morning of June 20th. The attack began at 0900 hours with two pioneer companies in the lead. Howitzer batteries were brought up to fire directly at the fort. It took 9 hours of fighting to break into Lenin and the North Fort, but it took until 10:30 hours on June 21st before these objectives were secure. The pioneers and assault guns were the key players in these mop-up battles, which tended to resemble urban warfare. Another result of these actions was that a good portion of Sevastopol's air defense umbrella was overrun at Lenin, Molotov, Volga, and Stalin, which allowed Flieger Corps 8 to completely dominate the skies over the battlefield. Once the North Fort fell, Petrov ordered all remaining Soviet troops to evacuate the north side of Severnaya Bay, and German troops reached the shoreline on June 22nd, more than 2 weeks after beginning the ground offensive. The final action was fought at Fort Konstantinovsky, another archaic relic built in 1840 that guarded the entrance to Severnaya Bay. Major Ivan P. Datsko, commander of the 161st Rifle Regiment, made it to the fort with a handful of his men, and joined up with a motley collection of sailors, engineers, and political staff for a dramatic 3-day last stand against IR 97. A naval officer, Captain 3rd Rank Mikhail E. Yevseyev, was nominally in charge of the fort. The defenders did have one advantage. The fort was located at the end of a small peninsula, and the Germans could only approach across a narrow 100-yard strip of land which was covered by a ravelin. The Germans methodically brought up artillery to knock down the fort's walls, and Stuka attacks ruined the barracks in the interior. Yevseyev's men eventually ran out of ammunition, and the last 26 men surrendered on the morning of June 23rd. Sevastopol's Sector 4 had been eliminated, and all that remained of Sector 2 was Guz's 345th Rifle Division and the 138th NIB holding on to the Serpentine Tunnel and the Martinovsky Ravine at the northeast corner of Severnaya Bay. German artillery now had a clear view to shell any target in the city or harbor. Wolf's intelligence officers learned from prisoner interrogations that the 138th Naval Infantry Brigade's command post and 2 to 3 battalions of Soviet troops were located in the railroad tunnel a mile south of the Mackenzievi Mountain train station. Hansen ordered Wolf to eliminate the Soviet forces in the tunnel as a prelude to moving against the remnants of the Sector 2 forces. On the evening of June 21st, pioneers from 3rd Pioneer Battalion 22 accompanied a Stoßgruppe that would attack the west end of the tunnel. Prisoners had noted that the entrance to the 400-yard-long tunnel was barricaded and protected by bunkers and trenches, so the pioneers came loaded with flamethrowers, grenades, and 50-kilogram hollow charges. At 02:30 hours on June 22nd, the attack on the western end of the tunnel began, but the pioneers were surprised to find the entrance unguarded. The pioneers then began moving cautiously into the dark tunnel, expecting to find hundreds of armed Soviet soldiers. One hears one's own heartbeat. The tunnel floor is littered with dead Russians, and craters are evidence of the work of our artillery and the Luftwaffe. A pioneer finds 6 anti-personnel mines and disarms them. Now we light up the first 50 meters of the tunnel with rounds from a flare pistol. Still nothing stirred. We send some machine gun fire into the interior of the tunnel. In many cases the rounds echo, but no Ruskies can be seen. Now we throw hand grenades and smoke grenades. Eventually, a few Soviets remaining in the tunnel appeared and surrendered. They informed the pioneers that the Soviet troops had abandoned the tunnel and retreated toward the Martinovsky ravine. The German troops were relieved that they did not have to fight a point-blank battle in the darkened tunnel with a large enemy force. As a postscript to the fighting on Makenzievy Mountain, Alexander's group trapped underground in Coastal Battery No. 30 died a slow death. The German engineers continued to try and burn or blast them out for 3 days, but the battery's demise was precipitated by a commissar who detonated one of the underground ammunition rooms in an effort to destroy both the garrison and the besieging Germans. The blast killed many and wrecked the interior of the battery. A few survivors emerged, and the Germans believed that no one else was left alive inside. In fact, Alexander and 20 of his men were still inside, and they waited until June 25th before exiting the battery through a drainage pipe on the side facing the Belbek River. Alexander may have been dressed in civilian clothing. His interrogation report does not mention it. But they broke into small groups and tried to infiltrate east along Haxius Ridge. They did not get far. Alexander was captured by German pioneers on the morning of June 26th and thoroughly interrogated. The interrogation makes no mention of his fate, but Manstein was angry that Coastal Battery No. 30 had proven so obstinate, and ordered Alexander turned over to the Sicherheitsdienst, SD, who executed him. Later, when Alexander was lionized as a hero of Sevastopol's defense, Manstein lamely claimed that he had been shot while trying to escape. Sevastopol's fate was decided in the 2-week slugfest for the high ground around Makenzievy Mountain. Both sides suffered thousands of casualties, but the Germans had triumphed due to superior small unit leadership and plentiful air and artillery support. For the most part, the Soviet soldiers fought well and died well on Makenzievy Mountain. There was no shortage of heroes in their ranks either. Hundreds simply disappeared, buried in shell craters and rubble. Even in recent years, diggers in Sevastopol continue to unearth dozens of remains of fallen Red Army soldiers on the mountain. Whereas the fighting on Sevastopol's northern front was often characterized by extreme violence and significant gain or loss of terrain, the fighting on the southern front was a war of position. Since December 1941, the front line in Sevastopol's Sectors 1 and 2 had been a revisit to the trench warfare of World War I, with advances measured in yards. There was little glory to be had here for either side, no Ritterkreuz or Red Star, since it was a sideshow to the main fight on Makenzievy Mountain. The inclusion of the Romanian Mountain Corps further highlighted that fact for General der Artillerie Maximilian Fretter-Pico's 30th Army Corps. Fought atop the same soil where some of the most dramatic moments of the Crimean War of 1854-55 had transpired, the fight between the 30th Army Corps and 2 Soviet divisions entered obscurity even as it was occurring. Yet the 3 weeks of fighting on the Balaclava front was very much a soldier's battle, where the mettle of each side was sorely tested. Manstein assigned a supporting role to Fretter-Pico's 30th Army Corps and the Romanians, with the intent of preventing Petrov from transferring any units from Sector 1 or 2 to reinforce the fight for Makenzievy Mountain. Unlike Hansen's 54th Army Corps, Fretter-Pico had to make do with significantly less air and artillery support, and Manstein made it clear that he would get no reinforcements. Fretter-Pico had taken over 30th Army Corps just after the culmination of the December 1941 offensive and had not yet commanded a multi-division offensive. Now he would command 3 infantry divisions. General der Infanterie Johann Sinhuber's 28th Leichte Infanterie Division, Generalleutnant Philipp Müller-Gebhard's 72nd Infantry Division, and Generalleutnant Erwin Sanders' 170th Infantry Division. In addition to Fretter-Pico, 2 of his 3 infantry division commanders, Sinhuber and Sander, were career artillery officers and relatively new to maneuvering infantry on a battlefield. By nature, artillerymen are very by-the-book and checklist-oriented, rather than the risk-taking style of a born maneuver soldier, and this attitude was very evident in the methodical manner that the 30th Army Corps fought its battle. While Manstein had not allowed the Romanians to play much of a role in his first two attempts to take Sevastopol, he was now forced to include General Major Gheorghe Avramescu's mountain corps in Ștefan. Avramescu had been working with AOK 11 since the beginning of Barbarossa and was well acquainted both with German operational methods and arrogance. He knew that the Germans were quick to blame the Romanians for any mistakes and to treat their troops in a condescending manner. Yet, in order for Hansen's 54th Army Corps to mass AOK 11's best forces against Sectors 3 and 4, and for Frater Pico to mass his lesser forces against Sector 1, the Romanians would have to deal with Sector 2 with only limited German help. Avramescu's corps was a mixed bag. The 1st Mountain Division was a good unit, well suited to the terrain and mission, and the corps artillery was quite good by Crimean standards. The Romanian mountain infantry battalions had proven themselves to be aggressive and reliable in the December fighting, and were capable of capturing fortified positions if decently supported. On the other hand, Avramescu's other formation, the 18th Infantry Division, had negligible combat experience, and its reservist infantrymen were better suited for static defensive missions. The 4th Mountain Division was still dealing with remaining pockets of resistance from the Sudak landing and partisans, but would be sent to join Avramescu's corps in mid-June. Frater Pico's main opponent was General Major Petru G. Novikov, commander of the 109th Rifle Division and the SOR's Sector 1, which ran from Balaclava to the Yalta-Sevastopol road north of Kamari. Novikov was no rookie. He had commanded an infantry battalion in the Spanish Civil War, a rifle regiment in the Russo-Finnish War, and then a rifle division during Barbarossa. His 109th Rifle Division had been formed in Sevastopol in January 1942 from remnants of the 2nd Cavalry Division, NKVD border troops, and reservists. All three of his rifle regiments were in the front line and holding the high ground that blocked German entry into Balaclava. Colonel Nikolai Eshvarev's 388th Rifle Division had two regiments protecting the sector around the destroyed village of Kamari, while his 782nd Rifle Regiment was in reserve on the Sapun Heights. Like Novikov, Shvarev was an experienced veteran, having been an NCO in the Tsarist army during 1915-17, then having joined the Red Guards after the Bolshevik Revolution. During the Russo-Finnish War, he commanded a rifle regiment involved in breaching the Mannerheim Line. The 388th Rifle Division was a typical Caucasian outfit, with its Armenian, Azeri, and Georgian troops organized in segregated companies with Russian officers. Novikov was essentially a rifle corps commander, but he did not have the resources of a corps commander. His artillery support was limited to 2 artillery regiments with 27 guns, 8 152 mm, 6 122 mm, and 13 76.2 mm, along with some help from Morganov's local batteries. Blagoveshensky's 9th Naval Infantry Brigade was assigned as a reserve for Novikov's sector, but most of its battalions were deployed in coastal defense duties, due to Petrov's fear that the Germans would attempt an amphibious landing to get behind Balaclava. The Germans had seized some, but not all, of the high ground overlooking Balaclava harbor on November 17th. The most important position was Hill 212, on which the old Balaclava North fort sat, and which gave the Germans excellent observation of Balaclava and the vicinity. Adjacent to Hill 212, Lieutenant Colonel Gerasimos A. Rubtsov's 456th Rifle Regiment, NKVD, held a craggy, boulder-strewn ridge known to the Germans as Sulzbacher Hill, protecting the harbor mouth, located near the old Genoese Cembalo fortress. Rubtsov's troops were atop the same area where the 93rd Highland Regiment made its famous Thin Red Line stand to defend Balaclava harbor from Russian cavalry in October 1854. Another key Soviet position was Fort Kupa, atop a hill that had been Redoubt I in 1854. This position was heavily fortified behind a thick barrier of mines and barbed wire. At the boundary between Novikov's Sector 1 and Colonel Nikolai F. Stutelnik's Sector 2, Colonel Zhidilov's 7th Naval Infantry Brigade held the same ground where Russian artillery had repulsed the charge of the Light Brigade in 1854. In this sector, Zhidilov's defense was based on holding Chapel Hill, an important point with a ruined church that overlooked the Yalta-Sevastopol road. Strutelnik also had his own 386th Rifle Division to defend the Chernaya River Valley. When the artillery preparation for Storfang began on June 2nd, the 30th Army Corps' fire was directed by General der Artillerie Robert Martinek's Arco 110. His heavy firepower was limited to 2 Czech 30.5 cm mortars, 6 21-centimeter mortars, and 12 Czech-made 14.9 cm SFH 37T howitzers from Schwere Artillerieabteilung 154. He also had 36 Nebelwerfers from Werfer Regiment 70. The Romanian Mountain Corps contributed its corps-level artillery, 3 battalions with 33 Czech-made M1934 15-centimeter howitzers. Martinek could not afford to be extravagant with his artillery preparation, as Zukertort had done, so he massed his fires against a few of the most important positions, such as Sulzbacher Hill and Fort Koop. Novikov's artillery remained silent during Martinek's preparation bombardment, so it was impossible for Fretter-Pico to determine if the enemy's defense had been weakened. Manstein did not want Fretter-Pico to launch an all-out ground offensive until Hansen's 54th Army Corps had made progress, but apparently he did not exercise sufficient supervision over the 30th Army Corps' planning for Storfang. Uncertain of the enemy's strength, Fretter-Pico timidly began his ground offensive by making 2 separate single-battalion probing attacks by Sinhuber's 28th Leichte Infantry Division. Just after dawn on June 7th, 3rd Jaeger Regiment 83 attacked Rubtsov's NKVD troops atop the Sulzbacher Hill, which meant crossing hundreds of yards of steep open ground. The men were surprised when the NKVD troops opened up with direct fire with flak guns that had been brought onto the hill during the spring. The attack was repulsed with heavy losses. Ivan I. Bogatyr, a renowned NKVD sniper in the 456th Rifle Regiment, inflicted numerous casualties upon the enemy before he himself was wounded and evacuated. Meanwhile, 3rd Jaeger Regiment 49 used a more stealthy approach to push north toward the fortified Blagodat State Farm, which was held by 2nd Battalion, 381st Rifle Regiment. In this case, they were able to seize a small hillock overlooking the farm and begin to fortify it before the Soviets noticed what was going on. Yet, once the German infiltration was detected, the 381st Rifle Regiment acted energetically to repel the enemy intrusion. Lieutenant Nikolai I. Spirin's machine gun company laid down heavy fire upon the Germans, supplemented by mortar and artillery fire, which inflicted heavy casualties. It turned out that Martinek's artillery preparation had failed, and now Novikov used his own artillery to break up the German attacks as well as to inflict painful losses on Martinek's artillery. After a day of being pounded in no man's land, the Germans withdrew after suffering 500 casualties for no gain. 2 of the hardest-hit companies in JR 49 had been reduced to just 20 to 30 survivors each. The Romanian 1st Mountain Division also began an effort to seize 2 hilltops known as North Nose and Sugarloaf, which controlled a crossing site over the Chernaya River Valley. The initial small-scale attack was repulsed, but the Romanians were determined to contribute to the fall of Sevastopol. When he learned about the lack of success by the 30th Army Corps and the heavy losses suffered by the 28th Leichte Infantry Division, Manstein ordered Fretter-Pico to cease any further such piecemeal attacks and to concentrate his forces to seize limited objectives. Yet Fretter-Pico failed to form a Schwerpunkt in any one sector and spent the next 3 days committing the 28th Leichte Infantry Division to probing attacks against the 381st Rifle Regiment's positions around the Blagodat State Farm. Meanwhile, Fretter-Pico's other 2 infantry divisions sat on their hands for the first 4 days of Storfang. After 4 days of indecisive fighting, the 30th Army Corps had suffered over 1,000 casualties and seized none of its objectives. Novikov's troops had stood up very well during these opening days, inflicting heavy losses and mounting spirited counterattacks that knocked the Germans back on their heels. However, by June 11th, Manstein reckoned that it was time for Fretter-Pico's corps to begin larger-scale offensive operations. Thus, Fretter-Pico attacked the center of Novikov's front near Kamari with 3 battalions, 1st and 3rd IR 401 from Sanders' 170th Infantry Division, and 1st IR-266 from Müller-Gebhardt's 72nd Infantry Division. Supported by 8 assault guns from 2nd Sturmgeschützabteilung 249 and 13 PZ-3J tanks from Panzerabteilung FL 300. The attack on the right by 1st IR 401 near Chapel Hill went surprisingly well and succeeded in capturing Ruin Hill from the 602nd Rifle Regiment. The 2-battalion attack further south gained a few hundred yards before being stopped by counterattacks from the 782nd Rifle Regiment. By day's end, the Germans had formed 2 small salients north and south of the fortified town of Kamari, which was held by 2 battalions from the 778th Rifle Regiment. The next day, Müller-Gebhardt added in fresh troops from his IR-124 to reinforce the concentric attack against Kamari, which was being attacked from the east and the south. Martinek also focused most of the 30th Army Corps artillery against Kamari, which inflicted significant losses on the 778th Rifle Regiment. Novikov decided that the 778th Rifle Regiment was in poor shape and was uncertain that they could hold Kamari. This may have been one of those cases where ethnic prejudices against the combat capabilities of Caucasian troops helped to shape tactical decisions. In any case, Novikov decided upon the risky maneuver of a relief in place. He would pull out the 778th Rifle Regiment during the night of June 12th through 11th and replace them with steadier troops from his flank regiments. This was a difficult task for even veteran troops, and it did not go well in this case. The Germans detected movement around Kamari, and Müller-Gebhardt immediately launched an attack at 0430 hours with his IR-124. The Soviets had emplaced a dense obstacle belt in front of Kamari consisting of barbed wire and mines, but an obstacle's value is greatly reduced if it is not covered by fire. For reasons unclear, the 778th Rifle Regiment did not leave sufficient rear guards to cover the obstacles, and the pioneers attached to IR-124 were able to create lanes through the obstacles by 0700 hours. German artillery fire pounded the town, disrupting the Soviet relief in place. Jaeger Regiment 49 also launched a supporting attack against the 381st Rifle Regiment positions on Vermilion Hill, southwest of Kamari, which prevented them from transferring troops to help the 782nd Rifle Regiment. Under great pressure, the center of Novikov's line began to buckle. Fretter Pico requested Flieger Corps 8 to make a concerted effort against Novikov's reserve positions at Fort Kupa, which made it difficult for the Soviets to reinforce the threatened sector. The Germans knew from prisoner interrogations that the command posts of both the 602nd and the 782nd Rifle Regiments were located at Fort Kupa, which was about 1,300 yards behind the front line. By late afternoon on June 13th, with the Soviet defenses greatly weakened and their command and control disrupted, Fretter Pico put all his cards on the table. North of Kamari, Sanders massed all 3 battalions of IR-401 against the 602nd Rifle Regiment defending the Causeway Road just west of Ruin Hill. IR-401 was supplemented with assault guns, PZ-3J tanks, and a small mobile group comprised of bicycle infantry and a few armored cars. At 1600 hours he began his attack. Even though the 602nd Rifle Regiment was a veteran unit on good defensive terrain, it was quickly overwhelmed and forced to fall back. At this point, chaos and confusion took over the battle. Novikov probably tried to get his defeated regiments to withdraw to their secondary positions and form a new front, but troops were moving rearward with little direction. Sanders's mobile group aggravated the situation by aggressively pushing over half a mile down the Causeway Road, which turned the retreat of the 602nd Rifle Regiment into a stampede. Sensing a breakthrough, Sanders committed his reserve, 2nd IR-266, to pursue the broken enemy. Adding to the Soviet discomfiture, the 28th Leichte Infantry Division and the Romanian mountain troops mounted supporting attacks against the flanks of the breakthrough zone. Amazingly, 2nd IR-266 reached the outskirts of Fort Kupa by 1745 hours and began to methodically clear the position. Novikov's requested air support, and the VVS CHF flew some strafing runs against the Germans, but it was too late. By nightfall, both Kamari and Fort Kupa had fallen, and Fretter Pico's assault troops had created a deep salient in Novikov's lines. Hundreds of Soviet troops were captured in this debacle. Novikov could take solace in the fact that his flanks still held firm. The 381st Rifle Regiment on Rose Hill, and the Blagodat State Farm in the south, and Zhidelov's 7th Naval Infantry Brigade on the high ground overlooking the Chernaya River Valley in the north. Despite the temporary blowout in the center, most of the Soviet defenses were still solid and full of fight. Frederick decided to keep up the pressure on the weakened Soviet center while continuing fixing attacks on the flanks. On June 14th, Sanders committed part of Oberstleutnant Richard Daniel's IR-391 from reserve to reinforce the push westward, which now included elements of 2 regiments each from the 72nd and 170th Infanterie Divisionen. At the forefront of this advance was Oberleutnant der Reserve Georg Bittlingmeier, commander of 1st IR-391. It was unusual for a junior reserve officer to be leading an infantry battalion at this stage of the war, but Bittlingmeier was an unusual officer. No scion of Prussian gentry, Bittlingmeier had enlisted in the Reichswehr in 1921 and worked his way up to the NCO ranks. After the French campaign, he was awarded a reserve commission for his outstanding leadership qualities and then given command of a battalion in April 1942 when the previous officer was relieved. Photos show Bittlingmeier wearing a steel helmet instead of an officer's usual soft cap, and he had a scraggly beard. Here was a former NCO and trench rat that the troops respected and believed in. Bittlingmeier's own 18-year-old son also served in his battalion, another rarity in the Wehrmacht. Slowly the Germans advanced another 1,420 yards and reached the outskirts of the town of Kharkova by the next day. Novikov's line was bent back sharply, and the 381st Rifle Regiment in the Blagodat State Farm was nearly encircled. Although Novikov's troops dug in their heels on June 15th, they could not maintain this front line, and they lacked the resources for a major counterattack. On June 16th, Novikov finally bowed to the inevitable and evacuated the farm and Rose Hill, and he pulled his forces back 1,000 to 1,500 yards to create a shortened line that was centered on Kharkovka. Meanwhile, Stutelnik continued to hold on to his original front-line positions in Sector 2 against small-scale Romanian attacks. Frederick-Pico's forces pursued slowly, cautiously winding their way through minefields and mopping up small pockets of resistance. The main German advance was up the elevated Causeway Road, with troops in both the north and south valleys as well. On June 18th, Radfahr Abteilung 72, an ad hoc mounted unit under Major Karl Backe, was able to exploit a gap in Novikov's front and reach a position known as the Eagle's Perch, only half a mile from the Sapun Heights. However, Frederick-Pico's troops were spent after incurring 5,235 casualties between June 7th and June 20th, including 1,010 dead or missing. Frederick-Pico decided to revert to the defense on June 22nd until he could gather sufficient strength to assault the Sapun Heights. Novikov's losses were probably heavier, and the 388th Rifle Division was virtually demolished in the fighting withdrawal. At least 1,800 Soviet troops from Sector 1 were captured in this period. The heroic Colonel Pavel P. Gorpashenko, commander of the 8th Naval Infantry Brigade, was seriously wounded during this phase of the fighting and was evacuated. Regimental Commissar Prokofiev I. Silantev took over the brigade. The Romanian Mountain Corps finally made a major attack against Sector 2's defenses in the lower Chernaya River Valley on June 18th. The 1st Mountain Division struggled mightily for 3 days to gain control of 2 hilltops, North Nose and Sugarloaf, with the battle swinging back and forth as Zhidelov's 7th Naval Infantry Brigade and the 386th Rifle Division counterattacked regularly to retake any lost ground. Eventually, the Romanians were able to capture and hold both hills by June 20th, which helped to secure the 30th Army Corps' right flank. Lacking assault guns or extensive air support, the Romanians suffered thousands of casualties for these 2 small objectives. On June 21st, Frederick-Pico was able to gain 2 battalions of IR-420, which were temporarily loaned from Heeresgruppe to mount a sudden night attack on the Fedjukini Heights in conjunction with the Romanian 1st Mountain Division. Before Skutelnik could react, his single regiment on the heights was overwhelmed. the Axis had won a cheap tactical victory that put them one step closer to gaining the Sapun Heights. While the 30th Army Corps rested on June 22nd through 28th, Avramescu's Mountain Corps mounted a major effort to clear the Chernaya River Valley northeast of the Fejukini Heights. This was the first time in the Battle of Sevastopol that the Romanians employed all their forces, and they gradually eliminated several Soviet positions and forced the rest of Skutelnik's Sector 2 forces to retreat. Indeed, the Romanians made an important contribution at this point in mopping up positions that the Germans no longer had the forces to reduce themselves. By late June, Novikov's Sector 1 had been pushed back about 3 miles in the center, but he still had a firm grip on Balaklava in the south, while Skutelnik's troops held the Sapun Heights. During the fighting in the south, Soviet soldiers and small unit leaders had demonstrated great resiliency in positional warfare, and the German infantry had been able to make significant advances only when they had assault guns and air support. On the other hand, German regiment and division-level leaders had proven adept at exploiting fleeting opportunities made by enemy mistakes. This kind of combat dynamic shaped a battle that was characterized by heavy casualties and sudden spasms of maneuver. A brief lull settled over most sectors of the Sevastopol battlefield in late June as both sides prepared for the final act. Both the 30th and 54th Army Corps temporarily shifted to the defense as they reorganized their decimated assault troops. Richthofen and his Flieger Corps 8 staff had already left the Crimea on June 23rd, and some of the Luftwaffe units were departing as well, although the VVS-CHF was no longer able to contest air superiority over the city. The remaining Luftwaffe units were running out of bombs, meaning that bomber sorties were no longer flown with full loads. Zuckertort's largest artillery pieces, including Dora, the 2 Karl mortars, and the 42-centimeter howitzers, were no longer in the fight, having expended all their ammunition. Petrov's gunners were also running out of ammunition for their medium artillery, but there was still plenty of 76mm and 82mm ammunition. Hitler wanted Storfang completed by the end of June, as his main summer offensive, Fall Blau, was about to begin, and he wanted Manstein's AOK-11 to be available soon for employment outside the Crimea. For the frontline soldiers, most were appreciative still to be on their feet and have all their limbs after 3 weeks of intense combat. Victory or defeat was now within their grasp, but one more blood deposit was required. After the collapse of Sector 4, all forces that remained from Sector 2 fell back into the Martinovsky Ravine, southeast of the Serpentine Tunnel. The strongest unit, the 138th Naval Infantry Brigade, held the 2 railroad tunnels located on either side of the Serpentine and the western flank of Kolomiets perimeter. In the center, the 2nd Perekop and 79th Naval Infantry Brigade were both reduced to about 20% of their authorized strength. On the eastern end, the 25th Rifle Division still had 2 depleted rifle regiments and most of its artillery, but its right flank was open. Altogether, these forces amounted to perhaps 6,000 combat troops, and they blocked the direct path into Sevastopol from the north. Hansen's 54th Army Corps was in desperate need of rest and replacements, but he was still able to assemble some troops to keep the pressure on Kolomiets' forces. Schmidt's 50th Infantry Division was in the best shape of Hansen's 4 divisions, so he deployed that unit to clear the Serpentine and the Martinovsky Ravine, assisted by part of the 132nd Infantry Division and the Romanian 4th Mountain Division. By chance, 2 platoon leaders from the 138th Naval Infantry Brigade, Lieutenants Sultan Sultanov and Philip Onelichenko, deserted to the Germans and provided the IC of the 22nd Infantry Division with the strength and dispositions of the remaining Soviet troops around the Martinovsky Ravine. At 0530 hours on June 22nd, Hansen used this information to mount a carefully planned attack with the 50th Infantry Division, which overran the Serpentine and reached the railroad tunnel. German pioneers cleared out the tunnel with flamethrowers. Another German Stoßgruppe from the 132nd Infantry Division, assisted by assault guns from Sturmgeschutzabteilung 190, turned the 25th Rifle Division's open flank and advanced 1¼ miles. Heavy fighting raged around the Martinovsky Ravine on June 23rd, but the disorganized Soviet units were defeated piecemeal, with at least 725 captured. The equivalent of 4 battalions' worth of troops escaped southward to Inkerman, but the 345th Rifle Division was trapped on the north side of the bay and overrun. Much of the Soviet divisional artillery was lost in the retreat to the Inkerman position due to a lack of prime movers. As a result of this defeat, Petrov massed what little infantry and artillery he had left to hold Inkerman, with almost nothing in reserve. In the south, the defense was dependent upon holding the Sapun Heights. During June 24th through 28th, both sides licked their wounds and prepared for the final round. 3 Black Sea Fleet destroyers succeeded in bringing in Major Sergei E. Kovalov's 142nd Naval Infantry Brigade over the course of 2 nights, the last reinforcements to reach Sevastopol. However, Kovalov's 3,550 troops were not intended to reinforce the front line, but to establish a defensive perimeter around the port in case an evacuation became necessary. The Stavka was already beginning to consider an evacuation if Petrov could not hold the city and wanted to salvage troops for use in the Caucasus. Yet Petrov was now so short of troops that he committed 5 construction battalions to reinforce the defenses at Inkerman. Thousands of his troops were wounded and in the 47th Medical Battalion's hospital, which was located in the champagne factory and catacombs at Inkerman. Now this hospital was on the front line, and there was no way to move large numbers of wounded. Most of his divisions no longer existed as such and were reduced to regimental-size battle groups. Furthermore, Petrov's air and artillery support was now minimal, and it was clear that no more reinforcements would make it through the Luftwaffe's blockade. Although Manstein had gradually destroyed Petrov's defenses piece by piece in the first 3 weeks of Storfang, the offensive was rapidly approaching a culminating point where it would no longer have the strength to overwhelm the final defenses. Ironically, the Soviet defensive position at Inkerman was a natural fortress, far stronger than anything that the 54th Army Corps had overcome yet. Inkerman had very steep, rocky cliffs that overlooked both the road and rail bridges over the upper Chernaya River. Remnants of the 25th Rifle Division still held the Gaetani Heights just across the river from Inkerman, which acted as a ravelin. Any attacking troops would have to cross 500 yards of open ground, most of which was marsh-like and laced with anti-personnel mines, then cross an 80-yard-wide river under fire. Even if the Germans could cross the Chernaya River, the cliffs at Inkerman were up to 100 yards higher than the river valley and consisted of vertical rock faces, making rapid ascent impossible. If anything, Inkerman was a mission for glider troops, but Manstein did not have any. Faced with a tough enemy defensive position, Manstein adopted his standard solutions to such intractable problems: risk and maneuver. Manstein knew that Petrov's forces were in bad shape as well, and that the Soviet commander would mass everything he had left to hold Inkerman and the Gaetani Heights. However, Petrov could not possibly protect the entire length of the southern side of Severnaya Bay, and Manstein believed that an assault crossing of the bay might catch the Soviets flat-footed and cause the defense at Inkerman to collapse, just as had occurred during Operation Trappenjagd. When Manstein raised this idea with Hansen and Wolf, whose 22nd Infantry Division would have to mount the crossing, they were aghast. Wolf's division was completely spent, with fewer than 400 infantrymen still combat-ready. Even the energetic Holtitz was badly wounded in the arm. Hitzfeld's IR-213 was attached to the 22nd Infantry Division, but having suffered 70% losses, it too was judged unsuitable for attack missions. Nevertheless, the 902nd and 905 Sturmbote Commando assembled a total of 130 assault boats, which were enough to move 1 battalion across the bay at a time, each crossing taking at least 20 minutes. Hansen and Wolf believed it highly likely that the Soviets would detect a night crossing, and even a few machine guns and mortars would be enough to decimate the single assault battalion. Or worse, 1 battalion might make it across, then find itself isolated and overwhelmed once the Soviets reacted to the landing. Yet Manstein knew that he had neither the time nor the resources to blast his way through Inkerman, so he ordered Hansen and Wolf to begin preparations for the crossing. In order to further increase the chances of a Soviet collapse, he ordered Hansen to prepare an assault upon Inkerman with the 50th Infantry Division when the time was right, and for Frter Pico's entire 30th Army Corps and the Romanians to simultaneously attack Novikov's forces on the Sapun Heights. Manstein reckoned that one last all-out attack by AOK-11 would break Petrov's defenses. If it did not, AOK-11 would be fought out and unable to complete its mission. Petrov and Oktyabrskyi were aware of the possibility of enemy landings, but did not expect them in Sevastopol. Instead, they were worried about an effort to outflank the defenses at Balaklava, and Manstein fed this fear by ordering Mimbeli's MAS boats to demonstrate off Cape Fiolent on the night of June 27th through 28th. Italian naval activity near Balaklava was duly reported to Petrov and Oktyabrskyi, who then alerted Morgunov's coastal defenses in that area. However, the southern shore of Severnaya Bay was guarded only by the survivors of Potapov's 79th Naval Infantry Brigade and the 2nd Perekop Naval Infantry Regiment, which together numbered no more than 600 to 800 troops. At 0200 hours on the night of June 28th-29th, German pioneers began to lay a smoke screen on the north side of Severnaya Bay to conceal the activity of the assault boats being brought to the water's edge and the troop loading. Overhead, German aircraft noisily attacked the area around Inkerman to further distract the defenders. On the northern side of the bay, 380 troops from Kampfgruppe Buse. Choltitz had been wounded in the arm, and Buse temporarily took over the assault elements of IR-16, while Choltitz remained on the north side of the bay, loaded into the assault boats and started across. No artillery preparation was made in order to avoid alerting the Soviets on the southern side of the bay. It must have been a very tense and weird experience as the first wave of German troops made their way across the bay, threading their way through half-sunken ships and wreckage in the water, and expecting enemy flares and automatic weapons fire at any moment. Yet Potapov's sailors, who were spread very thinly along the coast, were not terribly alert and did not detect the crossing until it was too late. Around 0220 hours, the first German assault troops landed on the southern side of Severnaya Bay and quickly scrambled up the heights above the beach. One of Potapov's positions overlooked the landing site, but the troops, exhausted after weeks of combat, were apparently asleep, and the Germans stealthily approached and then eliminated the outpost before it could raise an alarm. The assault boats then turned around and went back for the second wave, which consisted of Kampfgruppe Schitting, IR-65, and then a third wave consisting of Kampfgruppe Hitzfeld. It was not until 0300 hours, by which point over 700 German troops were on the south side of Severnaya Bay, that Potapov became aware of the landings, when several of his outposts began firing red flares. The Soviet naval infantrymen began firing at boats in the water as well as troops on the shore, but the Germans had already seized a viable beachhead. Once Potapov's men were driven off the high ground overlooking the beaches, they could no longer bring direct fire upon the crossing sites. Soviet artillery fire damaged a quarter of the assault boats, but the crossing had cost the German pioneers only 2 boats destroyed, 4 men killed, and 29 wounded. In a major coup, the German assault troops succeeded in capturing Sevastopol's power plant, which brought an end to electrical power in the city. The next morning, the wounded Choltitz crossed the bay at 1000 hours in order to lead his regiment in the final fight for Sevastopol. Off to the south, flashes began lining the eastern shore as Frter Pico's 30th Army Corps began its assault on Sapun Ridge. When Martinek began his 60-minute artillery preparation, he had an advantage. Prisoner interrogations had revealed the exact location of Skutelnik's 386th Rifle Division command post on the heights. The opening salvos landed squarely atop Skutelnik's command post, severely wounding him and his commissar, as well as disrupting Soviet command and control on the Sapun Heights. Next, Werfer Regiment 70 laid a blanket of high-explosive and smoke rockets on the Sapun Heights, focusing on the area held by the 775th Rifle Regiment and the 7th Naval Infantry Brigade. Frter Pico had assigned Sanders the mission of storming the heights, and he had formed a special assault force consisting of 3 infantry battalions, 1st and 3rd IR-399 and 2nd IR-420, supported by the assault guns of 2nd Sturmgeschützabteilung 249, a company of PZ-3 tanks, Pioneers, and flak guns. While Martinek's barrage was still impacting on the ridge, the 3 assault battalions began to move forward, but they suffered casualties from unsuppressed Soviet mortars and machine gunners on the ridgeline. However, the assault troops moved in rapidly and infiltrated through weak points in the defenses. By 0340 hours, the German troops had reached the Soviet trenches on top of the Sapun Heights and began close-quarter fighting in the positions of the 7th Naval Infantry Brigade. Adding to the Soviet discomfiture, the Romanian 1st Mountain Division simultaneously launched a 5-battalion attack against the left flank of Skutelnik's 386th Rifle Division at the village of Novoshuli. The Romanian mountain troops engaged in house-to-house fighting in Novoshuli and cleared the objective by 0730 hours. Once both Petrov's flanks were reeling from simultaneous blows, Manstein ordered Schmidt's 50th Infantry Division to begin its attack at Inkerman at 0400 hours. Initially, Schmidt began by committing his IR-121 to clear the open areas north of Inkerman held by the combat outposts of the 138th Naval Infantry Brigade. Surprisingly, Soviet resistance began to melt away. So at 0505 hours, Schmidt brought Kampfgruppe Walter, IR-32 and IR-122, and IR-123 into the fight to clear the Gaetani Heights and prepare to assault across the Chernaya River. Oberleutnant Erich Barenfanger continued to aggressively lead 3rd IR-123, despite being wounded for the 3rd time. But it was Major Willy Marienfeld's 2nd IR-123 that was the first to cross from Gaetani to Inkerman. The 47-year-old Marienfeld was an unusual battalion commander. He had fought at Verdun in 1916 and was twice awarded the Iron Cross, but had left the Wehrmacht after World War I and became a teacher. Returning in 1939, Marienfeld proved himself again in Poland, France, and the Balkans. As Schmidt was moving against Inkerman, Fretter-Pico sensed that Sanders' 3 assault battalions were creating a breakthrough on the Sapun Heights. So he committed his reserve, IR-105, to exploit this success. Far away in his command post, Petrov could not ascertain exactly what was going on, but he knew that his troops were under attack virtually everywhere. These were critical moments for Petrov, but he was uncertain what to do or where to commit his meager reserves. There were 6 T-26 light tanks from the 81st Separate Tank Battalion near the Severnaya Bay landings, but perhaps Potapov exaggerated the scale of the German landings. Some reports suggested that only a handful of enemy paratroopers had landed near the bay. Petrov decided to wait for daylight and more information. As the sun came up, the Luftwaffe arrived in force to blast the Soviet positions at Inkerman and the artillery atop the Sapun Heights. Sanders' assault units, reinforced by IR-105 and then IR-391, were tearing a wide breach in the now leaderless 386th Rifle Division. Many troops from the 386th Rifle Division simply abandoned their positions and ran as the Germans closed in. The former NCO turned battalion commander, Oberleutnant der Reserve Georg Bittlingmeier, led his first IR-391 onto the Sapun Heights and succeeded in capturing a large bunker. But he was mortally wounded during the climax of the battle. Manstein unveiled another trick at 0605 hours. He had brought up IR-42 and IR-72 from the 46th Infantry Division at Kerch, another calculated risk, to mount an attack across the middle section of the Chernaya River between Inkerman and the Sapun Heights. This sector was held by the 8th Naval Infantry Brigade. Despite some intense defensive fire, the 2 German regiments were able to cross the river and begin enveloping the 8th NIB. Once Soviet resistance along the river was revealed to be weaker than expected, Schmidt sent the 3rd IR-123 across the river, and this battalion was able to seize an old Crimean War-era fort south of Inkerman by 0700 hours. By 0715 hours, Soviet resistance on the Sapun Heights was broken, and Sanders' units fanned out to roll up the entire Soviet southern defensive line. Petrov's defenses began to crumble everywhere, all at once, as troops realized that German troops had broken through the final line of defense and were advancing upon the city. All thought now turned from fight to flight. Despite the presence of nearly 5,000 Soviet troops around Inkerman, Schmidt's 50th Infantry Division seized the Chernaya River bridges and the heights overlooking them by noon on June 29th. Thousands of Soviet troops remained isolated in pockets of resistance, but Hansen ordered Schmidt to ignore them for the moment and, instead, send Kampfgruppe Walter to link up with the beachhead on Severnaya Bay. Potapov's naval infantrymen failed to seriously interfere with the German beachhead, which had grown to 4 regimental Kampfgruppen, reinforced with Panzerjägers and flak by the time that Kampfgruppe Walter reached them around 1700 hours. At this point, Manstein directed Hansen and Fretter-Pico to spend the rest of the day mopping up isolated Soviet units before moving toward the city itself. Fretter-Pico did send Jaeger Regiment 49 in pursuit, and they reached the Old English Cemetery by nightfall. The day had been a debacle for Petrov and a triumph for Manstein. Over 4,700 prisoners had been taken, and, aside from the uncommitted 142nd Naval Infantry Brigade, which might have played a significant role if used to counterattack the landing in Severnaya Bay, Petrov had no formed units left near the city. Novikov's 109th Rifle Division was still relatively intact, but concentrated around Balaklava. German losses for June 29th had totaled 1,227, including 135 dead, between both corps. During the night of June 29th through 30th, many Soviet troops who had been cut off by the German breakthroughs tried to reach the city, resulting in a night of sporadic skirmishing. The entire staff of the 25th Rifle Division was still in the cellar of the champagne factory at Inkerman, collocated near the 47th Medical Battalion's hospital, which had 2,000 wounded soldiers inside. Kolometz and his staff succeeded in exfiltrating in the darkness through the German lines to reach Sevastopol, abandoning their troops and the wounded. However, Lieutenant Colonel Sergei R. Gusarov, commander of the 3rd Naval Infantry Regiment, made an incredible decision before leaving the champagne factory. He ordered his sappers to detonate stores of ammunition hidden in the catacombs so that they would not fall into German hands. Gusarov made this decision without any thought for the wounded in the hospital, and when the ammunition detonated, an entire section of the cliff face collapsed, burying the Soviet hospital under the rubble. By happenstance, a German reconnaissance team from Aufklärungsabteilung 132 that was approaching the champagne factory was also killed by the explosion. On the neighboring Gaetani Heights, German observers were shocked to see the massive explosions, and prisoners soon revealed Gusarov's complicity in this gruesome incident. The destruction of the Inkerman depot eliminated much of the Maritime Army's last ammunition reserves. Gusarov also ordered a group of 50 soldiers to drag howitzers that had been abandoned near Inkerman. When they refused, he had them executed. By 1800 hours on June 29th, it was apparent that Sevastopol's defenses had been breached and that the city could no longer be held. Petrov and Oktyabrski ordered most of the division and brigade commanders to report to Coastal Battery No. 35, which left their units without senior leadership. Then they updated the Stavka on the day's events. After some deliberation, at 0950 hours the next morning, the Stavka authorized the evacuation of Sevastopol. Stalin personally ordered all senior military and political leaders to leave the city as soon as possible. Once word of the evacuation got out, Petrov later admitted that panic began to spread among the officers and chaos took over. No more food or ammunition reached the frontline troops, so many began to abandon their positions. Some units began to sabotage equipment in order to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. At Cape Fiolent, air defense troops pushed 2 RUS-2 radars off a cliff into the sea. On the Sapun Heights, Fretter-Pico's 30th Army Corps completed mopping up operations and began to push toward Sevastopol's outskirts with both the 28th Leichte Infantry Division and Sanders' 170th Infantry Division. The 28th Leichte Infantry Division succeeded in capturing the English cemetery, which had been converted into a Soviet artillery position. Realizing that he was about to be cut off, Novikov abandoned Balaklava and force-marched his 109th Rifle Division toward Coastal Battery No. 35 on the Crimean Peninsula. Novikov was able to form a tenuous perimeter near the battery, protecting the airstrip at Crimean, which was the last link with Novorossiysk. Amazingly, a few Li-2, license-built copies of the American DC-3 transports made it through to the airstrip, delivering 12 tons of ammunition and some food, but this was a drop in the ocean. The last 17 operational aircraft from 3rd OAG, including 6 Yak-1 fighters and 7 IL-2 Sturmoviks, flew out of the airstrip that afternoon to the Caucasus, leaving Sevastopol without any air defense. Meanwhile, Hansen's 54th Army Corps spent the day mopping up around Inkerman, but was pushing into the outskirts of Sevastopol by nightfall. Prisoners were now falling into Axis hands in large numbers as Soviet resistance crumbled. At 2000 hours on June 30th, the Military Council of the Black Sea Fleet held its last meeting in Sevastopol in a casemate at Coastal Battery No. 35. Oktyabrskyi, Petrov, and Morgunov voted to evacuate the city as soon as transport arrived. Senior military and political leaders, including Boris A. Borisov and his KOS, would be included, but the council decided that the Black Sea Fleet would be unable to evacuate any of the troops or the wounded. Oddly, no effort was made to use the 142nd NIB for its intended purpose of securing an evacuation site, and Oktyabrskyi ruled out any large-scale evacuation as unfeasible. Petrov designated Novikov as the new commander of the Maritime Army, which was clearly being abandoned by its leadership. A group of Li-2 transports flew in from the Caucasus after midnight, but their appearance caused a mad scramble for the planes. A VVS major put in charge of organizing the airlift was one of the first on board, and groups of sailors appeared, using their fists to fight their way onto the aircraft. Oktyabrskyi and General Major Alexei P. Ermolov, Chief of Rear Services, managed to get on one transport, and all the aircraft flew out by 0130 hours on July 1st. Once the aircraft left, Petrov and the rest of the senior leadership had to make their way through a crowd of nearly 10,000 soldiers, sailors, and civilians that had gathered around Battery No. 35. After more pushing and shoving, and one can imagine the faces of men watching their leaders abandon them, Petrov and his leadership cadre went through a tunnel in the battery to reach a jetty at the base of the cliff. There, small boats took them out to 2 submarines that had surfaced. The SHCH-209 was the first to arrive and departed with 63 personnel at 0259 hours, followed by the L-23 at 0847 hours with 107 men. Altogether, about 200 senior leaders escaped Sevastopol, including Petrov, Morgunov, Kolomiets, 25th RD, Kapitokin, 95th RD, Laskin, 172nd RD, Shvarev, 388th RD, Zhidilov, 7th NIB, and Potapov, 79th NIB. Shortly after the Soviet leadership fled, German infantry from Oberst Ernst Meisel's IR-42 began advancing into the shattered and burning ruins of Sevastopol, followed by IR-72. Captain Lieutenant Alexei P. Matyukin's battery of 2 130mm guns located on the edge of the city on the Malakoff Hill fired as long as they could against advancing troops, but was overrun when it ran out of ammunition. Matyukin was captured. Nearby, the armored train Zheleznyakov was found abandoned in a tunnel. There was negligible resistance inside the city. By 1313 hours, a German flag was flying over the southern part of the city, and by 1400 hours, Axis troops were pouring in. Major Willy Marienfeld, commander of 2nd IR-123, reached the center of the city and radioed his division command post that the target was reached. In an awkward moment for Axis cooperation, Manstein tried to prevent the Romanians from participating in this photo moment. He wanted the fall of Sevastopol to be seen as a purely German victory. But a column from the 4th Mountain Division ignored German orders, made its way into the city, and hoisted a Romanian flag on the prominent Nakhimov monument. Over 12,000 Soviet prisoners were taken on July 1st, and by the end of the day most of the city was in Axis hands. At 2100 hours, Berlin radio announced the fall of Sevastopol to the world. As the Germans moved into Sevastopol, they encountered numerous Soviet wounded as well as civilians. The treatment of these individuals depended upon the unit. Choltitz, having won a splendid reputation as commander of IR-16 throughout the Crimean campaign, was not about to spoil that reputation with war crimes against a vanquished foe. He ordered his troops to ignore the standing order to execute commissars and directed his medical personnel to treat Soviet wounded. However, other German units were less chivalrous and treated Soviet wounded in expedient fashion, with a bullet. Later, Choltitz recalled that 30,000 Jews were executed after the fall of Sevastopol, although most of these were probably Soviet POWs and local communist officials. Novikov retreated into the Crimean Peninsula with about 50,000 troops from the Maritime Army and the naval base, intent upon making a last stand. The peninsula, which was about 5 miles long and a mile wide, was very heavily fortified, but Coastal Battery No. 35 had expended its last rounds on July 1st. The only reasonably intact Soviet units were Major Nikulshin's 1st Battalion from 9th NIB, which had been assigned to defend the Khersonis airstrip, and a VVS CHF Security Battalion. As Sanders' 170th Infantry Division approached the Khersonis, they did not expect much resistance, but were astounded when the survivors of the 386th and 388th Rifle Divisions mounted a powerful counterattack at 1700 hours against the vanguard of IR-399 and IR-401, which inflicted 600 casualties. Thereafter, Fretter Pico resolved to simply seal off the Soviet forces in the Khersonis and rely upon artillery and aerial bombardment to finish them off. Yet the Soviet mood for a suicidal last stand evaporated quickly. Captain Alexander Leschenko, commander of Coastal Battery No. 35, decided to detonate the powder magazines on the night of July 1st through 2nd, which completely demolished the battery and its turrets. Could the Black Sea Fleet have conducted a Dunkirk-style evacuation from the Kherson Peninsula and saved thousands of Soviet troops? If Oktyabrskyi had committed the entire fleet, it is likely that a sizable number of troops could have been evacuated over several nights, although the fleet would have suffered damage. Yet Oktyabrskyi was unwilling to lose more warships and rejected the idea of an evacuation. Nevertheless, a number of small craft from Gorshkov's Azov flotilla made runs to the Khersonis at night to try and extract some survivors. At least 2 minesweepers, a survey vessel, 3 trawlers, and 10 MO-4 type sub-chasers made runs to Cape Khersonis during July 2nd through 4th, saving several hundred members of the garrison. When the MO-4 sub-chaser SKA-112 arrived around 0100 hours on July 2nd, Novikov decided that discretion was the better part of valor and boarded it in an attempt to escape, but he had no luck. Off Yalta, SKA-112 was intercepted by Bernbacher's S-boats, and after a running fight, the Soviet vessel was sunk and Novikov was captured. However, Nikolai Blagoveshchensky, commander of the 9th NIB, succeeded in evading the Axis dragnet aboard another MO-4 boat and made it to Novorossiysk. Several small craft were sunk or damaged by German air attacks, but the Axis blockade was not effective in stopping many of these vessels. A tugboat loaded with 77 troops made for the Turkish coast. Under Soviet diplomatic pressure, the Turks allowed the vessel to proceed through their coastal waters to Batumi. The remnants of the coastal army died a slow death in the Khersonis Peninsula, clustered around the airstrip and the lighthouse. One of those lost in this final stand was Lieutenant Colonel Sergei R. Gusarov, commander of 3rd NIR, whose orders had resulted in the death of many Soviet wounded at Inkerman just 4 days before. When German troops finally broke into the Khersonis, the last Soviet survivors huddled beneath the cliffs, while the Germans tossed hand grenades at them. Another Soviet group, formed around Lieutenant Colonel Gerasimos A. Rubtsov's 456th Rifle Regiment, NKVD, made a last stand around Coastal Battery No. 18, but were finally eliminated. By the evening of July 4th, all Soviet organized resistance in the Crimea was finished. The next day, Manstein presided over an Axis victory parade at Livadia to commemorate the conquest of the Crimea. Major Nikolshin and 11 of his naval infantrymen managed to escape the Khersonis in a small boat, and rowed across the Black Sea to internment in Turkey. The fall of Sevastopol released AOK-11 for reassignment to other fronts, the only occasion in the Russo-German War where a complete German army became available, which was a unique opportunity. But AOK-11 was in no condition to accomplish any follow-on missions. The 33-day Battle of Sevastopol had cost AOK-11 a total of 35,866 German casualties, including 5,786 dead or missing, or about 18% of its starting strength. All 4 infantry divisions in Hansen's 54th Army Corps had suffered at least 30% casualties, and their infantry battalions were almost all reduced to combat ineffective status. Losses among officers and NCOs were particularly severe, with over 200 officers killed and 570 wounded. It would take months to replace these small unit leaders. In Choltitz's IR-16, one of the best regiments in AOK-11, there were only 347 troops still fit for duty from an original strength of 3,000 men in June 1941. Oberleutnant Erich Barenfanger's 3rd IR-123 was reduced to only 169 troops after the battle, and the 1st IR-121, which suffered over 70% casualties, was reduced to a battle strength of just 70 men. Unable to replace these losses, most of the German infantry divisions were forced to eliminate 1 battalion from each regiment and transfer the survivors to the 2 remaining battalions, which made for less capable divisions. Indeed, the divisions that Hitler received back from the Crimea were not the same ones that he had sent there in September 1941. Even among the troops who were not wounded, the effects of a month of sustained close-quarter fighting in terrain strewn with corpses rotting in the hot Crimean sun was catastrophic. Many, such as Barenfanger, came down with the Volhynian fever, or trench fever, which laid them up for 1 or 2 months. Among the few soldiers still on their feet, they were granted local leave to enjoy the beaches at Yalta, no longer under regular nightly bombardment from Soviet destroyers, and to swill captured Crimean wine. A few, such as Gottlob Biedermann, were granted furloughs to return to Germany. As was customary after a big, costly battle, the surviving victorious troops went on a week-long binge to forget their experiences. Manstein excused himself from the Crimea, first to collect his Generalfeldmarshal's baton from a grateful Führer, then to go on holiday in Romania. Hitler hoped that once AOK-11 had rested and received replacements, it could be employed either to reinforce the advance into the Caucasus by Heeresgruppe A, or to reinforce Heeresgruppe Nord for Operation Georg to capture Leningrad. Yet it took far longer to rehabilitate these divisions than expected, and none were ready to redeploy until late August. Then, inexplicably, AOK-11's component formations were split up. The 24th and 28th Leichte, 132nd and 170th Infanterie Divisionen, were sent with Manstein to Leningrad, but Georg was cancelled, and they were used to block a Soviet offensive that sought to open a corridor to the besieged city. The 72nd Infanterie Division was diverted to reinforce AOK-9 at Rzhev, and the 46th and 50th Infanterie Divisionen were kept in the Crimea until October 1942, then sent to the Caucasus just as the advance there was sputtering out. Amazingly, Wolf's 22nd Infanterie Division was sent to garrison Crete, a complete waste of a fine infantry unit, but probably also an indication that heavy losses had made the unit unsuited for further offensive use. Thus, instead of being used en masse to achieve some operationally significant task, AOK-11 was broken up and its veteran divisions scattered. Yet, if instead AOK-11 had been completely rebuilt and kept together, it would have provided Hitler and the OKH with a very powerful strategic reserve. This could have been a real game-changer when the crisis at Stalingrad developed in November 1942. The fact that the Romanian army had also bled considerably for Sevastopol, suffering a total of 8,454 casualties, including 1,874 dead or missing during Starfang, received considerably less attention from the German propaganda machine, which sought to portray the victory at Sevastopol as primarily a German triumph. the Romanian troops were afforded less opportunity to enjoy the fruits of victory. Instead, they were assigned to hunt down any of Petrov's troops who had escaped through the ring around Sevastopol before it fell, in an effort to reach the partisans in the mountains or to guard the long coastlines. German officers turned a blind eye to the post-battle drunkenness and looting of their own soldiers, but loudly complained if Romanian troops were caught doing the same. Sevastopol itself was a burning, smashed ruin when the Axis entered the city, with gas mains shattered, no electricity, and rubble preventing vehicles from driving down streets. It would take a tremendous cleanup effort to restore even minimal functions to the city. On the Soviet side, the entire maritime army had been destroyed, with 7 rifle divisions and 6 naval infantry units lost. Altogether, German sources indicate that they captured 97,000 Soviet prisoners, of which about 1/3 were wounded, which would suggest that about 18,000 Soviet soldiers and sailors died in the final battle for Sevastopol. What exactly happened to these prisoners is not exactly clear, but the survival rate for Soviet prisoners captured in 1941-42 was very low. Data from AOK-11 records for July indicate that 36,000 prisoners were transported to Dnipropetrovsk, 76,000 remained in AOK-11's POW cages, likely including some leftover from Trappenyegd, and 5,000 were Hilfsvilliger, who volunteered to serve as laborers to repair infrastructure in the Crimea. Many of the Hiwis were Ukrainians or Caucasian troops who had little loyalty for the Soviet regime. However, it appears that many Soviet prisoners, such as commissars and other designated enemies of the Reich, were turned over to the SD for summary execution, and their bodies buried in the anti-tank ditches on Mackenzievi Mountain or in the numerous bomb craters scarring the local landscape. The loss of the Crimea was a bitter blow for Stalin, who had believed reports that Sevastopol was impregnable. Coming so soon after the stunning defeat at Kerch, he was dumbfounded that Manstein's AOK-11 had captured the entire region so quickly. In Stalin's mind, this kind of defeat could be explained only by criminal negligence, treachery, or both, but recriminations could wait. Foremost in his mind was the necessity of concealing from the Soviet people the fact that Sevastopol's troops and civilians had been abandoned by their military and party leadership. That could hurt morale, so that the truth would be carefully whitewashed from history for many decades to come. Instead, Stalin mandated that revenge was the order of the day, and that the liberation of the Crimea would be a priority when the Soviet counteroffensive began. Despite losing his entire army, Petrov was given command of the survivors of the 44th Army that had escaped from Kerch in May, and he was instructed to prepare the defenses of the northern Caucasus. Oktyabrski remained as commander of the Black Sea Fleet, although his star was much diminished, while Gorshkov's was beginning to rise. Altogether, the conquest of the Crimea, from the attack at Perekop to the fall of Sevastopol, cost AOK-11 over 96,000 casualties, including 21,600 dead or missing. When the Romanian army's 19,000 casualties are added in, it is clear that the Axis suffered at least 115,000 casualties in the Crimea in 1941-42. However, a far more important cost to the Axis cause was the loss of valuable time and resources poured into securing what amounted to a secondary objective. The diversion of so much Luftwaffe and artillery firepower to reduce Sevastopol was a luxury that the Wehrmacht in Russia could ill afford. Soviet losses in the Crimea in 1941-42 were catastrophic. 5 armies destroyed, and with overall casualties approaching 500,000. Even worse, the Soviets failed to achieve any of their operational-level objectives in the Crimea in 1941-42, and that theater proved to be a bottomless pit for resources. Nevertheless, the Soviet Union could better afford the manpower and resources wasted in pursuit of holding the Crimea than the Third Reich could afford the cost of seizing it. The German conquest of the Crimea would prove to be both expensive and, ultimately, empty. Chapter 7. The German occupation of the Crimea, 1942 to 1944. The Crimea should be freed from all foreigners and inhabited by Germans. Adolf Hitler, July 19, 1941. The Judeo-Bolshevik system should be destroyed once and for all so that it never threatens our vital European space. The German soldier should understand the necessity of punishing the Jews, the carriers of the very spirit of Bolshevik terror. Erich von Manstein, Top Secret Directive to AOK-11, November 20, 1941. The Wehrmacht did not come to the Crimea to liberate its population, but to take control over a region that was regarded as having strategic, military, and economic value, and then exploit it for the benefit of the Third Reich. Hitler was particularly adamant that those members of the local population who were designated enemies of the Third Reich, Jews, Gypsies, Communists, and uncooperative Slavs, would be eliminated, while the survivors would be put to work repairing war damage and paving the way for German colonization of the Crimea. Generalplan Ost, the master plan for ethnic cleansing in the Soviet Union, envisioned the elimination of two-thirds of the Ukrainian population within a few decades after a German victory, and their replacement by Volksdeutsche colonists. Hitler envisioned the Crimea as eventually being transformed into Gottengau, a Germans-only Black Sea resort, with autobahns being built by forced labor to provide access for German tourists in a future post-war world. There was no room in this exalted vision of the Crimea for non-Germans, so their removal became an important prerequisite to realize Hitler's dream. As AOK-11 moved into the Crimea in November 1941, it was followed by SS Gruppenführer Otto Ohlendorf's Einsatzgruppe D. This 600-man unit, not including local auxiliaries, was already responsible for the murder of over 40,000 civilians in Ukraine during the first 4 months of Operation Barbarossa. Although some German sources have attempted to portray Einsatzgruppe activity as unrelated to Wehrmacht operations, Einsatzgruppe D was attached directly to AOK-11 and was dependent upon it for logistical support. The Koruk 553, Commander, Army Rear Areas, under Generalleutnant Heinrich Döhler, which was established to operate the logistical network behind Manstein's AOK-11 in the Crimea, regularly provided resources to Einsatzgruppe D. Furthermore, Manstein issued his top-secret directive to AOK-11's senior leadership on November 20, 1941, which identified Jews and Bolsheviks as one and the same, and directed his troops to cooperate with repressive measures. Ohlendorf also met with Manstein and his staff frequently, both for coordination purposes and social reasons. Ohlendorf and Manstein both enjoyed playing bridge. There was also a certain amount of horse trading between the Wehrmacht and the SS. Ohlendorf would ask Manstein for trucks and ammunition to support his special actions, while Manstein asked Ohlendorf to provide AOK-11 with winter clothing and wristwatches from the victims. When the Germans first entered the Crimea, the region's population numbered just under 1 million, of which roughly 65,000 to 85,000 were considered Jews under Nazi legal statutes. There were two small subgroups, the Krimchaks, whom the SS regarded as Jews, and the Karaites, whom the SS designated as non-Jews, who had adopted elements of Tatar language and customs. Initially, Ohlendorf had to send half his small unit to support Kleist's push towards Rostov, and entered the Crimea with 2 company-sized Sonderkommandos. He set up his group command post in Simferopol, not far from Manstein's headquarters, just 2 weeks after AOK-11 occupied the city. Given the small numbers of personnel he had at his disposal, he spent the first week gathering information about the Jewish population and communist sympathizers in the Crimea. Ohlendorf was quick to note in his regular reports to Berlin that the local Tatars were positively inclined towards the German occupying forces and willing to provide information about the Reich's enemies. It was at this point that the memory of Ozet and the Red Terror hung like a noose about the neck of the Jewish community in the Crimea. Ohlendorf moved first against Feodosia and Kerch, which had only recently been cleared of Red Army units. In Feodosia, Ohlendorf's men began registering and then liquidating about 1,000 persons over the course of a few weeks. But in Kerch he began the Crimean Holocaust in earnest. All Jews in Kerch were ordered to report to Haymarket Square in the center of the city for registration on November 29, 1941. About 7,000 civilians went to the square and were promptly arrested. Women and girls who were particularly attractive were separated from the group and detained elsewhere. They were raped by men from the SS Sonderkommando and then shot. The bulk of the arrested population were moved by trucks borrowed from the 42nd Army Corps to Bagerovo, 2.5 miles west of Kerch, on December 1st. There, the SS had set up an execution area in an abandoned Red Army anti-tank ditch. On a crisp December morning, with the ground lightly dusted with snow, the SS brought groups of civilians to the ditch, shot them, and tossed the bodies in. Approximately 7,000 civilians were murdered by Ohlendorf's men at Bagerovo. As usual, there were a few survivors who escaped. By chance, this area was liberated by Soviet troops just a month later, before the Germans had the opportunity to conceal evidence, and they found the anti-tank ditch for the length of a kilometer, 4 meters wide and to a depth of 2 meters, filled with dead bodies of women, children, the elderly, and adolescents. Near the trench there were frozen puddles of blood. The area was also littered with children's hats, toys, ribbons, torn-off buttons, gloves, bottles with nipples, shoes, galoshes, arms, legs, and other body parts. All this was splattered with blood and brains. After Kerch, Ohlendorf concentrated his personnel for a major action against the Jewish population and communists in the Simferopol area. Ohlendorf requested military police, 25 trucks, and ammunition from Kurix 553 in order to conduct the operation, and Generalleutnant Dola provided them. A company of military policemen from Feldgendarmerie Abteilung 683 were to help round up Jews in Simferopol, and then secure the execution site, located at an old Soviet anti-tank ditch 9 miles northeast of Simferopol. While 20 personnel from Gruppe Geheime Feldpolizei 647, Secret Field Police, were chosen to assist the executioners. Ohlendorf put Sturmbannführer Werner Braune and his Sonderkommando 11B in charge of the operation at Simferopol. The roundups began in Simferopol in early December, and Braune's unit executed approximately 1,500 Krimchaks and 600 Gypsies on December 9th through 10th. However, the main killing began on December 13th and continued for several days. The total number of civilians murdered at Simferopol was approximately 12,000 to 14,000. Not only did Wehrmacht troops participate in the massacres, but army leaders described the liquidation of the Simferopol Jews as necessary in order to avoid famine in the Crimea. Although some Jews went into hiding, they were often betrayed by Crimean Tatars or other minorities who resented the loss of farmland to Ozet in the 1930s. In his report to Berlin on January 2, 1942, Ohlendorf claimed that Einsatzgruppe D had executed 21,185 people in the Crimea between November 16 and December 15, 1941. In addition to Jews and Gypsies, the SS also eliminated at least 212 Communist Party members and former officials rounded up near Simferopol. Since Einsatzgruppe D had no counterintelligence capabilities or ability to sort out local loyalties, the SD dispatched 700 personnel to the Crimea in December 1941. Once Simferopol was pacified, Ohlendorf moved on to Yalta, which had only a small Jewish population. Lydia I. Czerny, a 14-year-old girl in Yalta, remembered that the SS detachment ordered the Jews to assemble on the embankment where they were shot. A number of Komsomol members and communists were also hanged on the embankment. Czerny noted that some of the executioners were Tatars and former Russian policemen. It is estimated that the SS murdered about 1,500 civilians in Yalta on December 18th. Thereafter, Ohlendorf and his Sonderkommando appear to have taken a Christmas holiday for more than a week, while they left Feldgendarmerie to round up the Jews in Feodosia with help from an infantry platoon. Officials from Koruk 553 apparently complained to Ohlendorf about a forgotten displaced persons camp at Jankoy, which was still drawing rations at a time when food was very short in AOK 11. Ohlendorf promptly sent a Sonderkommando, which shot 455 Jews at the camp. AOK 11 expressed its gratitude for the expeditious response. Ohlendorf even claimed that the executions were popular with the non-Jewish population in the Crimea. In general, the shooting of the Jews has been positively received after the initial fear of similar treatment for the rest of the population has subsided. The Soviet amphibious landings at Kerch, Feodosia, and Yevpatoria temporarily put Einsatzgruppe D's activities on hold. After the landing at Yevpatoria was crushed in January 1942, teams from Einsatzgruppe D and the SD were sent into the city to make an example of civilians who had assisted the Soviet landing force. About 1,300 civilians were rounded up, Jews, Ukrainians, and Russians, and executed. Thereafter, Einsatzgruppe D continued with its ethnic cleansing operations in the Crimea, but AOK 11 increasingly called upon these professional executioners to inflict punitive measures upon non-Jews who cooperated with either the partisans or the Red Army. Terror became part of the Wehrmacht's panoply of tools, just like Karl or Dora, to crush all forms of resistance in the Crimea. In the last 2 weeks of February, Ohlendorf claimed that his group shot 1,515 people, including 729 Jews, 271 communists, 74 partisans, and 421 gypsies or other anti-social elements. Although the Holocaust would continue in the Crimea until the Soviet liberation in 1944, the SS confidently reported on April 16, 1942, that Die Krim ist judenfrei. The Crimea is Jew-free. Only Sevastopol remained to be cleansed of enemies of the Reich. In fact, the SD killed 1,029 Jews and 11 communists in Kerch in July 1942 and was still finding holdouts months later. Ohlendorf left the Crimea before the fall of Sevastopol, and most of Einsatzgruppe D followed the army into the Caucasus. But the SS and SD retained a strong presence in the occupied Crimea. Although the Wehrmacht established military Ortskommandantur, OK, in each occupied city in the Crimea, the real power was SS Brigadeführer und Generalmajor der Polizei Ludolf von Alvensleben. A scion of Saxon aristocracy, Alvensleben had been an early adherent to the Nazi cause, joining the party and the SA in 1929, then the SS in 1934. He rose quickly in the SS hierarchy and took to the ethnic cleansing mission with relish. He helped to orchestrate the first large-scale murder of civilians in Poland in October 1939. In 1941, Alvensleben was involved in organizing forced labor in Ukraine in an effort to get the region working for the Third Reich. When he arrived in Sevastopol in August 1942, Alvensleben was put in charge of all SS police units in the Crimea and was responsible for rooting out any remaining enemies of the Reich. Forced labor and special actions were his tools of choice. It was also part of his mandate to begin adapting the Crimea for German colonization. The occupied Crimea was reorganized in August 1942 as the Generalbezirk Krim, General District, and subordinated to the Reichskommissariat Ukraine. The Austrian Nazi leader, Alfred Frauenfeld, was put in charge of the Generalbezirk Krim, which he operated as a semi-independent personal fiefdom. Frauenfeld was less vicious than Alvensleben, but viewed ethnic transformation as vital to German success in the Crimea and sought to import Volksdeutsche settlers into the occupied territory. Since virtually all of the Crimean Germans had been removed to the Urals by the NKVD in August 1941, the colonists would have to come from existing Volksdeutsche settlements in areas such as the Tyrol and Moldava. Frauenfeld had announced that Italians were in all respects equivalent to Volksdeutsche and sought to gather up ethnic Italians from Ukraine. However, the task of gathering colonists for the Crimea proved far more difficult than expected, and by August 1943 only about 4,000 had been transported to the peninsula. Frauenfeld hoped to get 38,000, but even if he had, they would still have been only a tiny minority. Efforts to organize economic projects such as Arbeitsgruppe Krim sounded great in reports to Berlin, but the reality on the ground was different. In May 1942, Frauenfeld established 2 small demonstration economic projects in Simferopol, a leather tannery and a textile factory, which together employed 250 workers. Later, small quantities of coal were extracted from the region, as well as some foodstuffs, but the colonies remained dependent upon German supplies, draining resources from military projects. Frauenfeld was willing to cooperate with the Tatars, but he was very enamored of introducing or rediscovering Gothic culture in the Crimea, which would be renamed Gottengau. He encouraged amateur German archaeologists to come to the Crimea in the hope of discovering ancient Gothic artifacts in the region, which would demonstrate cultural links to the modern Germany and justify the post-war annexation by the Third Reich. While committed to making this fantasy into reality, Frauenfeld was less adept at restoring the region's agriculture, which had been nearly ruined by collectivization, war, and neglect. Throughout the war, the Crimea barely produced enough food to feed the Axis occupation forces, never mind the local population. One thing that the Crimea did produce in abundance was forced labor, and Frauenfeld provided Robert Ley, the Reich's labor minister, with over 60,000 forced laborers from the Crimea. Ley openly discussed the possibility of building summer resort camps for German youth groups in the Crimea in another retreat from wartime reality. The Wehrmacht established the Befehlshaber Krim under General der Infanterie Franz Mattenklot to control all military forces, exclusive of the SS, in the Crimea. Once AOK-11 left for Leningrad, he was left with a hodgepodge collection of Feld Gendarmerie, coastal artillery, flak, pioneer, signal, and supply units to act as an occupation force. In Sevastopol, Ortskommandantur 290, OK 290, was established under the artillery officer Oberstleutnant Hensch. However, it was the SS, SD, and Abwehr who really ran occupied Sevastopol. Only 5 days after the end of organized Soviet resistance in the SOR, an SD detachment led by SS Obersturmbannführer D.M. Frick arrived and announced that all citizens left in Sevastopol would register within 48 hours or be shot. Assisted by AOK-11's Gruppe Geheime Feldpolizei 647, the SD used the registration process to identify Komsomol members, communists, and Red Army survivors trying to hide among the population. In order to protect the Wehrmacht from Soviet stay-behind espionage networks, an Abwehr unit known as Darius 305 arrived in Sevastopol to conduct the counterintelligence mission. Approximately 1,500 Jews and Communists were identified in Sevastopol by July 12th and turned over to Sonderkommando 11A for liquidation. The SD was also put in charge of 20 POW camps established around Sevastopol and Simferopol, and, after filtering out useful collaborators, began eliminating the prisoners in August 1942. SD detachments took small groups of POWs out for labor details to clear rubble, and then shot them. Despite the harsh measures inflicted during the occupation, there was some degree of local collaboration, even from ethnic Russians and Ukrainians. The teenager, Lydia I. Cherny, noted that among them, the Germans, there were good and bad people, and went on to describe how German troops employed Russian civilians as cooks, laundry help, and for other odd jobs, which provided a source of food. However, Cherny noted that Romanian troops were more brazen and more likely to loot or rape. Gottlob Biedermann, whose unit was lodged with Crimean Tatars in the winter of 1941-42, noted a similar dynamic. German soldiers got on fairly well with the local population, but the Romanians were prone to misbehavior. As the Germans found elsewhere in Eastern Europe, there were always people, even Communist Party members, willing to work with the occupiers in return for food or other privileges. In Sevastopol, P. Supriagin was appointed the head of a puppet city council and willingly assisted the Germans in rounding up individuals targeted for elimination. The Germans established a small local auxiliary police force in Sevastopol, with volunteers taken from POW camps, as they did in other Crimean cities. In Yalta, Colonel Viktor I. Maltsev, a captured VVS officer, willingly volunteered his services to the Germans to fight the Bolsheviks. Maltsev had been arrested and tortured by the NKVD in 1938–39. Eventually, he would join Vlasov's anti-Soviet forces. Nevertheless, the mythical Gottengau never materialized in the Crimea. A few Volksdeutsche colonies were established to harvest cotton, and Alvensleben began referring to Sevastopol as Theodorikhofen and Simferopol as Gothenburg, names that the Wehrmacht never used. Organization Tot was brought to the Crimea, but instead of refurbishing Soviet fortifications or port facilities, they wasted most of their efforts on ridiculous civil engineering projects. Frauenfeld and Alvensleben tried to erase traces of the old Crimea and replace it with a new Gothic-inspired creation, but the Third Reich proved more adept at destruction than creation. When Reichsfuhrer SS Heinrich Himmler visited the Crimea in spring 1943, he was pleased with the progress made in removing the indigenous population and the arrival of a small number of Volksdeutsche settlers to begin the colony of Gottengau. Himmler visited a farm and was shown a cotton crop that was nearly ready for harvesting, proof that the German investment in the Crimea was about to bloom. He was less pleased when a local German army commander complained that he didn't have enough troops to defend the coastline from possible Soviet amphibious raids, but that Alvensleben was pressuring him to divert men and vehicles to assist with his colonization scheme. Himmler turned away from the Generalmajor without saying a word, thinking that the military mind could not understand what the Third Reich was trying to build here in the Crimea. For 20 years we were prisoners of the godless Soviets, and we have hungered and worked day and night. Now we wish to help the German army with all our strength and with our hearts. Aliyev Nambed, Tatar volunteer in 2nd IR 399. After years of Soviet oppression, many Crimean Tatars welcomed the Germans as liberators. Manstein was willing to grant special status to the Crimean Tatars, and he ordered his troops to respect their religion and customs. But in return he expected the Tatars to assist AOK 11 in identifying and pacifying pro-Soviet elements in the Crimea. He authorized the creation of Muslim committees, which had no real authority, in occupied Crimean towns in order to give the appearance of some autonomy. For strategic reasons, the German Foreign Ministry also favored cooperation with the Crimean Tatars, since they viewed their assistance as useful for getting Turkey to join the Axis coalition arrayed against the Soviet Union. To this end, in November 1941, the German Foreign Ministry invited 3 Crimean Tatar exiles in Turkey, Ediga Kirimal, Kafer Saidamet, and Mustechip Ulkozal, to visit Berlin for consultations. Eventually, the pro-German Kirimal was selected to be a representative for Crimean Tatar interests. In 1940, it was estimated that there were 218,000 Crimean Tatars out of the Crimea's total population of 1,126,800. The Wehrmacht also regarded the Tatars as a potential source of military manpower, although no mention was made of Hitler's long-term plans for the Crimea, which would eventually result in their land being taken. In October 1941, AOK 11 began forming the first Tatar volunteers into an 80-man security detachment, which was soon expanded to a 345-man unit once most of the Crimea was overrun. In November, Manstein ordered that POWs of Crimean Tatar origin were to be released. Other Tatars supported the Wehrmacht in unarmed roles as well, as truck drivers, manual laborers in quartermaster units, interpreters, and guides. The Tatars also proved willing to identify Communists, Jews, and Soviet agents among the general population. However, the initial recruiting and training efforts were haphazard, producing security units with negligible capabilities. On November 23, 1941, the Simferopol Muslim Committee was established. The Rump administration included recruitment and propaganda departments intended to bolster the authority of the German occupation, not local autonomy. The AOK-11 referred to the civil administration they established in the Crimea using the old Ukrainian term starosta, in order to suggest continuity with traditional communal councils. In January 1942, the committee was allowed to begin distributing a newspaper known as Azat Krim, Free Crimea, which regularly included pro-German and anti-Semitic items. Once it became clear in January 1942 that the Wehrmacht was going to be operating in the Crimea for a while, AOK-11 began a serious effort to form Tatar volunteers into more useful units. The Germans began a widespread recruiting campaign in rural Tatar villages, using the local Muslim committees and among the thousands of captured Red Army prisoners. Eventually, over 9,000 Tatars volunteered for service as auxiliaries in the Wehrmacht, which enabled AOK-11 to form 14 self-defense companies, Shuma. Some of these companies participated in mopping up the Soviet landing around Sudak, where they ruthlessly hunted down isolated Red Army soldiers. Some Tatars were recruited to fill combat losses in AOK-11. Sazarov Fitsut was assigned to 3rd Company of Pioneer Battalion 132, and wrote that, "From now on things will be better for us than ever would have been possible under the Soviets. For us Tatars comes a new, good era. In the future we will no longer work for others but for ourselves." After the fall of Sevastopol, the Wehrmacht began referring to the Crimean Tatars as an allied people, and decided to increase the level of support provided to arming the Crimean Tatars. By November 1942, these original companies were expanded to 8 Schutzmannschaft battalions and assigned to populated areas. These auxiliary troops were provided German uniforms and captured Soviet small arms led by older German reservists. The Schutzmannschaft battalions proved useful for manning numerous checkpoints throughout the Crimea, coast-watching, and conducting local security sweeps. Some Crimean Tatars took to the German occupation very quickly, and openly collaborated in return for not having their property confiscated. Others were even more enthusiastic and saw the German conquest as an opportunity to even old scores with Russian oppressors. Allegedly, some of the Tatar communities orchestrated the murder of large numbers of ethnic Russian communities in the Crimea in retaliation for earlier ethnic cleansing operations. Yet hard data on these allegations, made after the Soviet liberation of the Crimea in 1944, is lacking. It is clear that Einsatzgruppe D recruited Crimean Tatar auxiliaries to assist in their ethnic cleansing operations. Allegedly, Schutzmannschaft Battalion 152, Tatarische, operated the Red Farm concentration camp in 1942-43 near Simferopol, where thousands of civilians with suspected links to the Soviet partisan movement in the Crimea were tortured and murdered. After the war, Soviet authorities unearthed hundreds of human skeletal remains at this site, but like the Katyn forest situation, the Soviets attempted to mask who murdered these victims. Perhaps they were victims of Crimean Tatar retribution, but it is also possible that they were victims of the Red Terror in the 1920s or even Soviet ethnic cleansing in 1944. Yet not all Crimean Tatars were so cozy with the German occupation. Dr. Ahmet Ozenbazli, a Crimean Tatar nationalist who had been imprisoned in the Soviet Gulag in 1928-34, was made chairman of the Muslim Committee in Simferopol in 1942. Although appreciative that the Red Army was gone, he was suspicious of German motives and ultimate intentions in the region. Like many Crimean Tatars, he regarded himself as a nationalist, not a collaborator, since he owed no allegiance to Stalin's regime. Ozenbazli pushed the Germans for more Crimean local autonomy, and when it was refused, he began to speak out against German policies in the region. Unwilling to make a martyr of him and anger the Crimean Tatar populace, the Germans simply marginalized him. A few Crimean Tatars openly opposed the German occupation and ran off to the mountains to join the partisans. As the war began to go against the Third Reich, the Wehrmacht and SS became increasingly eager to create Eastern European volunteer units for frontline combat duty. While the Crimean Tatars were regarded as allies, the existing Schutzmannschaft battalions were only recruited for local service in the Crimea. By late 1942, the SS were interested in forming a Crimean Tatar brigade, and used personnel from the SD and Einsatzgruppe D to interview members of the Shuma units and Tatar POWs to identify potential recruits. The SS also used the Tatar local committees to assist their recruiting drive in the rural areas. However, most Crimean Tatars volunteered to defend their local communities, not to join the SS or fight outside the Crimea. Recruitment was slow, and once the German retreat in the Caucasus began in January 1943, many Tatars began to reconsider collaboration. As the Red Army closed in on AOK-17 in the Kuban, discipline in the Schutzmannschaft battalions became problematic, and desertions increased. Consequently, the Wehrmacht was forced to disband several Schutzmannschaft battalions and execute those who encouraged disaffection. Other unreliable Crimean Tatars were deported as forced labor. In 1943, SS efforts to form Crimean Tatar regular units progressed slowly and did not succeed in attracting enough volunteers until the Red Army returned to the Crimea in 1944. At that point, some volunteers voted with their feet and deserted, but many of the Shuma men could not afford to fall into Soviet hands and had little choice but to remain loyal to the Wehrmacht. As Sevastopol was falling in May 1944, about 2,200 Crimean Tatar volunteers were evacuated to Romania and then Germany, where they were formed first into the Tataren Gebirgsjäger Regiment der SS, then the Waffengruppe Krim. In July 1944, the unit was redesignated as Waffengebirgsbrigade der SS Tatar NR1, but this formation was disbanded in December 1944 without ever seeing combat. As the war ended, the Crimean Tatar volunteers were apparently dispatched to the Italian front in 1945, but the formation disappeared in the final months of the war. In the end, collaboration between the Crimean Tatars and the German occupation authorities in 1942-43 became a justification for the Soviet authorities to inflict collective punishment upon the entire Tatar population when the Red Army returned to the Crimea in May 1944. The Tatars were singled out as traitors and made the scapegoats for Red Army defeats in the Crimea in 1941-42. Allegedly, the desertion of Crimean Tatars, as well as Chechens and other Caucasian minorities serving in the Red Army, fatally undermined the Soviet defense. By blaming the Crimean Tatars for the German conquest of the Crimea, the Soviet leadership could absolve themselves of any responsibility for their own mistakes in the region. It is difficult to assess the Crimean Tatars simply as victims, since some of their community willingly assisted the SS in the Holocaust. But one thing is certain: in cooperating with the Germans, they got far more than they bargained for. In August 1941, Boris A. Borisov's Communist Party, CPSU, committee in Simferopol, in conjunction with local NKVD authorities, began to discuss the possibility of partisan warfare in the Crimea. But no real action was taken for the next 2 months. Most of the available manpower had already been called up to fill the 4 militia divisions raised in the Crimea, and the CPSU was unwilling to arm the civil populace unless absolutely necessary. Everything changed when the Germans broke through at Ishun in late October, and Borisov's committee in Simferopol realized that it was necessary to act immediately. The committee selected Alexei V. Mokrusov to head the partisan movement in the Crimea. The very same anarchist sailor who had delivered Sevastopol to the Bolsheviks in December 1917 and ruthlessly murdered Tsarist naval officers and Tatar nationalists in 1918. Mokrusov did have experience in leading irregular warfare, having led a partisan group against Wrangel's white forces in 1920. but he had no real military training, and discipline was not a strong suit for an anarchist. He had served in Spain as an advisor in 1936-37, but spent most of the interwar period in odd jobs for the Communist Party, including exploring Siberia. When the Germans reached the Crimea, Mokrusov was working as a hatchet man for Borisov's CPSU committee in Simferopol, tasked with helping the NKVD to hunt down enemies of the state. He was almost certainly involved in the massacre of Tatar prisoners at the NKVD prison in Simferopol in October 1941. Given Mokrusov's violent and erratic temperament, Borisov's committee selected NKVD Major Georgy L. Seversky as his military deputy, and trusted party member Serafim V. Martinov as political commissar. As the CPSU officials evacuated post-haste to Sevastopol or Yalta, Mokrusov announced that there would be 5 partisan zones formed in the Crimea, and a total of 29 units created. Then he and his handful of lieutenants sped off to the Yaila Mountains in the south with no plan or supplies. During November 1941, the anti-German partisan movement began to coalesce in the southern Crimean mountains, based upon small groups of cut-off Soviet soldiers, NKVD border guards, and civilians who fled from the towns to avoid German roundups. Commissars also encouraged underage Komsomol members from the Sevastopol-Balaklava area to join partisan units. The guerrillas went into the mountains with plenty of patriotic enthusiasm but little else, particularly food. Weapons were limited to small arms without much ammunition. Major Seversky apparently led one of the first partisan attacks near Alushta, where a few German supply trucks were ambushed. However, Manstein was focused on taking Sevastopol and not interested in wasting resources chasing partisans in the mountains, so he left most of the rear area security mission to the Romanian mountain infantry units, who were well suited to this task. The Axis learned that lone vehicles were at risk from partisan attacks, but that groups of 3 or 4 were fairly safe. The Crimean partisans were almost totally ineffective in the winter of 1941-42 due to the lack of food and weapons. Most of the new recruits were teenagers, like 15-year-old Vilor P. Chekmak, eager to display their patriotic ardor, but completely untrained and amateurish. Chekmak blew himself up with a hand grenade when approached by a German patrol, heroically according to the Soviet version, but more likely due to mishandling the weapon. Winter hit the unprepared partisans hard, and many starved or froze to death in the mountains, while others were reduced to eating corpses. Virtually all of the enthusiastic Komsomol teenagers from Sevastopol and Simferopol were dead before spring arrived. Mokrusov aggravated an already bad situation by refusing to allow any Tatars to join his partisan groups and raiding Tatar villages to steal food, which helped to encourage the Tatars to assist Axis anti-partisan measures. On January 6, 1942, the Red Army conducted a regiment-sized landing at Sudak, southwest of Feodosia. The landing was ultimately a failure, but a good number of isolated troops from the landing force joined the partisans. In late February 1942, Soviet commissars ordered the Crimean partisans to assist an attempt by Petrov's coastal army to break through the siege lines around Sevastopol. A total of 134 partisans were sent to attack AOK-11's rear areas, and 117 were killed. It was a complete fiasco. Soviet commanders viewed the partisans as a fifth column that could attack enemy rear areas, but the German appreciation of them as bandits, suitable only for raiding unarmed villages or lone Axis vehicles, was closer to the truth. In March 1942, a single Soviet plane landed with medical supplies, food, and ammunition for the partisans, but this was clearly a drop in the ocean. The main German anti-partisan unit in early 1942 was Feldgendarmerie Abteilung 683, which was more concerned with hunting down paratroopers than partisans. Romanian anti-partisan operations rolled up hundreds of half-starved partisans too weak to escape. Further weakening the partisan effort, Mokrusov defined the partisan struggle in the Crimea as a two-front war, against the Axis occupiers and against Tatar collaborators. By mid-1942 it was apparent that the Crimean partisans had achieved nothing of note, and that Makrusov's erratic command style prevented effective recruiting or operations. Partisan strength in the Crimea dropped to fewer than 600. Soviet accounts are unusually candid about Makrusov's continual drunkenness and casual execution of his own partisans for various alleged infractions. Indeed, under Makrusov, the Crimean partisan movement was floundering and was no hindrance at all to the Axis. Makrusov sent communications to the North Caucasus military district that blamed the Crimean Tatars for his failures due to their collaboration with the enemy. With the destruction of the Crimean front in May 1942 and the fall of Sevastopol in July, Makrusov's inability to orchestrate an effective partisan campaign in the Crimea was no longer tolerable to the Stavka. A plane was sent into the Crimea to collect Makrusov from a clandestine landing strip on July 8th, and he was flown back to the Caucasus. Although some officers wanted to put Makrusov before a military tribunal, he had plenty of party and NKVD friends who protected him. Instead, Petrov promoted him to colonel and made him the chief of intelligence for the North Caucasus Front. While the partisan movement languished in the Yaila Mountains, there was resistance in other places in the Crimea. Colonel M. Yagunov, commander of the rear guard at Kerch in May 1942, had retreated into the Adjimushkai quarry. These underground limestone quarries had been used as hiding places by local partisans in the winter of 1941-42, as well as underground storage shelters for artillery ammunition. Yagunov pulled his small command back into the underground quarry, which consisted of deep catacombs that had been excavated for decades and were impervious to bombing. Other Soviet troops that had been abandoned in Kerch, as well as civilians, made their way to the Adjimushkai quarry, swelling Yagunov's command to purportedly between 10,000 and 13,000 people. Soviet sources claim that these resistance forces held out in the Adjimushkai quarry for 170 days with negligible water and supplies, and stole what they needed from nearby German units. Claims are also made that the resistance in the Adjimushkai quarry tied down large numbers of German troops. Unfortunately, this version of what happened at the Adjimushkai quarry is a patriotic exaggeration. Although water was a major problem for those in the quarry, post-war excavations revealed that the defenders succeeded in digging deep wells through the rock. However, the 42nd Army Corps quickly discovered the Soviet presence in the Adjimushkai quarry and surrounded the area with barbed wire and mines. German pioneer units made a few attempts to smoke or burn out the defenders, which caused some within the quarry to exit and face capture. However, the records of Ortskommandantur 287 in Kerch revealed that the Germans were little concerned about the Adjimushkai quarry and simply assigned a reinforced Romanian infantry company to keep an eye on the place. Indeed, OK 287 was far more concerned about Soviet air and artillery attacks from the Crimean Peninsula than they were about some holdouts in a cave. German reports described the protracted defense of the Adjimushkai quarry as tenacious but absurd. As supplies ran low, Yagunov was forced in desperation to mount a sortie on the night of July 8th through 9th to try and gain water and food from outside the quarry, but he was killed in the process. Afterwards, the defenders of the Adjimushkai quarry died a slow death of starvation and dehydration. On October 23rd, OK 287 noted that a single officer emerged from the cave to surrender, but that a handful were still alive inside. By October 30th, the Germans finally entered the caverns as resistance from the starved defenders collapsed. At least 48 survivors were captured and sent to the Red Farm death camp near Simferopol, where they were probably executed. Soviet-era sources claim that 10,000 to 15,000 people died in the Adjimushkai quarry, but this claim is very unlikely. Based upon the known losses for the Crimean Front and OK 287's registration of the civilian population of Kerch in July 1942, it is unlikely that more than a few thousand were ever in the quarry at any one time, and that many left long before the end of the 170-day siege. Recent excavations suggest about 1,200 persons in the quarry. It is likely that most belonged to Yagunov's rear guard, along with a few hundred local civilians. Certainly the Germans would not have left a single Romanian company as a blocking force against 10 to 15,000 Soviets, and the matter-of-fact references to the quarry in German reporting suggests that it was not a large enemy force trapped inside. In any case, their resistance was certainly brave but futile. Even though Yagunov had a radio and was in contact with Soviet forces on the Crimean Peninsula, no effort was made to help his group. Interestingly, the whole incident of the Adjimushkai quarry was initially suppressed from Soviet historiography after the war, because all references to the crushing defeat of Kozlov's Crimean front were still raw, and the fact that these people were abandoned to die in an underground quarry did not reflect well on the party or senior military leaders. By November 1942, the partisan movement in the Crimea had all but sputtered out, with only 150 members still active. During the year, at least 398 partisans were killed, 473 starved to death, and hundreds more missing or deserted. A few brave souls remained, particularly in the occupied cities of the Crimea. In Sevastopol, Petty Officer Vasily D. Revyakin had been captured when the city fell in July 1942, but had managed to escape and be hidden. In March 1943, in conjunction with sympathetic civilians, he formed a resistance cell in Sevastopol that was grandiloquently named the Communist Underground in the Rear of the Germans, the KPOVTN. Working with dockyard workers like Paul D. Silnikova, who had a secret printing press, the group focused on political agitation and propaganda via leaflets. This was a typical communist tactic, but it did not accomplish much, and the Germans took little interest in the group until they started committing sabotage against rail lines. Once German logistics in the Crimea were threatened, the SD swooped in, arresting Silnikova in October 1943, which led to further arrests. In March 1944, Revyakin was betrayed by an informer and tortured to death by the SD. The underground resistance in Sevastopol was broken just before liberation arrived. Despite utter failure in 1942 and disappointments through much of 1943, the partisan movement began to revive once the Germans evacuated the Caucasus, and the advance of the Red Army isolated the Germans in the Crimea in November 1943. Air resupply operations via short takeoff and landing aircraft like the PO-2 and R-5 biplanes increased in 1943, and succeeded in preventing the partisans from either starving to death or running out of ammunition. Lydia Aitchiani, a teenage girl from Yalta, joined the partisans in November 1943 at age 16. There were many female partisans, but Lydia did not carry a weapon and served in a support role. She did note that, by this point, the partisans were forming into 10-person squads and were regularly receiving arms and supplies by air, as well as political commissars to direct them. 7 partisan brigades were formed in late 1943, and several clusters of active partisan areas appeared between Simferopol and Feodosia. The partisans concentrated on attacking traffic in the Simferopol-Feodosia and Simferopol-Sevastopol stretches of road, both of which ran through mountainous terrain. Most of the road security consisted of Feld Gendarmerie and Shuma units. In late November 1943, the partisans began attacking in groups of up to 200 fighters and inflicted 75 casualties on the Axis, but suffered 310 themselves. In December 1943, a partisan offensive inflicted another 155 casualties on the Axis, but lost over 200 of their own. For the first time, the Axis had to seriously worry about road and rail security in the Crimea. By January 1944, there were 3,700 Soviet partisans in the Crimea, of which at least 630 were Tatars. Partisan tactics were still quite amateurish, resulting in heavy losses, but they were becoming increasingly bold, and the Axis had to devote significant forces to secure their supply lines to Sevastopol. Soviet-era claims about the achievements of the Crimean partisan movement are only appropriate for the last 6 months of their fight against the Axis occupation. Throughout 1941 to 43, the Crimean partisans were badly led and mostly ineffectual, and only became a threat once the Red Army had isolated the German forces in the Crimea. Nazi Empire builders were not the only ones in the Third Reich that tried to convert fantasy into reality in the Crimea. Despite having done little to win the Crimea until the final weeks of Operation Sturfang, the Kriegsmarine leadership became very interested in using the occupied Crimea to turn the Black Sea into a German-dominated lake, which could also provide future access to the Mediterranean. Although Sevastopol was a shattered ruin by the time it fell into German hands, the Kriegsmarine believed that it could be rebuilt into a German Gibraltar that would solidify the German hold on the region. Even before Sevastopol fell, Konteradmiral Heinz Heinrich Wurmbach, titular commander of Kriegsmarine forces in the Black Sea, moved his headquarters from Bucharest to Simferopol. Wurmbach had a varied background, which included service on U-boats in 1917 through 18, minesweepers, and diplomatic service in Rome in 1934 through 36. But at heart he was a big ship sailor, and had commanded the pocket battleship Admiral Scheer just before the war began. When he arrived in Simferopol in late June 1942, Wurmbach had no intention of leading a paper command from a dusty and desolate Crimean provincial city. On the opposite side, the Black Sea Fleet was seriously hurt by the loss of its shipbuilding facilities in Nikolaev in 1941 and its main base at Sevastopol in 1942. After the loss of the Crimea, the fleet was forced to retreat to the minor ports of the Caucasus, Poti, Sochi, Tuapse, and Batumi, which had minimal repair and support facilities. These facilities had been intended to provide a support base for a few minesweepers and patrol boats, not battleships and heavy cruisers. The larger port facilities at Novorossiysk became untenable soon after the loss of the Crimea due to frequent Luftwaffe attacks and were no longer usable. Although Oktyabrski had succeeded in evacuating some of the stocks of ammunition, torpedoes, and spare parts from Sevastopol during the winter of 1941-42, the Black Sea Fleet lost a great deal of its material when Sevastopol fell. Without decent bases or supplies, the operational effectiveness of the remaining large Soviet warships was severely impaired. Oktyabrski's flagship, the battleship Parishkaya Kommuna, would spend more than a year hiding in the small port of Poti, but her 305mm gun barrels were worn out and could not be replaced. For the next year, Oktyabrski's fleet was reduced to 2 cruisers, 8 destroyers, and 20 submarines, of which only about half were operational at any one time. The Soviet merchant marine had also been gutted, trying to keep Sevastopol supplied, meaning that naval transport and supply capabilities in the Black Sea would be insufficient for the rest of the war. Instead, most of the Soviet naval effort in the Black Sea after the fall of Sevastopol focused on occasional raids by cruiser-destroyer groups against the Crimean coastline, and a stepped-up offensive by the Black Sea Fleet submarine flotillas against Axis merchant traffic in the Black Sea. However, the greatest weakness of the fleet remained their vulnerability to air attack, and as long as the Luftwaffe maintained a credible anti-shipping force in the Crimea, the Black Sea Fleet could not seriously contest the waters around the peninsula. This weakness was amply demonstrated on the night of August 2nd through 3rd, 1942, when Oktyabrski sent the heavy cruiser Molotov and the destroyer leader Kharkov to bombard the port of Feodosia, where the Kriegsmarine was believed to be assembling an amphibious force. Although the 2 warships traveled at high speed, the long summer days did not give them sufficient hours of darkness to make the entire transit in one night. The Soviet warships were spotted by German reconnaissance aircraft, and the defenses at Feodosia were forewarned. As they approached the port, the Molotov was suddenly attacked by 2 Italian MAS boats and forced to turn away. The Kharkov lobbed 59 unaimed 130mm rounds at the port and then fled as well. For 6 hours, the 2 warships were attacked by the Luftwaffe, and an HE-111H from 6 KG-26 finally scored a torpedo hit that tore off the Molotov's stern. It was a painful lesson which sidelined one of Oktyabrski's best warships for more than a year. The Kriegsmarine naval buildup in the Black Sea accelerated after July 1942 as regular supply convoys began between the Romanian port of Constanta and Sevastopol, Balaklava, Feodosia. In addition to Bernbacher's 6 S-boats, which moved to Ivan Baba near Feodosia, the 3rd Raumboats Flotilla arrived with 5 R boats and established themselves in Balaklava harbor. Both the R and S boats were about the same size, but they had different capabilities. While the S boats were built for high-speed torpedo attacks, the R boats were designed as coastal minesweepers and were also useful as general-purpose escorts. No more S boats were sent to the Black Sea, but 12 more R boats were sent in late 1942. Initially, the Kriegsmarine was capable only of conducting sea denial missions with its handful of S boats, but the arrival of the R boats enabled Wormbach to attempt more aggressive operations. In August 1942, the Kriegsmarine launched Operation Regatta, in which a group of R and S boats ran through the Kerch Straits, past Soviet artillery positions on the Taman Peninsula, to attack Soviet coastal shipping in the Sea of Azov. This operation assisted Heeresgruppe A's advance into the Caucasus and inflicted heavy losses on Gorshkov's Azov flotilla. Heeresgruppe A wanted the Kriegsmarine to support its advance into the Caucasus by conducting amphibious attacks across the Kerch Strait to seize the Taman Peninsula. But Wormbach lacked the resources to pull this off according to the Army's schedule. Unrealistically, Heeresgruppe A wanted 5 divisions from AOK 11 to be sent across the strait in August, but Wormbach's Kriegsmarine forces did not have the ability to mount amphibious operations of such scale. However, the Kriegsmarine had invested heavily in developing amphibious craft for the aborted Operation Sea Lion in 1940, and that investment was about to bear fruit in a different area than intended. In 1940, the Kriegsmarine had developed the Marine Fahrpram, MFP, and Siebel ferries, both motorized barges built from bridging pontoons and aircraft engines to carry troops across the English Channel. Both were modular designs that were easier to disassemble and transport by rail than standard vessels, and large numbers were transferred via the Danube to the Black Sea. By early September 1942, Kapitänleutnant Max Gieler's 1st Landungsflotilla had arrived in the Crimea with 24 MFPs. Since each MFP could carry either 2 medium tanks or 200 troops, that meant that the Kriegsmarine had gained the ability to mount a brigade-size amphibious landing in the Black Sea. On September 1, 1942, the Kriegsmarine began Operation Blücher II, with the 24 MFPs transporting part of the 46th Infantry Division across the strait to land on the Taman Peninsula, escorted by 4 S-boats. The operation was a great success, and the growth of Kriegsmarine capabilities significantly assisted Army operations in the Caucasus. Nor were Gorshkov's light forces able to significantly interfere with German amphibious operations. Soviet motor torpedo boat (MTB) raids against German convoys found that their torpedoes passed harmlessly under the shallow-draft MFPs, and the Soviet MTBs were armed only with 1 or 2 machine guns. Gieler soon began to mount 2-centimeter or 8.8-centimeter flak guns on some of his MFPs to repel Soviet MTB raids, and 10.5-centimeter howitzers on others to provide naval gunfire support to the Army. More and more amphibious craft were transferred to the Black Sea Command until by mid-1943 there were 4 landing flotillas with the ability to move nearly a division. This would become very useful in time. Yet the Kriegsmarine wanted to be more than a mere adjunct to Heeresgruppe A and kept pouring resources into the Black Sea area even after the Crimea was occupied and Novorossiysk had fallen. At great effort, the Kriegsmarine had begun transporting 6 disassembled Type 2B U-boats by barge to the Black Sea in April 1942, and they were reassembled at Constanta in Romania. The first U-boat, U-9, became operational on October 28, 1942, followed by U-19 in November, but the other 4 would not be ready until mid-1943. Although large surface warships could not be transported to the Black Sea, the Kriegsmarine sought to resurrect damaged Soviet warships that had fallen into its hands. The Kriegsmarine picked over the remains of the abandoned shipyards at Nikolaev and considered trying to launch the hull of the partially complete 59,000-ton battleship Sovietsky Ukraina, but this was eventually rejected as too difficult a task. Instead, the materials from 2 incomplete Soviet destroyers were plundered to build complete 2 incomplete troop ships acquired from Hungary, which were named the Totila and the Tea. At Sevastopol, the Kriegsmarine put great effort into trying to salvage the wrecked cruiser Chervona Ukraina, which they thought could be restored to operational condition. However, none of these salvage efforts produced useful warships before the Crimea was liberated in 1944. In its quest for a true flagship for the Kriegsmarine in the Black Sea, German diplomats approached neutral Turkey about selling the obsolescent battle cruiser Göben Yavuz back to Germany, but this was ignored. The Black Sea Fleet responded to the Axis naval buildup in the Black Sea by mounting numerous submarine patrols off the Crimea and the Romanian coast, but the results were disappointing even though Axis anti-submarine warfare, ASW, capabilities were minimal. Between June 1941 and December 1942, the Black Sea Fleet was able to sink only about 33,500 tons of Axis shipping, but lost 20 of its 43 submarines in the process. Soviet submarines laid only 60 mines in the Black Sea in the first 8 months of the war, but laid 176 in Crimean waters in the months right after the fall of Sevastopol. Most Soviet submarine losses were due to Axis mine barrages, which their submarines kept blundering into. Soviet submarines had great difficulty attacking moving vessels and had a tendency to sink neutral Turkish vessels. In the most egregious incident, the submarine SHCH-213 sank the refugee vessel Struma just 10 miles off Istanbul on February 24, 1942, killing 781 Jewish refugees trying to flee to Palestine. In 1943, the Black Sea Fleet had far fewer submarines operational, but the ones they had were more effective, sinking 27,500 tons of Axis shipping. Eventually, the loss of several Romanian merchantmen to Soviet submarines and the threat of mines being laid to block the use of Sevastopol caused the Kriegsmarine to create an anti-submarine capability in the Black Sea. In June 1943, the first Unterseebootjagd flotilla was based at Sevastopol with 18 armed trawlers. A number of Soviet submarines were damaged and destroyed by this improvised ASW force, which made it increasingly difficult for the Soviets to attempt to operate near the approaches to Sevastopol. The Luftwaffe also finally deployed a naval reconnaissance unit with 6 BV-138 flying boats to Sevastopol in July 1943, which were well suited to spotting submarines or mines. While the Kriegsmarine had achieved a certain amount of sea control in the Black Sea by mid-1943, due to Luftwaffe support and the weakened condition of the Soviet Black Sea Fleet, this success was erased by Heeresgruppe A's failure to conquer the Caucasus. By February 1943, Generaloberst Richard Ruoff's AOK-17 had fallen back to the Kuban bridgehead, which it managed to hold for the next 7 months against Petrov's North Caucasus front. However, AOK-17 was gradually pushed back in heavy fighting, and although the Kriegsmarine was capable of keeping them supplied, unlike the Luftwaffe's failure to supply AOK-6 at Stalingrad, it was increasingly clear that this large formation was being wasted in the Kuban. The German military situation in Ukraine deteriorated very rapidly in southern Ukraine after the Battle of Kursk in July 1943 and the beginning of an all-out Soviet multi-front offensive to reach the Dnieper River. Heeresgruppe Süd suffered over 159,000 casualties in July and August and was straining to hold its front. Yet Hitler was reluctant to withdraw AOK-17 from the Kuban, still harboring delusions about making another push for the oil of the Caucasus, and did not authorize an evacuation of the Kuban until September 4th. By that point, the northern part of Heeresgruppe Süd was retreating toward the Dnieper, while AOK-6 was bleeding to death trying to stop a Soviet advance along the Sea of Azov. Once Hitler authorized the evacuation of the Kuban, the Kriegsmarine was ordered to transport AOK-17 to the Crimea, after which most of the German divisions would be transferred to reinforce AOK-6, while the Romanian divisions would remain to defend the Crimea. On September 12, 1942, the Kriegsmarine began Operation Brunhild to evacuate AOK-17, and by this point it had 4 amphibious groups with a large number of MFPs and Siebel ferries. It was a complicated 3-phase operation to be conducted over 38 days. AOK-17, now under General der Pionier Erwin Janicke, had to hold off repeated Soviet attacks by Petrov's North Caucasus front, while the Kriegsmarine began evacuating one corps at a time across the Kerch Straits. Soviet efforts to interfere with the evacuation failed miserably, although Soviet aircraft sank a few MFPs and barges. Over the course of 4 weeks, the Kriegsmarine succeeded in evacuating 15 divisions with more than 239,000 German and Romanian troops across the Kerch Strait, plus most of their equipment, artillery, and vehicles. By October 9, 1943, Petrov's forces had liberated the entire Kuban, but AOK-17 had slipped away. Operation Brunhild was a major operational-level success for the Germans at a point after the Battle of Kursk when they enjoyed few successes, but it is almost unknown today. Although the Kriegsmarine was unable to fulfill its dream of creating a Gibraltar in the east, it had succeeded in creating a general-purpose naval force that was capable of accomplishing astonishing results with very limited resources. In contrast, the Black Sea Fleet became increasingly irrelevant. On October 5th, the fleet decided to dispatch the destroyers Kharkov, Sposobny, and Bezposchadny under Captain Second Rank G.P. Negoda from Tuapse to bombard German coastal traffic between Yalta and Feodosia. As Negoda's squadron approached Feodosia around 0530 hours, they ran into the German S-28, S-42, and S-45. A brief naval skirmish resulted in no damage to either side. However, it was clear that the element of surprise was lost, and after briefly shelling Yalta, Negoda's squadron beat a hasty retreat. The VVS-CHF managed to provide 3 fighters for cover over the squadron, and they managed to shoot down a German reconnaissance plane at 0810 hours. Nevertheless, Ju-87 Stukas from 3rd STG-3 found the destroyers at 0900 hours and crippled Kharkov with 3 bomb hits. Negoda tried to tow the Kharkov, but his squadron suffered repeated air attacks, damaging the other 2 destroyers. At 1413 hours, the Bezposchadny was hit by 4 bombs and broke in 2. The other 2 destroyers were sunk by 1835 hours. Altogether, 3 destroyers with 716 sailors were lost for no appreciable gain, and once again the Black Sea Fleet proved unable to operate in daylight in waters controlled by the Luftwaffe. When he learned of this naval disaster, Stalin ordered that all major warships of the Black Sea Fleet be placed in reserve and used only with his permission, effectively putting Soviet naval capabilities in the Black Sea on par with the Kriegsmarine. Chapter 8. The Red Army returns to the Crimea, 1943. The Crimea is the largest prison camp in the world. Soviet radio propaganda broadcast, winter 1943-44. General der Pionier Erwin Jennecke was an unusual German army-level commander since he came from the engineers, not the infantry, cavalry, or artillery. He took command of AOK-17 in June 1943, just 5 months after being badly wounded at Stalingrad and being flown out on one of the last transport planes. The 53-year-old Jennecke had spent most of his military career since 1911 in engineer or logistic assignments. He saw no frontline service in the first 2 years of World War II and was a senior staff officer in Paris until February 1942. Jennecke was also a good friend of Friedrich Paulus, commander of AOK-6, with whom he had served in pre-war staff duty. Despite never having commanded infantry units before, Jennecke was given command of the newly raised 389th Infantry Division and sent to the Eastern Front, where he participated in the advance to the Volga and the vicious city fighting around the tractor works in Stalingrad. Like many German soldiers who found themselves encircled at Stalingrad in the winter of 1942-43, Jennecke became critical of Hitler and his conduct of the war. He openly urged his friend Paulus to disobey Hitler's orders and attempt a breakout, saying that, "Your own head is nothing compared to the lives of so many soldiers." Paulus ignored him and all other advice. Jennecke was badly wounded on January 17, 1943, and was fortunate to be flown out a week later. After 3 months convalescing in France, he returned to the Eastern Front as summer 1943 arrived. Assigned to a backwater theater in the Kuban and given command of another army threatened with isolation and encirclement, Jennecke was less than enthusiastic about his situation. When Operation Brunhild began on September 12th, Jennecke lost control over parts of AOK-17 as it was transported from the Kuban to the Crimea. The 44th Army Corps was the first major formation to be transported to the Crimea, where the OKH immediately transferred it to AOK-6 to reinforce its crumbling front. As more divisions were evacuated from the Kuban, they kept getting transported to other threatened sectors in Ukraine, until finally 8 of the 10 German divisions in AOK-17 were transferred to other commands. In the Crimea, Jennecke's AOK-17 was left with just the 50th and 98th Infanterie Divisionen and 6 Romanian divisions. Even those units were incomplete. Major Erich Barenfanger's Grenadier Regiment 123 was detached from the 50th Infanterie Division and sent by truck across the Chongar Bridge to reinforce the 44th Army Corps at Mariupol. In small compensation, AOK-6 transferred Generalmajor Wilhelm Kunz's worn-out 336th Infanterie Division to AOK-17 for rebuilding in the Crimea, but it had only 4 battalions and almost no artillery. Of the 7 Romanian divisions subordinate to AOK-17, the 3 mountain divisions were in decent shape in terms of personnel and equipment, but the Germans no longer put much faith in the Romanians to fulfill any but the most basic missions after the defeat at Stalingrad. In addition, the Befehlshaber Krim contributed the 153rd Feldausbildungsdivision and the 1st Slovakian Infantry Division, both of which had minimal combat capabilities. By late October 1943, there were over 200,000 Axis military personnel in the Crimea, but only about 1/5 of these were combat troops. Over 27,000 personnel were assigned to quartermaster and logistic units. Fliegerkorps 1 had over 5,000 Luftwaffe personnel, and the Kriegsmarine had over 4,000 in the Crimea. In addition, the SS, SD, and Abwehr still had a very strong presence in the Crimea, with over 6,000 assigned personnel, but their military effectiveness was negligible. Jennecke had only just settled into his new headquarters in Simferopol when the entire situation around him spun out of control. AOK-6, including the recently arrived 44th Army Corps, was badly defeated at Melitopol by General Fyodor I. Tolbukin's 4th Ukrainian Front on October 24th and began to retreat toward the lower Dnieper. Tolbukin let loose his armor and cavalry in pursuit. The 11th and 19th Tank Corps and the 4th Guards Cavalry Corps, which came rolling across the barren Nogai steppe at great speed. It was quickly apparent that the Soviets would make for the traditional entrances to the Crimea, Perekop and the Chongar Narrows, to isolate AOK-17. Amazingly, the only Axis forces near Perekop was a battle group of the 1st Slovak Division and a few replacement battalions from Generalmajor Kurt Gerock's 153rd Feldausbildungsdivision, while the Chongar Narrows were virtually unguarded. For once it was the Wehrmacht caught with its pants down, with the entrances to the Crimea wide open. Axis command and control in the Crimea was in a muddle in the last days of October 1943. Jennecke controlled General der Gebirgstruppe Rudolf Conrad's 49th Gebirgskorps, but Conrad had no troops near Perekop or Chongar, which were still designated rear areas under control of the Befehlshaber Krim. Generalleutnant Friedrich Kochling, an experienced infantryman, arrived from Berlin to take over the Befehlshaber Krim just 2 weeks before the Soviets arrived at the approaches to the Crimea. The command relationship between Jennecke and Kochling was rather fuzzy, with each controlling some of the troops in the Crimea, a clear violation of the principle of unity of command. There were also separate Romanian, Kriegsmarine, and Luftwaffe chains of command, with no clear senior authority. This same phenomenon of poor inter-service coordination and inter-Allied relations had plagued the Wehrmacht in North Africa as well. Koechlin was observant enough to notice the threat to Perekop and Chongar, and he agreed to move his available units, meager though they were, into blocking positions. Yenicke displayed no sense or urgency at all, and openly talked about a plan named Mikhail that his staff had prepared for evacuating AOK-17 from the Crimea, even though this was not authorized. In fact, Hitler expressly forbade evacuation on October 28th. Yet Hitler did not bother consulting with the Romanian dictator, Ion Antonescu, about his opinion of keeping 7 Romanian divisions isolated in the Crimea. By chance, elements of Kunz's 336th Infantry Division were not too far from the northern coast of the Crimea, and Yenicke acquiesced to it, establishing a few blocking positions. But he was slow to order either the 50th Infantry Division or the 2 Romanian corps to detach any reinforcements. Yenicke was looking to exit the Crimea, not defend it. Kunze began establishing a blocking position at Salkova, at the northern entrance to the Chongar Peninsula, with a battery of 4 8.8-centimeter flak guns and 2 companies from his Panzerjägerabteilung 336, while his division pioneers prepared the railroad bridge for demolition. He sent the other company from Panzerjägerabteilung 336 to link up with an 8.8-centimeter flak battery at Ishun. Indeed, Generalleutnant Wolfgang Pickert's 9th Flak Division, which had 134 8.8-centimeter and 334 light flak guns, would play a crucial role in the defense of the Crimea. Yet Kunze had very little infantry in his decimated division, and was initially able to provide only 100 troops from Grenadier Regiment 686 for the Chongar blocking position. The replacement formations under Koechlin's Befehlshaber Krim had devolved into essentially school and convalescent depots during the past year, with personnel always in transit and minimal equipment on hand. Not combat-ready formations. Gerock's 153rd Feldausbildungsdivision had 3 Feldersatzbataillon, FEB, near Perekop, which were ordered to dig in along the old Tatar wall, assisted by a battalion of construction troops. Artillery support was limited to 2 batteries of 10.5-centimeter howitzers. The Slovak Tatarko Combat Group, with 800 troops, was also assigned to the Perekop position. Koechlin sent Generalmajor Weber from a school unit in Yevpatoria to take command of the defenses at Perekop, while combing out more ad hoc infantrymen from units as far as Feodosia. Kunze ordered his 2nd Grenadier Regiment 687 to reinforce Gruppe Weber. On October 28th, 2 rudimentary blocking positions were established at Perekop and Salkova, but neither was capable of sustained defense against a superior enemy force. After all the effort wasted on trying to colonize the Crimea, the Germans had actually made no provision to defend it. As an afterthought, a Kampfgruppe from Luftwaffenjäger Regiment 10 was assigned to guard Genishek and the Arabat Spit. Meanwhile, General Lieutenant Ivan D. Vasilev's 19th Tank Corps was rapidly approaching the Perekop Isthmus, with Kirichenko's 4th Guards Cavalry Corps, 4G CC, close behind. Tobukin assigned General Lieutenant Yakov G. Kreitzer's 51st Army the mission of breaking through any defenses at Perekop, while General Lieutenant Alexei A. Grechkin's 28th Army would penetrate the defenses on the Chongar Peninsula. Tolbukin hoped to take the Crimea on the run, and he stood a good chance given the level of German unpreparedness, and he knew that Petrov would soon mount an amphibious crossing of the Kerch Strait. While both Kreitzer's and Grechkin's armies had suffered heavy losses in the Melitopol offensive, they were still infinitely stronger in tanks, infantry, and artillery than the ad hoc formations thrown together to defend the Crimea. The VVS was also much stronger than in 1942, and the 8th Air Army could provide effective fighter cover and ground support over the Crimea. If the 2 Soviet armies could break through at Perekop and Chongar, followed by Petrov landing at Kerch, the entire German defense in the Crimea could collapse in a matter of days. However, the Soviet advance into the Crimea was a secondary operation, while the Stavka focused most of its attention and resources on crossing the Dnieper River and liberating Kiev. October 30th, 1943, was a cool, overcast day in the Crimea. Several of Gerok's battalions were still arriving at Perekop, giving Gruppe Weber a total of 6 battalions, but all very under strength. Kochling was able to get the Kriegsmarine to agree to send some coastal artillery to Perekop, and they were en route. Another odd unit, the 3rd Gebirgsjäger Regiment Bergmann, an Abwehr unit comprising Azerbaijani and Georgian volunteers, also arrived at Perekop. At the Chongar Narrows, Kunze managed to force-march Fusilier Battalion 336 to reinforce the Salkova blocking position, and he had the rest of Grenadier Regiment 686 on the way. Soviet reconnaissance aircraft were already flying over the Crimea, and they detected the German effort to fortify the entrances. Gretchen's 28th Army was the first to reach the entrance to the Crimea in the late afternoon. Elements of the 347th Rifle Division forced the Luftwaffe field troops out of Geneshek and began pushing down the Arabat Spit, while the 118th Rifle Division appeared a mile north of the Salkova blocking position. Kunze took the risky course of action of splitting his forces. He ordered his pioneers to ferry 1st Grenadier Regiment 686 and some pack guns across the lagoon to defend the Arabat Spit, while 2nd Grenadier Regiment 686 remained to hold the Chongar Narrows. The move was accomplished during the night to minimize risk of air attack. Although Soviet scouts began probing the Chongar position during the night, the information about the Salkova blocking position was apparently not disseminated. Around 0900 hours, a column of 14 to 16 Soviet trucks approached Salkova and drove straight into the German engagement area. German 7.5-centimeter pack guns and 8.8-centimeter flak guns tore the column to pieces, destroying every vehicle. 5 hours passed before the 118th Rifle Division responded to this ambush, when it sent 2 dismounted rifle companies, supported by mortars, against the blocking position, but the result was a desultory exchange of fire for the rest of the afternoon. The Soviet advance down the Arabat Spit also stopped when they encountered Koch's single battalion of grenadiers. By this point, Jenicke was finally facing the reality that he was going to have to defend the Crimea, and he ordered Generalleutnant Friedrich Sixt to send a Kampfgruppe from his 50th Infantry Division to reinforce Gruppe Weber at Perekop. 1/3 of the division, organized as Gruppe Krieger, remained to defend Feodosia. Belatedly, the Romanians were finally included in the picture, and the Romanian Mountain Corps dispatched Gruppe Balan, 3 mountain battalions, an artillery battalion, an anti-tank company, and a company of Skoda-built light tanks, to guard the Sevastopol coastline between Perekop and the Chongar Narrows. The situation had become a race to see who could get their forces into place fast enough. On the morning of November 1st, the lead elements of Vasiliev's 19th Tank Corps arrived within sight of Perekop. Lieutenant Colonel Nikolai Lebedev's 220th Tank Brigade was the vanguard, and he attacked immediately at 0620 hours, with 11 T-34s and 300 to 400 troops. Since the beginning of the war, Soviet tank commanders had often attacked aggressively and impulsively with poor results, but this time was different. Pickert's 8.8-centimeter flak guns were still back at Ishun, and only light artillery and pack guns had arrived at the Perekop position. Nor were any mines in place yet. Lebedev's tank brigade smashed into the center of the enemy position at the Tatar Wall, panicking one of the Slovak battalions. Contrary to some sources, the Slovaks were not annihilated defending the Tatar Wall, but simply retreated, opening a large gap in the Axis front line. Since Gruppe Weber had not received authorization to destroy the road and rail bridges over the Tatar Ditch, which were still intact, Lebedev's tankers raced across them and penetrated over a mile into the Axis position, being stopped only at the outskirts of Armyansk. Part of the 40th Cavalry Regiment from Kirichenko's 4GCC also arrived to reinforce the breakthrough, but Soviet reinforcements were insufficient to exploit this tactical success, which gave the Germans a chance to recover. Hauptmann Werner Streck was a 30-year-old reserve officer who had just returned from home leave in Germany after being wounded for the fourth time, and found himself placed in command of Feldersatz Bataillon 81, FEB 81. This was a 1,500-man replacement unit divided in 4 companies and armed only with small arms and light machine guns. Streck's battalion was holding the west end of the Tatar wall, and he moved quickly to seal off Lebedev's breakthrough as best he could. A small counterattack even managed to capture a few prisoners at the Tatar wall, who revealed important details about the Soviet forces en route to Perekop. Streck and a few other replacement battalions managed to patch together a new front around the Soviet breakthrough, while waiting for 3 battalions from the 50th Infantry Division to arrive. While the Germans had won the race to block the 3 traditional entrances into the Crimea, they were too late to protect the coastline along the Sivash. Lieutenant Colonel Polikarp I. Kuznetsov, Chief of Intelligence of General Major Konstantin Pineverov's 10th Rifle Corps, had been tasked by General Lieutenant Kreitzer to find usable fords across the Sivash. Due to wind and tidal conditions, the Sivash was very unpredictable. Gathering up 30 volunteers, Kuznetsov began reconnoitering the coastline, and had the good fortune to find a local fisherman who identified a crossing site from the mainland to Cape Jangar. Kuznetsov sent 3 scouts across the 1.5-mile-wide stretch of muddy water, which was ankle-deep, and they confirmed the fisherman's information. The next morning, November 1st, Kuznetsov led his small detachment across the Sivash at 1000 hours. It was slow going, and it took the men nearly 2 hours to cross the muck, but they made it to the opposite shore, and Kuznetsov lit a signal fire to alert Neverov's 10th Rifle Corps to begin crossing. Major P.F. Kaimakova was the first to cross with a battalion of the 1168th Rifle Regiment, and the rest of the 346th Rifle Division soon crossed as well, followed by the 216th and 257th Rifle Divisions. Nesterov's troops could not use rubber boats because the water was too shallow, and the soldiers had to cross the Sivash on foot, with linked arms to avoid becoming stuck in the mud. A few heavy weapons were brought across on shallow draft pontoons, including some 45mm anti-tank guns, but the troops were mostly limited to what they could carry. There were no Axis troops within 3 miles of the crossing site, and even though it began in broad daylight, the enemy was ignorant of the Soviet crossing of the Sivash for hours. As Nesterov's 10th Rifle Corps crossed the Sivash, Kuznetsov pushed on ahead and captured a German officer in his staff car, who had been sent to select positions for the Romanian Grupa Balan en route to guard the Sivash coast. By the time that the Romanians began to arrive, Nesterov's corps had already seized a large bridgehead on the southern side of the Sivash. 2 ad hoc German formations, Gruppe Grote and Gruppe Bates, were detached to reinforce the Romanian blocking force and to seal off the Soviet bridgehead at Cape Jangar. Since Nesterov's troops had no tanks and a small number of mortars, they had only a limited ability to attack until pontoon bridges could be built across the Sivash. The handful of Romanian mountain infantry battalions, along with a sprinkling of German replacement troops, was able to build a screen around Nesterov's beachhead for the moment. It would take Nesterov more than 2 weeks to organize and supply his forces, by which point the German 336th Infantry Division had reinforced the Romanians. Colonel Petre G. Panchevsky's 12th Assault Engineer Brigade was brought up to build a pontoon bridge across the Sivash, but the task proved exceedingly difficult, and the bridge was not completed until December 9, 1943. More Soviet units began to arrive in front of Perekop on November 2nd, including Colonel Peter S. Archipov's 79th Tank Brigade and the rest of General Major Boris S. Milerov's 10th Guards Cavalry Division. The Soviets mounted another attack at 1400 hours against the center of the Tatar wall with 30 tanks and 2,000 troops, they succeeded in getting both troops and tanks across the ditch. German flak guns knocked out 4 tanks and inflicted bloody losses on the attackers, but the Soviets succeeded in pushing a large salient into the center of the German defenses. The next day, Milleroff sent another 1,000 dismounted cavalrymen across the Tatar wall, along with more tanks. However, by November 3rd, Pickert had brought up several 8.8-centimeter flak batteries to reinforce the defense, and Gruppe Konrad had arrived with 7 STU-G3s from 2nd Sturmgeschützabteilung and additional infantry. Luftflotte 4 was able to commit Stukas for ground support missions at Perekop, despite intense Soviet air opposition, which enabled Gruppe Weber to stabilize their defense at Perekop by November 4th. German flak and anti-tank troops claimed to have knocked out about 80 Soviet tanks at Perekop between November 1st and November 4th, although Pickert's flak gunners had suffered considerable losses, including 5 8.8-centimeter and 4 2-centimeter guns. When Stalin found out that the Soviet breakthrough at Perekop was not exploited in a timely manner, he had General Lieutenant Nikolai Kirichenko relieved of command of the 4th Guards Cavalry Corps for failing to move up his troops quickly enough. Adli Vasiliev, commander of the 19th Tank Corps, was awarded the Hero of the Soviet Union for the breakthrough at Perekop, although he had been slow to get the rest of his corps into the fight. On November 6th, reinforcements from the 50th Infantry Division had finally reached Gruppe Weber, and the Germans began an all-out attack against the Soviet salient from east, west, and south with 6 battalions. Although the Germans were able to recover the ancient Fort Perekop near the center of the line, they suffered very heavy losses and could not eliminate the Soviet salient. Hauptmann Streck, leading his FEB-81, was wounded for a 5th time, and this time he was sent home permanently, with the Ritterkreuz in recognition of his role in saving the line at Perekop. On November 7th, Gruppe Weber shifted back to the defense, and the front at Perekop stabilized, as it already had at Chongar and on the Arabat Spit. Although probing attacks would occur regularly, the front line settled into static positional warfare for the next 5 months with little change. Gruppe Sixt from the 50th Infantry Division eventually took over the defenses at Perekop, while Gruppe Weber and the 336th Infantry Division took over the Sivash and Chongar sectors. The Axis had been extremely lucky, particularly at Perekop, but AOK-17 had been granted a temporary reprieve. However, AOK-17 was now isolated in the Crimea and completely dependent upon naval supply across the Black Sea from Romanian ports. Furthermore, just as the Axis were fending off this series of probing attacks by Tolbukin's 4th Ukrainian Front, they also had to confront an old, more familiar crisis. Petrov's troops were crossing the Kerch Straits. Jennecke assigned General der Infanterie Karl Allmendinger's 5th Army Corps to defend the eastern Kerch Peninsula, although this was a very threadbare formation consisting solely of Generalleutnant Martin Gareis's tired 98th Infantry Division. Gareis's division had 4 battalions guarding 61 miles of coastline, with another 4 battalions in reserve. Allmendinger had very little artillery support, but he had one ace up his sleeve: Hauptmann Alfred Müller's veteran Sturmgeschützabteilung 191, which had racked up an impressive combat record during the defensive fighting in the Kuban. In addition, the Romanian Cavalry Corps was subordinated to Allmendinger's, but only the 6th Cavalry Division and part of the 3rd Mountain Division were in the eastern Kerch Peninsula. Allmendinger could count on a fair amount of support from the Kriegsmarine in coastal defense, although German naval leaders wanted to conserve their strength for an evacuation operation. Luftflotte 4 still had about 185 combat aircraft in the Crimea, including 84 HE-111H bombers in 3 Gruppen, 33 Bf-109G in 1st JG-52, and 63 ground attack aircraft in 2nd STG-2 and 3rd SG-3. All of the ground attack aircraft were at Begerovo Airfield within easy reach of potential landing beaches in the Kerch Peninsula. The Germans knew that Soviet amphibious capabilities were very limited due to heavy losses over the past 2 years, so Yenica was not particularly concerned about a Soviet attack across the Kerch Strait just yet. However, the Red Army did not always play by the book, and the Stavka was insistent that Petrov mount an amphibious operation at the same time as Tolbukin's forces reached Perekop and Chongar. General Colonel Petrov had begun planning for a crossing operation over the Kerch Strait just 3 days after the last elements of AOK-17 evacuated the Kuban. His basic plan was to transport elements of the 18th and 56th Armies simultaneously across the strait and seize beachheads north and south of Kerch, which was quite similar to the December 1941 landing operation. Unfortunately, neither Gorshkov's Azov flotilla nor the Black Sea Fleet had the resources to mount a proper amphibious landing, and from the start, the operation later known as the Kerch-Eltigan landing was run on a shoestring and was more dependent upon luck than logistics. Relatively little shipping was available in the Caucasus, and it consisted primarily of trawlers, fishing boats, tugboats, and barges. Gorshkov's flotilla could provide coastal minesweepers, motor torpedo boats, and various gunboats. Amazingly, after 3 years of war, the Soviet Navy still did not have a proper landing craft available, particularly one that could transport tanks or heavy artillery. Nor did they have anything in the Black Sea comparable to the German MFPs. While the Western Allies did provide over 500 DUKW amphibious trucks that would have been perfect for crossing the Kerch Strait, they were sent elsewhere. Marshal Alexander Vasilevsky, chief of the Soviet General Staff, opposed Petrov's under-resourced amphibious operation across the Kerch Strait, since he assessed it as too risky, and instead advocated concentrating all effort against the northern entrances to the Crimea, but he was overruled. While Gorshkov and Vice Admiral Lev Vladimirsky gathered up all the available shipping, Petrov positioned virtually all the artillery from the 56th Army, over 400 guns, on the narrow Chushka Spit to support the main landing near Yenikale. A smaller artillery group with 50 howitzers from the 18th Army was deployed on the lower Taman Peninsula to assist the secondary landings at Eltigan. Petrov intended to first make his main landing with the 56th Army near Yenikale, northeast of Kerch, on October 31st. But this effort was delayed due to a bungled loading process by the Azov flotilla. Another effort on the morning of November 1st was aborted due to unexpected losses to enemy mines. Instead, the 18th Army's secondary landing at Eltigan was the only one ready to go on the morning of November 1st. Colonel A.D. Shiryaev's 137th Rifle Regiment from the 318th Mountain Rifle Division loaded at Krotovka on the lower Taman Peninsula throughout the night of October 31st, November 1st, and proceeded into the Kerch Strait around 0100 hours in 6 small landing flotillas. Each vessel loaded as many troops as it could carry on its deck, and none of the Soviet troops were issued life jackets or any form of flotation device. Off Cape Panagia, the Soviet flotillas ran into a German minefield that sank 2 vessels, killing over 200 troops, including Shiryaev and most of his regimental staff. The Soviet formations became disordered in the darkness, and the different speeds of vessels, some troops were even rowing across in longboats, pulled the formations apart. In mid-crossing, the flotilla encountered the German K-12 barrage, which had 120 moored contact mines, causing several more Soviet vessels to blow up. Although the Germans had several coastal batteries from Marine Artillery Abteilung 613 to cover the straits, they did not notice the explosions. The Kriegsmarine also had several S-boats on alert, but none near the straits. Despite heavy losses, the battered Soviet flotillas continued their crossing. Petrov's staff had selected the sandy beach at Eltigan, south of the previous landing site of Kamish-Burun used in 1941, to land the assault elements of the 318th Rifle Division and the 386th Naval Infantry Battalion. Around 0330 hours, 7 I-15 and 2 I-153 fighter bombers from the VVS CHF's 62nd IAP strafed and bombed the beach area around Eltigan. 2 IL-4 bombers also dropped incendiary bombs near the beach to provide a beacon for the landing force. At 04:20 hours, the artillery support group on the lower Taman Peninsula opened a 35-minute artillery preparation against the opposing shore. This would have been a good time for the Black Sea Fleet's cruisers and destroyers to make an appearance and provide naval gunfire support. But the Stalin edict after the disaster of October 6, 1943, found them restricted to base. At 04:50 hours, the first vessels approached the beaches at Eltigan. Due to lack of proper reconnaissance, Petrov's staff had failed to note that there was a sandbar located about 50 yards from the shore, and the first wave of troops began disembarking on the sandbar. When they enthusiastically rushed forward in the darkness, troops fell into 3 yards of deep water, and many heavily laden soldiers drowned. Initially there was no resistance, but the surf was rough and made beaching difficult. By 05:05 hours, small groups of troops had made it to the beach, which was covered with barbed wire obstacles, but no Germans fired on them. Most soldiers arrived on the beach in the dark with only their personal weapon, and in small, squad-sized gaggles. The beach around Eltigan was guarded by 5th Company from 2nd Grenadier Regiment 282, but its level of alertness was woefully inadequate. It took about 15 minutes before they realized that there was activity on the beaches. Finally, someone noticed something and called for artillery to fire illumination rounds over the straits at 05:20 hours. The flares revealed dozens of Soviet craft on the water, which provoked a barrage of German artillery fire. The 2nd Battery of Marine Artillery Abteilung 613, with 4 17-centimeter cannon, was located a mile southwest of the Soviet landing, and it began firing large-caliber rounds into the flimsy Soviet flotillas. The coastal artillerymen inflicted tremendous losses on the landing force, including sinking the barges carrying the artillery battalion's 12 76-millimeter guns. Nevertheless, the Soviets managed to land enough troops to secure a lodgment, and a battalion from the 1339th Rifle Regiment and the 386th Naval Infantry Battalion managed to overrun a battery of 2 Romanian 75-millimeter howitzers on the northern end of the beachhead. Another Soviet battalion from the 1331st Rifle Regiment landed too far south, near the German 17-centimeter gun battery. But the Germans could not see the troops on the beach in front of them due to cliffs, and the Soviet troops marched along the shoreline to link up with the main landing force. Once the sun rose, the Soviets were forced to suspend further landings at Eltigan until the next night. It is estimated that no more than 2,900 Soviet troops landed at Eltigan out of 5,700 dispatched, and that only a few 45-millimeter anti-tank guns and mortars reached the shore. At least 1/3 of the landing craft were sunk or damaged, and hundreds of troops had drowned. Allmendinger was not particularly alarmed by the landing at Eltigan, which was incorrectly assumed to be a battalion-sized diversionary force, so he ordered Oberst Karl Faulhaber's Grenadier Regiment 282 to mop it up. Inside the bridgehead, Major Dmitry S. Koveshnikov found himself the senior officer at Eltigan, with elements of several battalions mixed together. Initially, Koveshnikov had no radio contact with his division command post on the Taman Peninsula or with his subordinate units. Oberst Faulhaber pulled together the spread-out 5th and 7th Company for a counterattack at dawn, but quickly realized that he was not dealing with a small diversionary force. By 11:30 hours, Faulhaber had assembled a battalion-sized counterattack with some artillery support. But in the interim, Koveshnikov had finally established radio contact with the artillery on the Taman side, which he directed to pound the German positions around the beachhead. Soviet aircraft also continually strafed every attempt by Faulhaber to mass troops for a counterattack. Around 12:30 hours, 6 STUG-3 assault guns from Sturmgeschützabteilung 191 arrived and led an advance against the northern side of the Eltigan beachhead. A Soviet penal colony was overrun and destroyed, and Major Koveshnikov's front line began to crumble. Only timely artillery support from the Taman Peninsula forced the Germans to break off the counterattack late in the afternoon. When night arrived, Petrov began sending more troops across to reinforce the Yeltsin beachhead, and, despite serious losses due to mines and artillery fire, another 3,200 troops and 9 mortars were landed. Among the new arrivals was Colonel Vasily F. Gladkov, commander of the 318th Mountain Rifle Division, who took command of the Yeltsin beachhead. Again, the Kriegsmarine failed to interdict the crossing operation. Dawn on November 2nd found Gladkov with 3 poorly armed battalions holding a half-mile deep and 1.5-mile wide strip of land. In mid-morning, Garai's 98th Infantry Division began a counterattack with 2 infantry battalions, 1st and 2nd GR-282, supported by 6 STUG-3s, Pioneers, and flak guns. Luftflotte 4 also managed to scrape up some air support, although the Soviet 4th Air Army strenuously contested the airspace over the beachhead. Attacking both ends of the beachhead, the Germans were able to reduce Gladkov's lodgment by half during the day. But Soviet artillery support from the Taman Peninsula inflicted significant losses on the German infantry, halting the counterattack. Faulhaber's Grenadier Regiment 282 suffered 110 casualties in the first 2 days of fighting at Yeltsin. The next day, Garais continued counterattacking, and he received Stuka support from 3rd SG-3 at Bagerovo Airfield, but could not overwhelm the beachhead at Yeltsin. By this point, the German forces surrounding the beachhead were heavily outnumbered by the encircled Soviet forces, but Gladkov's troops lacked the tanks or heavy weapons necessary to effect a breakout. Meanwhile, Petrov was finally able to begin his main landing effort with the 56th Army on the night of November 3rd through 4th. It began with a massive artillery preparation with over 600 guns and rockets from the Chushka Spit, bombarding German positions near the beaches. Then assault elements of the 2nd Guards and 55th Guards Rifle Divisions, along with the 369th Naval Infantry Battalion, began crossing the straits. The Germans detected the crossing operation, and coastal artillery from Marine Artillery Abteilung 613 opened fire and inflicted losses, but could not stop the crossing. The easternmost part of the Kerch Peninsula was guarded only by 9th and 11th Company of 3rd Grenadier Regiment 290, supported by 3 batteries of 10.5-centimeter guns and 1 battery of 17-centimeter cannon. When the 55th Guards Rifle Division began landing at Golubinaya Bay near Mayak, 9th Company immediately fell back toward the battalion headquarters in Baksy. It was much the same at Opasnaya, where the 2nd Guards Rifle Division routed the sole German company in the area. Almost 4,000 Soviet troops were landed on the first day, seizing a lodgment area by evening that was 8 miles wide and up to 5 miles deep. Allmendinger hurriedly shifted 2 companies of Fusiliers, some replacement units, and a pioneer outfit to create a thin screen around the Soviet beachhead, but he knew that he would need virtually all of Garai's 98th Infantry Division to contain the new Soviet beachhead. Consequently, he ordered Faulhaber's Grenadier Regiment 282 to make one more effort against the Yeltsin beachhead, reinforced by Pioneer Battalion 46 and 2 Romanian battle groups from the 6th Cavalry Division. Allmendinger's staff developed a counterattack plan known as Comet, which would crush the Yeltsin beachhead, then redeploy all forces to contain the new Soviet landings. Allmendinger also pressed the Kriegsmarine to attack Soviet convoys in the Kerch Straits, but it was reluctant to risk its limited number of warships in the face of Soviet air and artillery attacks. While Allmendinger struggled to employ his limited combat resources, Petrov ordered the 56th Army to expand its beachhead before the German defense could stabilize. On November 4th, the town of Baksy was captured and the thin German center shoved backward. Garais committed his Fusilier and Pioneer battalions, which prevented a complete collapse, but it was obvious that the equivalent of 4 battalions could not contain the 56th Army for long. Soviet reinforcements continued to pour across the Kerch Strait every night, enabling General Lieutenant Melnik's 56th Army to mount a major breakout effort on November 5th through 6th. Somehow, Gareis's thin screen of fusiliers and pioneers repulsed all attacks for 2 days until Melnik's forces expended most of their ammunition. Thereafter, Petrov called off further attacks until he could get more troops, tanks, artillery, and supplies across the straits. The Axis implemented Komet at Eltigen on November 7th, and it was an utter failure. The promised Luftwaffe support went instead to Gruppe Konrad at Perekop, and Gladkov's troops heavily outnumbered the German and Romanian units that attacked the northern and southern perimeter. The only positive aspect of Komet was that the Kriegsmarine was finally prodded into operating in the Kerch Straits again, and the S-boats and R-boats began to seriously interfere with resupply missions to the Eltigen beachhead. Furthermore, it was clear to Petrov that Eltigen could not be expanded into a larger lodgment area, so no more reinforcements would be committed into this tactical dead end. After the failure of Komet, Grenadier Regiment 282 was withdrawn, and the Romanian 14th Machine Gun Battalion and 6th Cavalry Division took over the perimeter defense. The Kriegsmarine also began to erect a fairly impenetrable blockade around Eltigen, using light warships, armed MFPs, and mines, which gradually starved the Soviet forces in the beachhead. The Battle of Kerch-Eltigen was shaped by the struggle for air supremacy over the beaches and the Kerch Straits in November and December 1943. Although Flieger Corps I only had a single fighter unit at any one time in the Crimea during this period, it was the cream of the Luftwaffe's fighter arm. The Germans began the battle with 1st JG-52, but Hauptmann Gerhard Barkhorn's 2nd JG-52 took their place on November 13th, and his unit remained in the Crimea until April 1944. Barkhorn was already one of the top Luftwaffe aces, with 177 victories claimed by the end of October 1943. Although his Gruppe of 40 Bf-109G fighters was outnumbered by more than 10-1 by the fighters from the VVS, CHF, and the 4th and 8th Air Armies, Barkhorn's pilots ripped into the Soviet air units operating over the Kerch Peninsula. In November and December 1943, Barkhorn personally claimed 51 enemy aircraft shot down, and 2nd JG-52 inflicted over 200 losses on the VVS in exchange for 17 Bf-109s lost. Due to the ferocious resistance put up by Barkhorn's fighters, the VVS failed to deliver adequate air support to either beachhead. Once a lodgment in the Crimea was created, the 56th Army was redesignated the Coastal Army, and Petrov took personal command. On November 10th, Petrov made a major attack against the center of the German perimeter west of Baxi and pushed it back 2 miles. Gareis's had a hodgepodge of company-sized detachments from 8 different battalions, but no complete units, so his defensive line had little integrity. The first 10 T-34 tanks were brought across the Kerch Strait on barges on November 10th through 11th, but Petrov had only limited armor support for some time. He continued to push westward, and by November 12th, the Coastal Army was on the outskirts of Kerch. Major Erich Barenfanger's Grenadier Regiment 123, which had been detached to AOK-6, was now flown back into Bagerovo airfield by Ju-52 transports to reinforce Gareis's flagging line. Barenfanger's regiment was reduced to a battalion-size Kampfgruppe after the heavy fighting at Mariupol, but this consisted of first-class veterans. When Petrov brought his armor into play on November 13th through 14th, they ran straight into Barenfanger's grenadiers. With his usual preference for close combat, Barenfanger participated in knocking out a T-34 with teller mines and 3-kilogram demolition charges, and his battalion knocked out a total of 9 tanks in 1 day. Barenfanger was wounded again, but remained with his troops, and his battalion was responsible for knocking out 24 enemy tanks between November 14th and November 20th. The Red Army also had heroes. Mladší Sergeant Tatiana I. Kostyrin, a 19-year-old female sniper in the 691st Rifle Regiment, had gained a reputation as a lethal killer during the fighting against Barenfanger's battalion on the outskirts of Kerch. On November 22nd, Kostyrin led a local counterattack near the Ajimushkai quarry when her commander became a casualty and she charged the German positions. She was killed in the action, but the Soviets claim that her bravery helped to achieve a favorable tactical outcome, and she was posthumously awarded the Hero of the Soviet Union. Around the same time, German pioneers apparently tested a new weapon system known as the Typhoon Gerat, which was similar in effect to a fuel-air explosive, and which was used against Soviet underground tunnels near the Ajimushkai quarry. Although not very effective, the Soviets regarded it as a chemical weapon. Although Petrov was eventually able to replace his armor losses, he had to suspend his efforts to take Kerch until reinforcements arrived. Just as his forces were preparing to renew the offensive, the weather and the Kriegsmarine saved Allmendinger's 5th Army Corps from being overwhelmed. 6 R-boats of Kapitänleutnant Helmut Klassmann's 3rd Raumbootsflottille and 5 S-boats from Korvettenkapitän Hermann Buchting's 1st Schnellbootsflottille proved a major thorn in the operations of Gorshkov's Azov flotilla, and gradually sank or damaged a considerable number of vessels crossing the Kerch Straits. Armed MFPs, equipped with 2 cm or 3.7 cm flak, also proved effective in the blockade mission, although 11 out of 31 committed were sunk, mostly by mines or air attacks. In skirmish after skirmish, the German R and S boats picked off Soviet shipping, which seriously impeded the coastal army's build-up and doomed the Eltigan beachhead. By early December, the situation at Kerch had become deadlocked, and Allmendinger took steps to finally eliminate the troublesome Eltigan beachhead. The Germans provided Sturmgeschützabteilung 191 with 12 artillery batteries and Stukas to support Brigadier General Corneliu Teodorini's 6th Cavalry Division's attack against Eltigan at 0500 hours on December 4th. 2 mountain infantry battalions from the Romanian 3rd Mountain Division spearheaded the attack on the southern end of the beachhead, which gained ground. Attacks on the northern end of the beachhead failed. Gladkov's troops had limited ammunition due to the Kriegsmarine blockade, and the troops had been on limited rations for weeks. Continuing the attack on December 5th, the Romanians slowly rolled up the beachhead from north to south. On December 6th, Teodorini committed all his forces, and the Soviet perimeter began to crumble. After 3 days of heavy fighting, Gladkov decided that he would lead a breakout attempt to reach the Soviet positions near Kerch. This was a desperate decision, entailing a march of more than 12 miles through Axis lines. On the night of December 6th through 7th, Gladkov led a group of more than 1,500 troops through the Romanian 14th Machine Gun Battalion's lines and succeeded in breaking clean through the enemy perimeter. The next morning, the Romanians overran the Eltigan beachhead by 07:15 hours and took 2,294 prisoners. Teodorini's Romanian units suffered at least 865 casualties in reducing the Eltigan beachhead, but Soviet losses were much larger. Gladkov managed to make it to the south side of Kerch before running into elements of Faulhaber's Grenadier Regiment 282, which blocked their path. Although only 4 miles from Soviet lines, Gladkov's exhausted troops could not fight their way through the city of Kerch. Instead, he formed them into a perimeter along the water's edge, just east of Mount Mithridates. Although some Soviet sources refer to this action as the Battle of Mount Mithridates, the Soviet troops were not on the mountain itself and instead clustered near the water, hoping for rescue. It did not take long for the Axis to figure out what had happened, and Brigadier General Leonard Mochiulsky's 3rd Mountain Division was assigned to eliminate the Soviet group. He quickly surrounded Gladkov's group with 3 mountain battalions, while German artillery and Stukas pounded the trapped enemy into submission. After 4 days of this, Mochiulsky's 3rd Mountain Division overran the Soviet position on December 11th and took 820 prisoners. Gladkov was not among the dead or the prisoners, having been evacuated by sea just before the end. Petrov had succeeded in creating a firm army-size lodgment at Yanikale that Allmendinger's 5th Army Corps could not defeat, which greatly added to the strain on AOK-17's limited resources. However, Eltigan beachhead was a clear defeat that cost Petrov a reinforced division, as well as a great deal of Gorshkov's diminished naval transport. Yet the Axis ground forces had proved to have very little offensive capability left, just enough to defeat troops who lacked armor and artillery support. Given the Soviet lodgment across the Sivash and the lodgment across the Kerch Straits, it was obvious by mid-November 1943 that a force as weak as AOK-17 could not possibly survive an all-out Soviet offensive once Tolbukin and Petrov had gathered sufficient forces and supplies. However, Hitler had no intention of giving up the Crimea without a fight. The Third Reich's military situation on the Eastern Front deteriorated rapidly in late 1943, as the Red Army crossed the Dnieper River at several points before the Wehrmacht could establish a coherent defense. Kiev was liberated on November 6th, and it was evident that Germany had lost the strategic initiative. Faced with one disaster after another, Hitler dug in and refused to consider withdrawals, even when military common sense dictated otherwise. He also failed to appreciate the reduced capabilities of his armies, and believed that they could still operate with the kind of superiority they enjoyed over the Red Army in 1941–42. In looking at the Crimea, Hitler saw terrain that was eminently defensible and a full army to defend it. Why should AOK-17 evacuate the Crimea? Adding to his misperception, the Kriegsmarine assured him that they could supply the army in the Crimea indefinitely or evacuate it if necessary. Thus, in Hitler's mind, AOK-17's situation was not analogous to AOK-6's situation at Stalingrad 1 year earlier. In a letter sent to Romanian dictator Antonescu on November 28th, Hitler informed him of his intent to defend the Crimea by all means and to supply AOK-17 by sea. Hitler also promised to send reinforcements by sea to rebuild AOK-17, and that at some point Heeresgruppe Süd would re-establish ground communications with the Crimea. Hitler did send reinforcements. Low-quality cannon fodder units, such as 2nd Grenadier Regiment 583 from France and 1st Grenadier Regiment 759, a newly raised fortress unit. Obviously, a few battalions of overage static troops was little more than a gesture, and a pathetic one at that. While it was true that AOK-6 still maintained the Kherson bridgehead on the east side of the Dnieper as a springboard for a potential counter-offensive to re-establish rail links with the Crimea, the Wehrmacht could barely maintain its current front, never mind recover lost territory. Thus, the Crimea was going to remain isolated, and AOK-17's only realistic options were either to evacuate and use the troops elsewhere on the Eastern Front, or hold to the death. If AOK-17 had been comprised primarily of German troops, Hitler might have been more open to evacuation. But since the bulk of the combat units were Romanian, he regarded them as having negligible value if deployed elsewhere. By holding the Crimea, AOK-17 was tying up 3 much stronger Soviet armies, as well as 2 air armies and much of the Soviet naval capabilities in the Black Sea. If the Crimea was evacuated prematurely, the OKH feared that the Soviets might conduct amphibious attacks against Heeresgruppe Süd's coastal flanks. Thus, there was a brutal military logic to Hitler's intransigence over evacuating the Crimea, since the logistical infrastructure was available to sustain operations there for some time. Throughout the winter, the Soviets continued to pound against the German defenses of the Crimea, particularly near Kerch. Prodded by the Stavka to break out from his Kerch lodgment, Petrov mounted an ill-planned amphibious landing behind the 5th Army Corps lines at Cape Tarhan on the morning of January 10, 1944. The winter weather was predictably awful and broke up the Azov flotilla's landing force. Colonel Georg Glavatsky, who had been awarded the Hero of the Soviet Union for his bravery at Balaclava in 1942, led over 1,700 troops from his 166th Guards Regiment ashore, but lacked the equipment to seriously threaten the Germans. Furthermore, the VVS CHF failed to protect the beachhead, and German Ju-87 Stukas and FW-190F ground attack aircraft had a field day shooting up the Azov flotilla and Glavatsky's regiment. German ground troops moved in the next day and crushed the landing force, although Glavatsky and some of his troops escaped. Petrov tried to reach Glavatsky's beachhead using a battalion of T-34 tanks that he had just received. But Sturmgeschützabteilung 191 was repositioned to counter this effort and knocked out 16 T-34s. On January 20th, Petrov began a serious attack with his 16th Rifle Corps against the southern end of the German HKL. But Fusilier Bataillon 98 put up fanatical resistance that held the line and inflicted heavy losses on Petrov's assault troops. Baron Fanger's Grenadier Regiment 123, now just a battalion-sized Kampfgruppe, also put up great resistance, which resulted in Baron Fanger being awarded the Oak Leaves to his Ritterkreuz. German losses were also quite heavy, including Baron Fanger, who was wounded for the 6th time. He was sent home to recover and received his award directly from Hitler. On the night of January 22nd, 23rd, Petrov attempted a coup de main against Kerch, with the Azov flotilla transporting 2 naval infantry battalions into the harbor. Although the Soviet naval infantrymen briefly seized part of the port, the battalions were too far apart to support each other, and Allmendinger's 5th Army Corps destroyed them piecemeal. Fighting continued for several days as Petrov's troops tried to reach the naval infantrymen in Kerch, but every effort by the 339th Rifle Division was repulsed. 2 German junior officers, Hauptmann Hans Richter and Hauptmann Hans Neumeier, were each awarded the Ritterkreuz for their role in stopping this Soviet offensive. Stalin was incensed when he learned about the double failures at Cape Tarhan and Kerch. Both Petrov and Vice Admiral Lev Vladimirsk, commander of the Black Sea Fleet, were relieved of command and demoted. Instead, Stalin sent one of his favorites, General Andrei I. Eremenko, to take over the coastal army on February 6th, while Vice Admiral Oktyabrsky was brought back to command the Black Sea Fleet once again. Rear Admiral Sergei Gorshkov, still the same rank after 3 years of constant combat experience, somehow managed to avoid serious censure, and a subordinate took most of the blame for faulty naval execution. In the Savage Lodgment, the Soviet 10th Rifle Corps also made several large breakout attempts, beginning with a night attack on February 4th, but made no progress. Fortunately for the Germans, it was a relatively mild winter in the Crimea, and the Savage did not freeze over. If it had, AOK-17's fragile defenses would have been outflanked and overwhelmed. Another Soviet breakout attempt in the middle of a snowstorm on March 28th also failed. Gruppe Conrad sealed off the lodgment with the Romanian 10th Infantry Division on the eastern side and the 336th Infantry Division on the western side. Although the Soviet 10th Rifle Corps outnumbered the Axis forces encircling it, the Soviet formation lacked the heavy weapons to achieve a breakout. As part of a reorganization, Tolbukin assigned General Lieutenant Georgy F. Zakharov's 2nd Guards Army to take over all the forces in the Perekop sector, allowing Kreitzer's 51st Army to focus exclusively on the Savage sector. Whether or not AOK-17 could hold the Crimea depended far more upon the Kriegsmarine and the Luftwaffe than Jenicke's worn-out divisions. The Kriegsmarine and Royal Romanian Navy had opened a regular convoy route from Constanta to Sevastopol in August 1942, but the bulk of supplies to the Crimea had come via rail. Once the Crimea was isolated, bulk supplies now had to come by sea, while personnel would come by Luftwaffe air transport. Generalmajor Fritz Morzik, who had run both the Demyansk and Stalingrad airlifts, was picked to command the air transport operation to the Crimea. Morczyk was an energetic and talented aviation leader, and by 1943 the Luftwaffe had built up a very robust air transport capability on the Eastern Front. 7 air transport groups with 268 aircraft were subordinated to Morczyk, who established regular runs from Odessa and Uman to the Crimea. Unlike the Stalingrad airlift, the winter weather was milder over the Crimea and, aside from fog, did not seriously disrupt operations. Nor did the VVS initially make much effort to intercept Morzyk's transports, even though they were flying in daylight. Typically, transport planes could fly one way to the Crimea in 2.5 hours. The main purpose of the airlift was to fly in replacements for AOK-17 and fly out wounded. In addition, they also flew in high-priority cargo, such as replacement parts for the STU-G3 assault guns and trucks. The Germans still had over 9,000 vehicles in the Crimea, and they managed to keep 80% of them operational. Although complete statistics are not available, the Ju-52s of just one group, 3rd TG2, flew in 30,838 troops to the Crimea in the period November 5, 1943 to February 2, 1944, and flew out 17,140 wounded personnel, while losing only 2 Ju-52s to enemy action. Morzyk's air transport fleet also included Major Gunther Maus's 1st TG5 equipped with 19 Me-323 Gigant transports. The Me-323 was capable of carrying a 10-ton load, such as an 8.8-centimeter flak gun, or up to 130 troops. Indeed, Morzyk's air transport fleet was not severely stressed during the first several months of the airlift, and its capacity exceeded demand. Heavy equipment and bulk fuel had to come by sea. Since Hitler intended to replace AOK-17's material losses, in mid-November 1943, the Kriegsmarine and Royal Romanian Navy organized a large naval convoy from Constanta to Sevastopol, designated Wotan. One vessel, the German steamer Santa Fe, 4,627 tons, carried 12 STU-G3 assault guns intended for Sturmgeschützabteilung 191 in the Crimea. Yet, despite the presence of a strong escort, including a Romanian destroyer, a minesweeper, and 3 German R-boats, the Santa Fe was struck by a torpedo, probably from the Soviet submarine D4, off the west coast of the Crimea on November 23rd. After catching fire, the vessel exploded and broke in two, taking her vital cargo with her. The Soviets sent more submarines to patrol off the Crimea, but aside from the Santa Fe, they achieved only occasional successes. In response, the Germans stepped up their anti-submarine efforts by deploying more sub-hunters to Sevastopol. The submarine D4 was depth-charged and sunk less than 2 weeks after sinking the Santa Fe. Yet, aside from occasional large convoys, the Germans tended to rely upon their shallow-draft MFPs for the bulk of their logistical pipeline to the Crimea, since these craft could operate in coastal waters too shallow for enemy submarines. Turkey turned a blind eye as German and Italian merchantmen passed through the Dardanelles to increase Axis merchant shipping in the Black Sea. Between November 1943 and March 1944, AOK-17 suffered 21,970 casualties, including 6,077 dead or missing, but was receiving a monthly average of about 3,500 replacements. In February 1944, Sturmgeschützabteilung 279 was brought in by sea, doubling the anti-armor capability of AOK-17. In mid-March, the Kriegsmarine was even able to transfer large elements from the 73rd and 111th Infanterie Divisionen from Odessa to the Crimea to reinforce AOK-17. Both units were battered and under strength. The 111th Infanterie Division deployed a 5,000-man group to the Crimea by MFP and air transport, but suffered a painful loss when an Me-323 loaded with an 80-man artillery battery crashed, killing everyone aboard. The OKH directed Jennecke to restructure all 5 of his German infantry divisions according to the revised 1944 Table of Organization, which included 1,181 Heavies in the structure, but none of his divisions were even close to the standard. His strongest unit, Generalleutnant Friedrich VI's 50th Infantry Division, had only 4 of its own infantry battalions, plus 4 replacement battalions, FEB, 2 Slovak battalions, 2 Bergmann battalions made of Caucasian troops, and 2 German battalions from other commands. 6th Artillery Regiment had all its 10.5 centimeter 1 FH-18 howitzers, but only 3 of its 15 centimeter SFH-18 howitzers. The 336th Infantry Division was in even worse shape, with only 3 of its own infantry battalions and 6 Romanian battalions attached directly to it. Large numbers of Heavies and Tatars were also incorporated into German units. Aside from relying heavily upon captured or local troops, the quality of most German replacements by this point in the war was problematic, and replacing a junior infantryman was one thing, but replacing veteran NCOs and junior officers was quite another. Jennecke was also forced to employ odd formations like Landesschützenbataillon 876 and the Kriegsmarines Marine Infantry Battalion Klüver, which lacked the equipment or training to go toe-to-toe with the Red Army. Once the Wehrmacht lost its advantage in combat-experienced junior leaders, its ability to withstand the Red Army's hammer blows was forfeit. However, not all the replacements flown into the Crimea were inexperienced. Some veterans who had been evacuated earlier for wounds voluntarily opted to return to their units in the Crimea, even though they had opportunities to be reassigned elsewhere. Hauptmann Karl Otto Leuchfeld, who had been awarded the Ritterkreuz for his accomplishments as a company commander with the 50th Infantry Division during the fighting at Sevastopol in the winter of 1941-42, had been assigned to instructor duty in France after he recovered from wounds. Yet in March 1944, he requested to return to his old regiment in the Crimea. He was flown in and took command of 1st Grenadier Regiment 123 in reserve near Perekop. The German concept of Kameradschaft, or comradeship, was a key factor that held units together under the stressful combat conditions on the Eastern Front. Regimental identity and loyalty remained strong among officers and NCOs, serving as a combat multiplier as long as trusted leaders remained. Although the Red Army had many brave soldiers, regimental-level political commissars ensured that loyalties were reserved for Stalin, the Communist Party, or the Rodina, not military leaders or organizations. That kind of loyalty was considered dangerous in the Soviet Union. Unlike other isolated Axis armies, the forces in the Crimea did not suffer great privations, since food and fuel remained readily available. The troops of AOK-17 were never forced to eat their horses. There was no starvation among Axis troops in the Crimea, and a deliberate effort was made to ensure that food was brought in for local civilians. Special attention was made by AOK-17 to protect the pro-Axis Tatar population from unnecessary privations. Local fishing craft were employed to supplement rations with coastal fishing, and even the Tatars were forced to contribute livestock and produce. Nevertheless, the Germans did take the best of the supplies for themselves and tended to give less of everything to the Romanians. Naval convoys also brought in over 100 tons of S&T mines to fortify the northern entrances to the Crimea, as well as large shipments of the new Faust Patrona anti-tank rocket, which significantly increased the anti-tank firepower of even weak infantry units. Yet the greatest logistic challenge for AOK-17 in the Crimea was obtaining an adequate supply of artillery ammunition. Due to the diversity of German and Romanian weapons, as well as flak guns, coastal artillery, and captured pieces, the artillery supply was nothing like the lavish standards of 1942. At best, quartermasters were able to prioritize a few ammunition types, like 10.5 centimeter rounds for the German 1 FH-18 howitzer, but even this mainstay of the German division-level artillery received a gross total of only 1,500 tons of ammunition per month. The morale of the 65,000 Romanian troops in the Crimea was deteriorating for a number of reasons, of which isolation was only one. It was increasingly clear that Germany was losing the war and that the Red Army would soon reach the Romanian border. Antonescu was quietly sending out peace feelers to the Western Allies, and he did not allow any replacements to go to the Romanian forces in the Crimea. By January 1944, most of the Romanian units in the Crimea were seriously understrength and their vehicles non-operational. For example, the 10th Infantry Division was reduced to 30% of authorized strength with just 4,989 troops. Jenica attached some of the better Romanian mountain battalions directly to German divisions and attached low-quality German battalions to reinforce Romanian divisions. Anxious to keep the Romanians in the Crimea from lapsing into apathetic non-involvement in the war, Jenica put the Romanian Mountain Corps in charge of suppressing the Crimean partisans during the winter of 1943-44. Once the Red Army reached the entrances to the Crimea, the partisan forces there became increasingly aggressive in attacking Axis lines of communication. Ambushes by groups of 30 to 100 partisans on the road from Simferopol to Feodosia and near Yalta inflicted painful losses on Axis rear area units, which threatened AOK-17 supply lines. In late December 1943, 6 Romanian mountain battalions, with limited German support, began a week-long search and destroy mission in the rough terrain east of Simferopol. Apparently, the partisans were taken by surprise and had unwisely concentrated their forces in brigade-size base camps, which were identified and destroyed one at a time. The 4th Partisan Brigade had an 800-person camp identified near Sudak. The operation was a major success, inflicting over 3,700 casualties on the partisans at a cost of 232 Romanian casualties. However, when the Romanians attempted to replicate this success by attacking 3 partisan brigade areas southwest of Simferopol in mid-January, the results were less promising. 651 casualties were inflicted on the partisans against 88 Romanian casualties. A final anti-partisan operation conducted in early February was a disaster, with the partisans evading the Axis dragnet and inflicting significant losses on the German-Romanian units involved. Altogether, the Romanian-led anti-partisan operations in early 1944 neutralized about half of the Soviet partisan forces in the Crimea and temporarily reduced attacks against AOK-17's lines of communications. However, the partisans also managed to tie down the bulk of the 3 best Romanian divisions in rear area security duties, which was a win for the Red Army. In addition to partisan attacks, the Soviet VVS formations used their substantial superiority in air power to wear down the Axis forces in the Crimea with almost daily air attacks. Soviet bombers, mostly DB-3s and PE-2s, began appearing over Sevastopol and Feodosia in squadron-sized strength in November 1943 and regularly pounded the harbor facilities, warehouses, and airfields. By December 1943, Luftflotte 4 decided to pull most of its bombers out of the Crimea, and then the Flieger Corps 1 headquarters, which transferred to Romania. Oberst Joachim Bauer was left in charge of the remaining fighters and ground attack aircraft based in the Crimea. Barkhorn's 2nd JG-52 was blessed with an incredibly skilled cadre of experten. 11 of its pilots had scored over 40 victories and 3 had over 100, which enabled them to fend off an enemy who enjoyed a 10-to-1 numerical superiority over the Crimea. Hauptmann Werner Dornbach's 2nd SG-2, equipped with FW-190F ground attack fighters, also played a critical role in defeating Soviet probes against the Crimea's defenses during the winter of 1943-44. For his part, Hitler attempted to live up to his pledge that the forces in the Crimea would continue to receive adequate replacements, and Bauer's squadrons received 120 replacement aircraft during the winter, while losing a similar number. Yet VVS strength had grown so overwhelmingly by the onset of spring 1944 that even the best Luftwaffe units, equipped with the best aircraft and flown by the best pilots, could no longer delay the inevitable. Both sides used the winter to prepare for the battles in the spring. In January, the Soviets completed another bridge across the Sevash, capable of handling tanks and heavy artillery. The Soviet lodgment across the Sivash was a miserable, muddy place with cold winds and completely flat terrain. Troops could not dig trenches because the ground consisted of clay soaked with salty brine, making them particularly vulnerable to German artillery and air attacks. Troops remained cold and wet for days, leading to trench foot. General Major Peter K. Koshevoy, commander of the 63rd Rifle Corps, arrived in the lodgment and was shocked by the conditions. Soon the army commander, Kreitzer, went with me to the south bank of the Sivash in order to get acquainted with the situation in the bridgehead. Here the picture was quite bleak. There was not a tree or bush. Around us stretched a boundless steppe as flat as a table and a drained white expanse of shallow salt lakes. There were not even any weeds visible. Only here and there was a sparse tuft of reddish-gray sage. We could see all the way to the horizon. It seemed that the troops were completely open to enemy observation and fire. To the south of our front line, the enemy was located on ancient Scythian burial mounds, and our scouts have repeatedly noticed the gleaming glass of binoculars. Nor were there any sources of fresh water in the bridgehead. The Germans were indeed watching and listening. German radio intercepts enabled Jennecke to keep up with Soviet developments. He knew that Koshevoy's 63rd Rifle Corps had reinforced the 10th Rifle Corps in the Sivash lodgment, and that Petrov's coastal army near Kerch was reinforced to 8 rifle divisions and 2 tank brigades, with 75,000 troops and 80 tanks. Jennecke did succeed in rebuilding AOK-17's units to some extent, although the overall balance was now so unfavorable that even full-strength units would have difficulty holding the Crimea. One of his efforts to create more effective combat units was the authorization of Gebirgsjäger Regiment Krim, GJRK, in late March 1944. This 3-battalion unit was formed under Major Walter Kopp from FEB 94 and FEB 125, plus remnants of the 4th Gebirgsdivision stranded in the Crimea. Kopp's regiment was assigned to Allmendinger's 5th Army Corps to provide it a real reserve in case of more Soviet landings on the coast. German intelligence estimates believed it was possible that the Soviets would attempt more amphibious landings on the Crimean coast when spring came, but concluded that the most dangerous threat was a breakout attack from their Sivash bridgehead, followed by an outflanking maneuver against the Perekop position. Although a German retreat to Ishun might have reduced this threat, Hitler refused to authorize any more withdrawals in the Crimea. Instead, Jennecke's staff used the winter to begin work on a fallback position known as the Nynasau Line, to protect the approaches to Sevastopol in case of a Soviet breakout from the Sivash, but this effort received little priority. By spring 1944, the Gneisenau Line consisted of 7 company-sized Stützpunkt, each armed with a few anti-tank guns and Romanian howitzers, at best a delaying position. Jennecke and his chief of staff, Generalmajor Wolf-Dietrich Ritter von Xylander, also worked on a variety of evacuation schemes, renamed first Litzmann, then Ruderboot, then Gleiterboot, then Adler. All these plans were designed to organize an emergency Dunkirk-style evacuation from the Crimea once an all-out Soviet offensive began, in order to save as much of AOK-17 as possible. But they remained little more than staff studies, since Hitler would not authorize an evacuation. Holding the Crimea was more important to him than the risk to AOK-17. Chapter 9. German defeat in the Crimea, 1944. History shows that there are no invincible armies. Joseph Stalin. Once spring weather arrived, the German goose in the Crimea was pretty well cooked. Tolbukin and Eremenko had met with Stalin in Moscow during March to discuss the Crimea, and the basic plan of attack had been decided. Zakharov's Second Guards Army would mount a strong, deliberate offensive against Gruppe Conrad's defenses at Perekop, while Kreitzer's 51st Army would stage a breakout attack from its Sivash bridgehead. Once the German front was broken, Vasiliev's 19th Tank Corps would exploit southward to Simferopol. Eremenko's coastal army was intended merely to fix Allmendinger's Fifth Army Corps at Kerch during the first phase of the Crimean offensive and then exploit the situation as circumstances permitted. Compared to previous Soviet offensives, the 1944 Crimean offensive was very well planned and coordinated. Zakharov's troops had spent the winter months training intensively on breach operations and were well provided with wire cutters, sapper platoons, and plenty of support weapons. On the Perekop front, the 2nd Guards Army had been busy digging approach trenches which narrowed the width of no man's land from 700 to 1,000 yards to just 150 to 200 yards. From their trenches the Germans watched apprehensively as the distance narrowed. Gruppe Conrad had prepared a defense in depth, consisting of 3 lines across the Perekop Isthmus. Indeed, this was a luxury that the Germans rarely enjoyed on the Eastern Front, but here the narrowness of the isthmus allowed them to concentrate their forces. 6th 50th Infantry Division deployed in a standard 2-up, 1-back style, with Grenadier Regiments 121 and 122 still holding the eastern and western ends of the Tatar Ditch, and the town of Armyansk in the center turned into a fortified Stützpunkt. Further back, 2 batteries of STUG-3 assault guns from Major Gerhard Hoppe's Sturmgeschütz Brigade 279 waited in reserve. 6th other regiment, Grenadier Regiment 123, was positioned even further back, where it could either reinforce at Armyansk or act as a reserve for the defenses on the Sivash. Oberstleutnant Willy Marienfeld, the former schoolteacher who was awarded the Ritterkreuz for being one of the first German officers into Sevastopol in 1942, was commander of Grenadier Regiment 123. Hauptmann Walter Salzmann, another veteran company commander and Ritterkreuz recipient from the 1942 campaign in the Crimea, commanded Fusilier Bataillon 50. 6th Division might have been badly depleted from losses, but it still had very capable tactical leaders. The German front line consisted of a continuous row of trenches, surmounted by rows of barbed wire and anti-personnel mines, reminiscent of the last year of World War I. The 2nd and 3rd lines of defenses were built at Ishun, but manned only by Romanian troops. The Axis defenses on the Sivash front were broken into 3 distinct groups by the lake terrain. A western group, consisting of the Romanian 38th Infantry Regiment, a central group, the Romanian 23rd and 33rd Infantry Regiments, the German 336th Pioneer Battalion, and a battery of STUG-3 assault guns, and an eastern group, the Romanian 94th and 96th Infantry Regiments, supported by 2 STUG-3s. In all these sectors the terrain was flat and constricted by water, which favored the defense. Tolbukin knew that air power would be the crucial element of this operation, and he wanted to take the Luftwaffe out of the battle as quickly as possible. Hoping for a knockout blow, Tolbukin decided to begin his Crimean offensive with a massive air attack by 8th Air Army on April 7th against the Luftwaffe bases and German artillery positions on the Perekop. Having learned the value of a specialist close air support unit from Flieger Corps 8, the 8th Air Army was provided with General Major Vasily Filin's 7th Ground Attack Aviation Corps, 7th Shak, which possessed 108 IL-2 Sturmovix. Barkhorn was away on leave at the start of the Soviet offensive, and 2nd JG-52 was apparently caught off guard by the scale of the Soviet onslaught. It got only a few fighters in the air in time. Protected by dozens of Yak-7 fighters, groups of Soviet Sturmoviks came in low over the treeless Perekop Isthmus, shooting up artillery positions and anything else that was visible. Although the Germans claimed that flak inflicted heavy losses on the raiders, the VVS raids were not seriously disrupted. The next morning, April 8, 1944, the artillery of both the 2nd Guards Army and the 51st Army opened fire at 0800 hours. The Soviet artillery delivered a punishing 2.5-hour-long prep fire against the Axis positions from tube and rocket artillery, as well as heavy mortars. The 8th Army also returned again in strength, strafing and bombing the German positions. This time, 2nd JG-52 was able to intercept some of the Soviet bombers, although it made little difference. Soviet aircraft were everywhere over the Crimea. At 10:30 hours, both Soviet armies commenced their ground attacks. The 51st Army put its main effort against the center of the Axis perimeter around their Sivaj lodgment, with the 91st Rifle Division and 32nd Guards Tank Brigade, 32 GTB, attacking the Romanian 10th Infantry Division. The Romanian positions were well protected by mines and artillery, which broke up the Soviet attack. German STUG-3s supporting the Romanian defense knocked out 27 of the 32nd Guards Tank Brigade's 53 tanks. Surprisingly, a supporting attack made by Koshevoi's 63rd Rifle Corps' 267th Rifle Division and the 22nd Guards Tank Regiment against the Romanian 19th Infantry Division on the eastern end of the lodgment was more successful. Upon Tolbuchin's specific recommendation, Koshevoi sent the 2nd Battalion, 848th Rifle Battalion, to wade across the shallow Lake Aigulskoye to outflank the Romanian positions. Although German sources claim that the Romanian 94th Infantry Regiment panicked and ran, Koshevoi notes that the enemy fell back slowly to a second line of defense and that only 550 prisoners were taken. When Kreitzer realized that he was achieving no success in the center, but that the Romanian 19th Division was buckling, he shifted the depleted 32nd GTB and more infantry to reinforce this sector. At the Perekop Isthmus, Zakharov's 2nd Guards Army used relatively novel tactics. Instead of relying upon mass, as in previous offensives, Zakharov used only General Major Porfiry G. Chanchibadze's 13th Guards Rifle Corps in the initial attack. Like Stalin, Chanchibadze was a Georgian, and he had a similar tough outlook, which made him well suited for a breakthrough operation. While the 126th Rifle Division and the 87th Guards Rifle Division launched supporting attacks on the flanks, the heavily reinforced 3rd Guards Division, 3 GRD, under General Major Kantemir A. Tsakalov, made the main effort in the center. Rather than just futilely throwing tank brigades at the enemy front, as in the past, Zakharov kept Vasilev's 19th Tank Corps in reserve. The Soviet ground assault was preceded by artillery-delivered smoke rounds to reduce the accuracy of German automatic weapons. Then the infantry rose up from the trenches and assaulted the enemy frontline trenches around Armyansk. Another Soviet innovation was the use of the 512th Separate Tank Battalion, equipped with 16 TO-34 flamethrower tanks, and the 1452nd Self-Propelled Artillery Regiment, with a mix of KV-85 tanks, JSU-152 howitzers, and Su-76 assault guns to support the infantry attacks. The 3rd GRD concentrated all its effort against a single German battalion, 2nd Grenadier Regiment 122. This time, German mortars and automatic weapons failed to stop the Soviet infantrymen from reaching the first line of trenches, which were quickly taken in a frenetic moment of hurled grenades and submachine gun bursts. Soviet flamethrower tanks burned out German machine gun nests and anti-tank guns in the rubble of Armyansk, which was quickly overrun. Indeed, the Soviet breakthrough was going better than expected until the supporting armor ran into a very large field of anti-tank mines located behind the German HKL, which knocked out 8 tanks. As the Soviet attack bogged down in the minefield, Panzerjägers engaged the stalled tanks, knocking out 5 more. German artillery was also directed onto the Soviet penetration corridor, destroying 2 JSU-152s with direct hits. Yet, despite these losses, the 13th Guards Rifle Corps had torn a large hole in the German front line that could not be repaired, and Zakharov fed more troops into the breach. 6th scraped some infantry platoons together to counterattack the flanks of the Soviet breakthrough and committed Hauptmann Karl Otto Leukefeld's 1st Grenadier Regiment 123 from reserve, but could not regain any ground. Konrad then sent the 2 batteries of assault guns forward, and they were able to stem the Soviet advance, but lost a number of their vehicles. By the end of the first day of the ground offensive, Tolbuchin's 2 armies had achieved local penetrations, but had not yet achieved a true breakthrough. Nevertheless, Group Konrad had very little in the way of reserves left to influence the battle. The next morning, both of Tolbuchin's armies continued to pound away at Group Konrad. Even after the loss of Armyansk, the 50th Infantry Division still had a front line of sorts across the Perekop Isthmus, but it was crumbling on the western side. Zakharov simply kept attacking with infantry and artillery until the German line finally broke around 1600 hours. With the help of massed Sturmovik attacks and a brigade of BM-31 multiple rocket launchers, Koshevoy's reinforced 63rd Rifle Corps overwhelmed the Romanian 19th Infantry Division as well, and by late afternoon a small group of tanks were heading south. Conrad alerted Yenicke that his forces could only delay the enemy and that he should activate Plan Adler as soon as possible. After several hours of hesitation, Yenicke activated Adler at 1900 hours on April 9th, without informing the OKH, and ordered Allmendinger's 5th Army Corps to abandon its positions at Kerch and retreat immediately toward Sevastopol. Eremenko was quick to note the German preparations to retreat, which included destruction of the harbor facilities in Kerch, and immediately ordered his ground forces to advance and the 4th Air Army to attack German convoys heading westward. Tolbukin also spotted preparations by Group Conrad to withdraw to its second line of defenses at Ishun, and ordered Vassiliev's 19th Tank Corps to cross the bridge across the Sivash and enter the battle through the 51st Army's breakthrough zone. Although the crossing was slow, it caught the Germans completely by surprise. While Gruppe Conrad was struggling to maintain its positions on the Perekop Isthmus, Zakharov decided to increase the pressure on the German defense by conducting an amphibious landing behind the German lines on the Black Sea. Before dawn on April 10th, 512 troops from Captain Philip D. Dibrov's 2nd Battalion, 1271st Rifle Regiment, were landed on the coast. As usual, the troops landed without heavy weapons and could hold only a small beachhead. Gruppe Conrad soon counterattacked with a company of infantry and several assault guns, but the Germans could not spare sufficient troops to eliminate the beachhead. Consequently, Dibrov's battalion was the final straw that convinced Conrad to abandon his remaining positions on the Perekop Isthmus and retreat to the second line of defense at Ishun. This retreat proved difficult, since some subunits of 6th 50th Infantry Division were already bypassed and a number of artillery pieces and flak guns had to be abandoned. Indeed, Group Conrad put up only token resistance at Ishun for a few hours, since the breakout of the 51st Army from the Sivash lodgment threatened to cut them off. Conrad, whose headquarters was in Jankoy, directed his forces to pull back to the Gneisenau line. Hauptmann Werner Dornbrack's FW-190F fighter bombers from 2nd SG-2 made every effort to stem the enemy breakthrough and mercilessly attacked Soviet troops crossing into the Sivash lodgment. At 1000 hours on April 10th, General Major Nikolai V. Gaponov, commander of the 26th Artillery Division, was killed by a German air attack. Vassiliev went forward to personally reconnoiter the route that his 19th Tank Corps would have to follow, whereupon his vehicle was also strafed by German fighter bombers and he was severely wounded. Nevertheless, his deputy took over and moved the 19th Tank Corps into forward assembly areas on the evening of April 10th. The 19th Tank Corps was heavily reinforced for the exploitation mission, with 4 tank brigades, with a total of 221 tanks and assault guns, including 58 T-34s, 34 TO-34 flamethrower tanks, 44 Su-76s, and 63 Valentines, at the start of the operation. At dawn on April 11th, the 19th Tank Corps advanced south between 2 lakes and pushed against weak resistance to Tomaszewka. Overhead, the 8th Air Army provided excellent close air support, despite tenacious efforts by the Expertin of 2nd JG-52. Fearful of being outflanked, the rest of the Axis units on the Sivash line fell back, along with those units defending the Chongar sector. By 1100 hours, the vanguard of the 19th Tank Corps reached Jankoy, capturing Conrad's supply dumps. It was apparent that Tolbukin's front had achieved a successful breakthrough. All of Gruppe Conrad was now falling back toward the Gneisenau line, although the lack of transport and incessant Soviet air attacks caused a great deal of material to be abandoned. In particular, the 50th Infantry Division suffered heavy losses in the retreat, since a number of its units were already cut off. Hauptmann Karl Otto Leukefeld, commander of 1st Grenadier Regiment 123, was captured, along with some of his troops. On the Kerch Peninsula, Allmendinger's 5th Army Corps began retreating from its positions during the night of April 9th through 10th. His troops had to retreat over 100 miles to reach relative safety around Sevastopol, and Eremenko's coastal army was hard on his heels. Eremenko had 3 rifle corps, the 3rd Mountain, 16th, and 11th Guards, comprising 10 rifle divisions and 2 naval infantry brigades. His armor force was relatively small, just Colonel Alexander Rudakov's 63rd Tank Brigade, 3 independent tank regiments, and a self-propelled artillery unit, with a total of 204 tanks and assault guns. The German retreat was relatively sloppy, with no effort at deception, and Eremenko launched a hasty attack that destroyed FEB-85 and wiped out company-sized rearguards from the 73rd and 98th Infanterie Divisionen. It was clear that Axis morale in the Crimea was collapsing and that no one wanted to be left behind. All thoughts were on getting to Sevastopol and the evacuation ships. In contrast, Soviet morale was sky-high, and Eremenko's coastal army had not suffered heavy losses. On the morning of April 11th, Eremenko's troops entered Kerch to occupy an empty and devastated city. Meanwhile, the bombers of the 4th Air Army viciously attacked Allmendinger's retreating columns. Since there was only a single main road leading west, Allmendinger's entire corps was stretched out along it, making easy targets for low-level strafing. Most of the German artillery was horse-drawn, which could not retreat very fast. Oberst Karl Faulhaber's Grenadier Regiment 282 formed the rear guard, reinforced with motorized flak guns and some anti-tank guns. Allmendinger was able to get his corps to the Parpak Narrows by April 12th, but he could not remain at this position. With the 19th Tank Corps and 2nd Guards Army heading for Simferopol, it was clear that they would soon cut off Allmendinger's retreat path, so Jennecke ordered him to instead head for Feodosia or Sudak, where the Kriegsmarine could evacuate him by sea. Despite the fact that AOK-17 was in full retreat on all fronts and suffering heavy losses, Hitler would still not authorize a full-scale evacuation of the Crimea. However, he did allow Jennecke to begin evacuating wounded as well as non-essential support personnel, but no able-bodied combat troops. In Hitler's mind, AOK-17 should be able to hold out in Festung Sevastopol for many months, just as Petrov's army had in 1941–42, although he ignored the fact that the defenses were in very poor condition. Hitler ordered the Luftwaffe to slow the Soviet advance in order to buy time for AOK-17 to organize a defense of the port. But Soviet tanks had already overrun German airfields at Begerovo and Karankut, which seriously disrupted Luftwaffe air operations at a critical moment. All German air units in the Crimea were forced to relocate to the small airfields at Sevastopol. Fritz Morzik's transport fleet hurriedly brought in ammunition to replace the stocks lost in the Perekop and Sivash fighting, while evacuating hundreds of wounded troops. Hitler also ordered the Flieger Corps 1 headquarters to return to the Crimea to control air operations, while directing Luftflotte 4 to provide air support from its bases in Romania. The HE-111 bombers of KG-27 and Bf-110 fighters of 2nd ZG-1 intervened in an effort to stem the Soviet armored pursuit, but it was too little and too late. On April 13th, the Soviet pursuit reached its flood tide as the 19th Tank Corps liberated Simferopol and Yevpatoria. Jennecke evacuated his headquarters from Simferopol just 12 hours before the Soviet tanks arrived. Eremenko pursued Allmendinger's 5th Army Corps with the 227th Rifle Division and 257th Independent Tank Regiment in the lead. After liberating and abandoned Feodosia, Eremenko's advance guard caught up with the tail end of Allmendinger's 5th Army Corps near Stary Krim. Anti-tank gunners from Panzerjägerabteilung 198 ambushed and destroyed several T-34s, but the Soviets would soon overwhelm the rear guard unless something was done. Major Walter Kopp's Gebirgsjäger Regiment Krim, relatively unengaged up to this point, was ordered to make a stand in the hilly terrain in order that the rest of the corps could escape unmolested to Sudak. Kopp's mountain troops put up a desperate resistance that temporarily halted Eremenko's pursuit, but most of Kopp's regiment was sacrificed in the process. The Germans also deliberately left supply dumps intact, knowing that the Soviet penchant for looting would slow their pursuit. At Sudak, MFPs from the 1st Landungsflotilla arrived and began transferring troops from the 5th Army Corps to Balaklava. However, it was not long before the VVS CHF detected the Kriegsmarine operation and sent its bombers to disrupt the evacuation. The Luftwaffe was too preoccupied relocating to alternate air bases, so they failed to protect the evacuation, and Soviet bombers had a field day ripping apart the slow-moving MFPs with bombs and cannon. About 10,000 troops from Allmendinger's corps were evacuated to Balaklava by sea, but the rest would have to retreat through the partisan-infested Yaila Mountains. Surprisingly, the partisans did not seriously interfere with Allmendinger's retreat after a few displays of firepower. This was a chance for the Crimean partisans to make a decisive contribution to victory by delaying the retreat of the 5th Army Corps, but they missed it. Instead, they waited for the Red Army's tanks to appear, then emerged to join in the numerous photo opportunities that liberation afforded. Had the partisans inflicted delay upon Allmendinger's retreating corps, there is a good possibility that AOK-17 would have been unable to make even a brief stand at Sevastopol, and that the city would have been overrun before a naval evacuation could occur. Instead, Lieutenant General Hugo Schwab, commander of the Romanian Mountain Corps, deployed 2 battalions to help cover the retreat of 5th Army Corps along the coast road and to prevent sabotage by partisans. By the morning of April 14th, the 5th Army Corps reached Alushta and continued to move through the town as the Romanian battalions formed blocking positions. Many of the remaining horses were shot in Alushta because they were slowing the retreat, and artillerymen removed the breech blocks from their guns and threw them into the sea. The Germans promised to evacuate the 2 Romanian rearguard battalions with MFPs from Alushta, but in the confusion of the retreat, the Romanians were abandoned. At dawn on April 15th, Eremenko's vanguard struck the Romanians in force, and after several hours of a delaying fight, they began retreating toward the perceived safety of naval evacuation from Alushta. However, upon reaching the town, the Romanians found the Germans gone and Soviet troops blocking the coast road. The 2 Romanian battalions attempted to infiltrate westward along secondary roads in the mountains, but they were eventually encircled and destroyed. Only 3 survivors made it to Sevastopol. Schwab was incensed that the Germans had allowed his rearguard battalions to be destroyed, and Axis relations began to deteriorate during the retreat. Meanwhile, the German 5th Army Corps reached Yalta on April 15th, and Eremenko's pursuit had fallen behind due to the sacrifice of the Romanian battalions. Allmendinger apparently felt safe enough in Yalta to pause for a good meal and a night's sleep in the officers' rest home, which had served as an R&R area for Axis troops since 1942. Generalleutnant Alfred Reinhardt, the commander of the 98th Infantry Division, had to remonstrate with Allmendinger to keep moving, lest the Soviet pursuit catch them bunched up on the coast road. Schwab was further angered that the Germans found time to rest while the Romanian rearguard was being annihilated. Finally, after 5 days of retreating, the 5th Army Corps reached the eastern outskirts of Sevastopol on April 16th. However, the cost of this successful retreat was very high, with over 70% of Allmendinger's artillery and heavy weapons lost, as well as thousands of troops. The survivors were in no shape to conduct defensive operations. Meanwhile, Group Conrad had fallen back precipitously from the Ishun position, but a good part of the artillery was saved thanks to the rearguard fought by 2 batteries of the Sturmgeschütz Brigade 279. Elements of the Soviet 19th Tank Corps actually got ahead of the retreating Germans, just as Brigade Ziegler had done to Petrov's retreating army in 1941. German columns were forced to form all-around defensive hedgehogs at nightfall, lest they be surprised and attacked by marauding Soviet mechanized units. One Romanian battalion that did not form a hedgehog was caught by Soviet tanks and opted to surrender. In another ambush, the Soviets managed to knock out 2 Stu-G3 assault guns, but the rest of Sturmgeschütz Brigade 279 fought its way out of the enemy ambush. By the time that Gruppe Conrad reached the Gneisenau line on April 12th through 13th, it found its retreat route blocked by Soviet forces and was obliged to fight its way through the Kessel forming around them. Gruppe Conrad succeeded in fighting through the Soviet pincers, but only by retreating as fast as possible. The Romanian 19th Infantry Division was hard-pressed by the Soviet tankers, and some of its battalions were destroyed. Contrary to what Hitler thought, Sevastopol was not prepared for another siege. A total of 7 Romanian mountain infantry battalions were manning a thin outer perimeter, which was much weaker than the Soviet positions of 1942. German naval engineers had prepared a few flak positions and built some additional bunkers, but very little had actually been done to prepare the naval base for a ground attack. The man on the spot was Oberst Paul Betz, an engineer officer, who had been designated as commander of Festung Sevastopol just 2 weeks prior. Betz had spent 6 months with the Afrika Korps in North Africa, then spent much of 1942 to 43 as the senior pioneer leader for AOK-17 in the Caucasus. Upon the activation of Adler, he formed a Kampfgruppe from Feldausbildungsregiment 615, FAR 615, 6 flak batteries from Pickert's 9 Flak Division, and the Luftwaffe's armored flak train Mikhail. Betz moved his Kampfgruppe to block the main road to Sevastopol just south of Bakhchisarai. When the lead elements of Gruppe Conrad arrived late on April 13th, Betz was given 6 of the last operational STU-G3 assault guns to reinforce his position. At dawn on April 14th, a vanguard of the 19th Tank Corps arrived at Bakhchisarai, but Kampfgruppe Betz was able to delay them for 12 critical hours, while Gruppe Conrad withdrew into Sevastopol. Then Betz broke contact and fell back under the cover of a barrage from Gruppe Conrad's artillery. While the Germans retreated, Schwab deployed all 3 of his mountain divisions on Sevastopol's perimeter, with the 1st and 2nd Mountain Division barring the direct routes in from the north. On the morning of April 15th, the 19th Tank Corps began probing attacks against the Romanian defenses, but the mountain infantry battalions continued to display combat effectiveness, and they knocked out 23 Soviet tanks. It took Conrad 24 hours or more to get the disorganized 50 and 336 Infantry Divisionen into the perimeter lines, which meant that it was the Romanians who defeated the initial Soviet attacks on their own. Tolbuchen continued probing the Romanians for the next week, but not in great strength. Tolbuchen apparently believed that the Axis defenses of Sevastopol were much stronger than they really were, and that a deliberate attack was necessary, so he decided to wait for his artillery to arrive before mounting a serious offensive. In fact, Jenicke had fewer than 20,000 organized combat troops left after the retreat. In just 9 days, AOK-17 had suffered 29,873 casualties, as well as losing a great deal of its equipment. Almendinger, who had begun to display odd behavior during the retreat, decided to go on leave for a week, and left the 5th Army Corps under temporary command of a Romanian mountain infantry officer. A bizarre action for a German general. The 2 most effective German units, the assault gun brigades, were reduced to only a handful of operational vehicles. Luftwaffe air support dwindled after the loss of 70 aircraft, and fewer than 50 aircraft remained operational in the Crimea, including 16 Bf-109s and 21 ground attack aircraft. Simply put, AOK-17 was no longer capable of effective resistance. The first phase of the Axis evacuation from the Crimea began on April 12th, but was ostensibly restricted to non-combat personnel. The Germans initially committed 9 merchant ships and all their remaining Kriegsmarine assets in the Black Sea to the operation, while the Romanians committed a good part of their merchant marine as well. For the first time in the war, the Romanian Navy also decided to risk its best warships on the Constanta-Sevastopol run, the Italian-built destroyers Regina Maria and Regele Ferdinand. Despite frequent Soviet air and submarine attacks, the evacuation was able to operate for nearly a week without loss. Most of the convoys consisted of 2 or 3 merchant ships with robust escort and sometimes fighter cover from Bf-110s based in Romania. By the time that Gruppe Conrad and the 5th Army Corps reached the perimeter of Sevastopol, the Kriegsmarine and Romanian Navy, as well as Morzik's air transports, had already transferred more than 20,000 people from the Crimea to Romania, and the operation was in full swing. Yet it was not until April 18th that the Soviets achieved any success against the Axis convoys. The VVS CHF committed 2 units equipped with U.S.-made A-20G Havoc bombers to the interdiction mission, the 36th Mine Torpedo Aviation Regiment, MTAP, and 13th Guards Bomber Regiment, GDBAP. A 2-ship Romanian convoy that was returning to Constanta was spotted by the Soviet submarine L-6 about 90 miles southwest of Sevastopol around 1100 hours. The Soviet submarine fired a torpedo at the convoy but missed and was apparently sunk by depth charges from the counterattacking escort UJ-104. However, 4 A-20G Havoc bombers from the 36th MTAP found the convoy at 12:37 hours and put 2 bombs into the freighter Alba Iulia, 5700 GRT. Ironically, the freighter was loaded mostly with Soviet POWs, and about 500 of them died in the attack. Although the vessel was abandoned, it was recovered the next day and towed back to Constanta by the destroyer Regula Ferdinand. Although Hitler had decreed that no combat troops would be evacuated from the Crimea, the Romanians ignored him and proceeded to evacuate considerable numbers of their own combat troops, including mountain infantry. On April 22nd, both A-20 bomber groups mounted separate attacks against another convoy, which crippled the small German tanker Osag-1, 3,950 GRT, and scored a lucky hit, which did not explode, on the destroyer Regula Ferdinand. Although the escorting German R-boats tried to shepherd the crippled Osag-1 and its vital cargo of fuel into Sevastopol, they were forced to scuttle it 17 miles southwest of the port. 3 Soviet A-20G bombers were lost in the attacks. Soviet submarines made repeated attacks on the convoys but failed to achieve any hits. The 2 A-20G bomber-equipped regiments continued to attack daily convoys, inflicting light damage but suffering regular losses. Once Soviet forces reached the perimeter of Sevastopol, the VVS also committed IL-2 Sturmovik ground attack aircraft to attack the convoys when they were close to the coast. On April 23rd, IL-2s sank an MFP that was overcrowded with 1,000 troops, but due to prompt rescue efforts by the escort, 2/3 of the men were saved. On April 27th, 2 large convoys left Sevastopol with a strong escort, but were attacked 11 miles southwest of Sevastopol by 5 Soviet MTBs. The Soviets managed to torpedo the escort UJ-104, but 2 S-boats from the 1st Schnellboots flotilla sank one of the Soviet boats and the rest retreated. The first phase of the Axis evacuation from the Crimea lasted from April 12th to 27th, 1944, and succeeded in evacuating almost 72,000 personnel, including 28,394 German and 20,779 Romanian troops. Interestingly, fewer than 1/5 of the military evacuees were wounded, indicating that many unauthorized personnel were leaving. A number of German combat troops from the assault gun units and artillery battalions that had lost much of their equipment in the retreat were evacuated as well. The Axis also evacuated all the Slovak and Caucasian volunteer troops, as well as Hivis, POWs, and civilians. The initial Axis evacuation from the Crimea was a staggering accomplishment and was achieved with less than 2% losses. Meanwhile, Yenicke found himself in command of an army that was badly battered and shrinking daily. He was exasperated with Hitler's unwillingness to evacuate the entire army or to recognize that Sevastopol was a trap, not a fortress. Nevertheless, Yenicke continued to toe the Führer's line, and on April 24th he issued a bombastic and inaccurate proclamation to his troops. Soldiers of the 17th Army, the Führer ordered us to defend the Sevastopol fortress and by doing so trusted us with a very important and serious mission. Our mission has a huge importance. The enemy made the mistake of taking powerful forces and an overwhelming number of tanks from the important points of the Eastern Front to send against the Crimea. This superior force succeeded in breaking through our overextended front on the Sivash only after a hard battle. The quick redeployment of our army to Sevastopol succeeded in stopping the enemy. forcing them to assault against our determined defense, which caused them terrible losses. They lost 602 tanks between April 8th and April 23rd. Everything they lose here they will lack in their western offensive against the heart of Romania. The actions of the brave German and Romanian soldiers here in Crimea, through faithful duty and bravery, serve a greater purpose. The harder the enemy will struggle to conquer Sevastopol, the safer our country will be, shielded by our actions. We are all aware of the tough battle that lies ahead. The Führer will help us with weapons and reinforcements. But our strongest force is inside us. The determination and unity proved by us in hundreds of battles in the Caucasus, Kuban, and the Crimea. By all of us, Germans and Romanians, ground forces, Luftwaffe, and Kriegsmarine. Our motto is not a step back. Victory is ahead while death lies in retreat. We will stay here as long as the Führer orders us in this critical spot of the Titanic battle. Whoever will try to leave this mission, who will leave his post, those responsible for reducing the limited combat strength of our army will be executed. Let the Soviets come, they will be destroyed. Let their tanks advance. If you infantrymen cannot stop them, let them enter our positions. They will be easier destroyed there. Every man able to hold a weapon will be sent to the front. All the reserves are ordered to work day and night to fortify the positions in depth. The 17th Armée fights now in a place where thousands of our brave troops offered an example. We will succeed in our mission like they did for our country. Long live the Führer. Long live His Majesty King Mihai. Long live Marshal Antonescu. There was little truth in Yenike's proclamation, and it is doubtful that he believed it himself. The Red Army lost a total of only 171 tanks during the period from April 7th to May 12, 1944. And overall Soviet losses in the Crimea had been relatively light, while Axis losses had been extremely heavy. Nor was Hitler going to send any more substantial reinforcements to the Crimea. The idea that the Soviets were diverting critical resources to liberate the Crimea was the converse of the fact that Hitler had consigned the AOK-17 to hold an untenable position in the Crimea, while the Wehrmacht was desperately short of troops all along the Eastern Front. The Soviets were in no hurry to liberate the Crimea before spring 1944 because they did not want AOK-17 evacuated and transferred to more critical parts of the Eastern Front. Soviet officers jokingly referred to the Crimea as an ideal prison camp where the inmates fed and guarded themselves. Rather than fighting for king and country, the German and Romanian troops in the Crimea were now fighting simply due to Hitler's unwillingness to face military logic. Once inside Sevastopol's perimeter, the German and Romanian troops went underground in order to avoid enemy artillery and air attacks. Large stockpiles of food had accumulated in Sevastopol, and these were freely distributed to the troops in order to maintain morale. One German artillery officer from 3rd AR-117 stated that we could not complain about our creature comforts, chocolate, candy, canned food, as much as we would like. I drank a bottle of wine every evening in my cave. Some senior German officers still enjoyed sleeping on clean sheets in Sevastopol, despite incessant Soviet bombing and artillery fire. Gerhard Barkhorn was in Germany for an extended period and did not return to the Crimea until late April 1944. In the interim, 2nd JG-52 continued its daily combat with the VVS and inflicted painful losses despite being badly outnumbered. On the morning of April 17th, General Major Ivan P. Vilin, Deputy Commander of the 214th Assault Aviation Division, SHAD, personally led a low-level raid by 4 IL-2s against the Chersonese airstrip, but ran into a gaggle of Bf-109 fighters. 3 of the IL-2s were shot down, but Vilin managed to reach Soviet lines before crashing. He was rescued but died of his wounds. On April 16th, Eremenko was transferred to the Baltic Front, and the Coastal Army, now under General Lieutenant Kondrat S. Melnik, was subordinated to Toblukin's 4th Ukrainian Front. 3 days later, the Maritime Army launched a strong attack against the 5th Army Corps positions around Balaclava, while the 51st Army attacked the center of the Axis line, but neither made progress. Soviet artillery ammunition was still in short supply in the Crimea. On April 23rd, the Soviets attacked again, and the 2nd Guards Army seized ground on Mackenzievi Mountain, but the tanks of the 19th Tank Corps were stopped by dense minefields. After these attacks were repulsed, Jaenicke was given enough of a respite to reorganize his forces. Gruppe Conrad, 49th Gebirgskorps, now consisting of the 50th and 336th Infanteriedivisionen and the Romanian 1st and 2nd Mountain Divisions, was assigned to defend the northern sector of Sevastopol, including the area around Mackenzie Mountain. Allmendinger's 5th Army Corps, consisting of the 73rd, 98th, and 111th Infanteriedivisionen and Romanian 3rd Mountain Division, were assigned to defend the southeast approaches. Only small detachments of the Romanian infantry and cavalry divisions were still left, and they were rolled into the 3 mountain divisions. All 5 of the German divisions were reduced to about 30% of their authorized strength in personnel and equipment, and both corps had only limited artillery left. Hitler made a token gesture of trying to replenish AOK-17's loss of men and equipment by sending 1,300 replacements, 15 anti-tank guns, and 4 howitzers, but this was a drop in the ocean. Despite the bombastic proclamation, Jaenicke knew that AOK-17 could not withstand a determined enemy assault. So he demanded to know when more reinforcements would arrive in the Crimea, and requested freedom of action in the event that Tolbuchen launched an all-out offensive. This was too much for Hitler, and he ordered that Jaenicke personally report to him at Berchtesgaden on April 29th. Once in Hitler's presence, Jaenicke argued that the rest of AOK-17 had to be withdrawn immediately or face destruction. Hitler was infuriated that a general would talk to him in this manner and began screaming at him. Jaenicke simply turned and left the room, slamming the door. Striding past Hitler's adjutant, Jaenicke said, "Tell the Führer I have left," and drove off to the airfield. Jaenicke did not get far. Hitler had his plane stopped in Romania and ordered the Generaloberst placed under arrest. Hitler ordered that Generaloberst Heinz Guderian conduct a formal inquiry into Jaenicke's behavior and hold a formal court-martial. Guderian obeyed the letter of the order, but in a deliberately slow manner. Meanwhile, General der Infanterie Karl Allmendinger was ordered to take command of AOK-17. Apparently believing that AOK-17 needed leaders made of firmer stuff, Hitler ordered that Generalleutnant Friedrich Wilhelm Müller would fly from Crete to take over the 5th Army Corps. Müller had distinguished himself in the Crimea as a regimental commander in the 72nd Infantry Division in 1942, but subsequently had earned a reputation as the Butcher of Crete, which was the kind of man Hitler wanted in a tight spot. Müller did not arrive in the Crimea until May 4th. Tolbuchen steadily increased the pressure on Festung Sevastopol. On May 1st, a major attack was launched by the 2nd Guards Army against the German defenses on the south side of the Belbek River. During the fighting, Generalleutnant Friedrich Sixt, commander of the 50th Infantry Division, was wounded by artillery fire while inspecting forward defenses on the Olberg. Sixt was evacuated, and Oberst Paul Betz took over the division. Melnik's coastal army also succeeded in liberating Balaklava. By this point, AOK-17 had only 64,000 troops left in the Crimea against over 400,000 Soviet troops. On May 5th, Tolbuchen commenced his final offensive at 0930 hours with a massive 2-hour barrage by 400 artillery pieces concentrated against the 49th Gebirgskorps front in the north. Generalmajor Wolf Hagemann's 336th Infantry Division managed to repulse attacks by 5 Soviet rifle divisions for the next 2 days, but Hagemann was badly wounded and was flown out. While the attacks of the 51st Army focused German attention toward the center of their perimeter around Sevastopol, Melnik moved up General Major Konstantin I. Provolov's 16th Rifle Corps and a large quantity of artillery into assault positions west of Balaklava. Provolov was an experienced infantry commander who had been awarded the Hero of the Soviet Union for leading a rifle regiment during the Battle of Lake Khasan in 1938. On the morning of May 7th, Provolov's 16th Rifle Corps attacked 5th Army Corps after a heavy artillery bombardment and quickly achieved a penetration in the center of the sector, held by Generalleutnant Hermann Böhm's 73rd Infantry Division. 2nd Grenadier Regiment 170 was pummeled by volleys of rocket artillery, then overrun by a massive assault spearheaded by the 83rd Naval Infantry Brigade. By evening, Provolov's troops had penetrated 1,500 yards into the German defense and reached their artillery positions near the village of Karan. The Fifth Army Corps was so badly hurt by this attack that there was no option but to begin withdrawing to its second line of defense. On the same day, Zakharov's Second Guards Army reached the edge of Sevastopol's Severnaya Bay, while Kreitzer's 51st Army pushed back the northern part of the Fifth Army Corps' front line and reached the foot of Sapun Mountain with 2 rifle corps. Kreitzer attacked the German positions around the Sapun Heights with his 63rd Rifle Corps and 1st Guards and 11th Guards Rifle Corps, supported by a strong artillery concentration and considerable close air support. Starting at 0900 hours on May 7th, Soviet artillery blasted the top of the heights, held mostly by the 98th and 111th Infanterie Divisionen, with tube and rocket artillery. At 10:30 hours, the Soviet infantry attacked but encountered very strong automatic weapons and mortar fire from the still intact German positions. One Soviet rifle platoon leader, Lieutenant Mikhail Wojcigunsky from the 1372nd Rifle Regiment, succeeded in knocking out 3 German positions but was killed attempting to knock out a stone machine gun bunker. He was the first of 6 men to earn a Hero of the Soviet Union on the Sapun Heights. General Major Peter K. Koshevoy's 63rd Rifle Corps attacked all day long, fighting its way through German barbed wire and trenches. By 1800 hours, his troops were within 100 to 200 yards of the crest of the Sapun Heights, but his rifle and artillery units were almost out of ammunition. This was one of those moments where the enemy, not knowing that the attack had actually exhausted itself, made the mistake of pulling back to regroup. Koshevoy's troops surged forward and overran some of the German positions atop the ridge and even captured the commander of Grenadier Regiment 117. Nevertheless, the Soviet foothold was tenuous, and Kreitzer quickly brought up the 10th Rifle Corps to solidify the Soviet hold on the Sapun Heights. Tolbukin also ordered the 19th Tank Corps deployed to support the Coastal Army's attack on May 8th. During the night of May 7th through 8th, Allmendinger scraped together Kampfgruppe Marienfeld and Kampfgruppe Faulhaber, supported by the last assault guns, to counterattack the flanks of the Soviet forces atop the Sapun Heights. The German counterattack began around 1000 hours and reached its climax around 1200 hours. Despite regaining some ground, the German counterattack was smothered under a barrage of Soviet artillery and Sturmovik attacks. Once it was clear that the counterattack had failed and that his last reserves were exhausted, Allmendinger reported to Generaloberst Ferdinand Schörner, the commander of Heeresgruppe Südukraine, that Sevastopol could no longer be held. The report was forwarded to the OKH, and at 2300 hours on May 8th, Hitler grudgingly authorized the evacuation of AOK-17. 1 hour later, the Brodul I convoy left Sevastopol with 2,887 troops aboard, followed soon thereafter by the Brodul II convoy. Soviet artillery bombarded the harbor area, sinking the small German tanker Prodromos and several light craft. 2 German battalions from the 50th Infanterie Division had been isolated by Zakharov's Second Guards Army north of Severnaya Bay, but managed to cross the bay in small boats during the night of May 8th through 9th. Oberst Paul Betz, commander of the 50th Infanterie Division, personally led a counterattack to link up with these isolated units, which enabled them to escape southward. On the morning of May 9th, Melnik's Coastal Army continued its offensive with the added impetus of the 19th Tank Corps. Up to this point, Soviet armor had played little part in the battle, but now the tanks crashed through the retreating 73rd Infanterie Division and broke up the German front line. Provolov's 16th Rifle Corps and the tankers pursued these broken fragments back to the Khersones Peninsula. In anticipation of a last stand, Yenica had ensured that the Khersones Peninsula was well stocked with supplies of food, water, and ammunition. Sevastopol's last airfield was located here, and Axis ships could still load personnel from several beaches. With the defensive line collapsing, all elements of AOK-17 began retreating to the Khersones Peninsula in the hope of evacuation. By 1600 hours, the last German troops abandoned the ruins of Sevastopol, and Soviet troops from the 51st Army quickly moved in and reached the inner city. During the retreat, Major Willy Marienfeld, commander of Grenadier Regiment 123, was badly wounded by a shell splinter and was flown out, but he later died of his wounds in Romania. Later that night, Oberst Paul Betz was also killed trying to make his way to the Kherson Peninsula. Once it was clear that Sevastopol had been liberated, Tolbukin realized that he could no longer employ all three armies against the narrowing enemy front, and he gave Melnik's coastal army the mission of eliminating the remnants of AOK-17 in the Kherson Peninsula. The Axis troops retreated to a final line of defense near the old coastal battery No. 35, where the peninsula's neck was only 875 yards wide. Provolov's 16th Rifle Corps could employ only the 383rd Rifle Division and 32nd Guards Rifle Division, supported by a tank brigade, against this narrow sector. Nevertheless, Tolbukin's artillery could strike everywhere on the Kherson Peninsula, including the airfield. Once Soviet artillery began impacting on the airfield, the Luftwaffe decided to withdraw its last fighters from JG-52 late on May 9th, thereby depriving AOK-17 of air cover. Morzik's transports flew their last missions from Sevastopol on the night of May 9th through 10th and succeeded in flying out 1,000 wounded from the Chersonese. After that, the skies over the Chersonese belonged to the VVS. Despite Hitler's late endorsement of the evacuation option, the Kriegsmarine and Royal Romanian Navy had prepared as well as they could for this operation. Vice-Admiral Helmut Brinkmann, who had commanded the heavy cruiser Prinz Eugen during the sortie of the Bismarck in 1941, was Admiral Schwarzes Meer, commander of all Kriegsmarine forces in the Black Sea. Brinkmann, whose headquarters had moved from Simferopol to Constanta in February 1944, coordinated with the Romanian Navy to ensure that there was more than enough merchant shipping available to evacuate 60,000 troops from the Crimea within a few days. He also put Konter-Admiral Otto Schultz, nominally in charge of the Kriegsmarine coastal defenses in the Crimea, in charge of coordinating between AOK-17 and the naval forces involved in the evacuation operation. On the morning of May 9th, the first evacuation convoys left from Constanta, with the Patria convoy sailing, and 4 more later in the day, involving 11 merchant ships and 10 MFPs. It normally took a convoy 24 hours to cross the 250 miles from Constanta to Sevastopol at an average speed of 9 knots. The Patria convoy, escorted by 2 Romanian destroyers, arrived off the Kherson Peninsula around 0200 hours on May 10th and began loading troops onto the merchantmen Tea and Totila, 2,760 GRT. Small craft were used to ferry troops from the beaches out to the waiting merchantmen, while the warships kept alert for aerial, surface, and subsurface threats. Soviet air attacks began at dawn but did not score any hits, and the convoy set sail for Constanta at 0830 hours. 3 German R-boats escorted the Tea and Totila, which were loaded with 5,000 German and 4,000 Romanian troops. However, at 0930 hours, 21 IL-2 Sturmovix from the 8th Guards Ground Attack Regiment, GSHAP, attacked and scored 3 hits with 100-kilogram bombs on the Totila, which sank in a matter of minutes. The Tea and her escorts continued on, but 5 hours later, 11 A-20G bombers from 13th GDBAP attacked and sank her. The R-boats managed to rescue about 400 troops, but over 8,000 Axis troops were lost on the Tea and Totila. The situation only grew worse for the other convoys approaching the Kherson Peninsula on the night of May 10th through 11th. Once the sun came up, the VVS CHF appeared in force, and IL-2s attacked and sank the Romanian mine layer Romania, 3,152 GRT, and the freighter Danubius, 1,489 GRT, while the German freighter Helga ran aground and was later destroyed. Lieutenant Commander Titus Sampson's destroyer Regula Ferdinand attempted to protect the freighters with its 40mm Bofors anti-aircraft guns, but it was itself targeted by numerous air attacks. 1 bomb struck the hull and killed 11 crew members, but did not explode. A Soviet 152mm howitzer battery also engaged the Regula Ferdinand, and Sampson returned fire with his 120mm guns. By 10:30 hours, Sampson was forced to quit the area due to damage and running low on anti-aircraft ammunition. Axis ships could no longer survive in daylight hours in Crimean waters. The Romanians dispatched more merchant ships from Constanta, and the evacuation continued on the night of May 11th through 12th. Soviet artillery fired illumination rounds to light up the beach areas, which were then pounded with high explosives. The Romanian destroyer Regina Maria escorted the convoys back from the Chersonese on the morning of May 12th, but the merchantman Durastor was attacked by 12 PE-2 bombers and sunk. German and Romanian soldiers on the decks of the merchantmen were exposed to strafing, bombing, and artillery fire, which caused numerous casualties. The German divisions held the narrow neck of the Chersonese Peninsula as long as they could, but were under constant attack. Sturmgeschützabteilung 191 still had 8 operational STUG-3 assault guns that made it to the Chersonese, but they were the target of constant air and artillery attacks. Meanwhile, the Soviets were already rejoicing in the liberation of Sevastopol, and Marshal Alexander Vasilevsky, who had coordinated operations between Tolbukin's 4th Ukrainian Front and the Coastal Army, was eager to tour the shattered city. However, Sevastopol was still littered with unexploded ordnance, and as Vasilevsky's staff car moved down the road across Mackenzievi Mountain on May 10th, he had the ill luck of driving over a German mine. Marshal Vasilevsky was wounded and evacuated to Moscow for military treatment. Not an auspicious start to the liberation. However, the German troops isolated on the Chersonese Peninsula were unaware that they had succeeded in wounding a Soviet marshal and were instead focused on their fight to survive until they could be evacuated. The Axis defense began to crumble late on May 11th as Tolbukin's forces launched attack after attack. Some Romanian mountain troops were still in the fight, but the bulk of the 3rd Mountain Division had already been evacuated. By 2300 hours, all units were ordered to retreat to pre-designated embarkation points. However, this signal resulted in a disorderly race for the boats, and order and discipline began to collapse even in German units. The Soviet 19th Tank Corps was hard on the heels of the retreating Axis units, followed by the 383rd Rifle Division and 32nd Guards Rifle Division. Generalmajor Alfred Reinhardt, leading the remnants of his 98th Infantry Division, managed to load all his troops in an ordered manner by 0300 hours on May 12th and get away. But other units were less fortunate. In any evacuation operation, troops fear being forgotten or left behind. At this critical moment, Konteradmiral Schultz, who was operating from an S-boat offshore, suffered communications problems that interfered with his ability to direct shipping to the right embarkation point at the right time. Insufficient transports arrived to pick up either the 50th or 336th Infanterie Divisionen, and none at all for the 111th Infantry Division. Only about 2,800 troops from the 50th Infanterie Division, including Hauptmann Walter Salzmann, commander of Fusilier Battalion 50, managed to escape. A 2,756-man Romanian detachment with 5 mountain battalions from the 1st and 2nd Mountain Divisions was also left behind. Some transports returned empty to Constanta, having failed to find the correct embarkation beaches. The remaining troops were left with their backs to the sea, often in tactically indefensible positions. Some officers committed suicide rather than face capture, while others tried to disguise themselves as enlisted men. On the morning of May 12th, the Soviets rushed into the Chersonese Peninsula with tanks and infantry, crushing resistance nests. By 0945 hours, a large concentration of Axis troops was surrounded at the airstrip by the 19th Tank Corps. Flushed with victory, many Soviet troops shot surrendering German troops out of hand. Thousands of German and Romanian troops were captured, but the exact numbers are uncertain. Generalmajor Erich Gruner, who had distinguished himself as a regimental commander during the Second Battle of Kharkov in May 1942, led the final stand of the abandoned 111th Infantry Division. When Soviet T-34s began overrunning his positions at the water's edge, he stood up and died on his feet, with his Ritterkreuz at his throat. Many of the rest of his troops surrendered. A group from the 50th Infantry Division managed to hold out for hours until they were overwhelmed by Soviet OT-34 flamethrower tanks and heavy artillery. Generalleutnant Hermann Bohm's 73rd Infantry Division managed to hold its positions throughout the day, expecting that more rescue ships would appear at nightfall. Lieutenant Commander Anton Foca's Amiral Murgescu, a modern 812-ton mine layer armed with 40mm and 20mm anti-aircraft guns, was the last Romanian warship to arrive off the Chersonese, and it was able to take off about 1,000 troops, including General der Artillerie Walter Hartmann, the commander of the 49th Gebirgskorps. Several other ships loitered in the waters off the Chersonese in the early morning hours of May 13th, dodging artillery and air attacks and collecting troops who paddled out to them in life rafts or swam. At 03:30 hours, Konteradmiral Otto Schultz, aboard an S-boat from the 1st Schnellbootsflottille, decided to terminate further rescue efforts and head out to sea before the sun rose. Generalleutnant Bohm remained in his command post to the end, until it was overrun by Soviet troops on the morning of May 13th. He was captured, but would eventually return to Germany many years later. Between May 10th and May 13th, the Kriegsmarine and Royal Romanian Navy evacuated another 47,825 personnel from the Crimea, including 28,992 German and 15,078 Romanians. Approximately 5,000 German and 3,000 Romanian personnel were lost at sea during the evacuation. Although the Romanians complained that the Germans favored their own troops in the evacuation, all three of the Romanian mountain divisions survived the debacle in the Crimea in better shape than any of the German divisions did. Of the 5 German division commanders, 2 were killed, 1 was wounded, and 1 was captured. Although detachments from each had been evacuated, these units had lost virtually all their vehicles and artillery and would require complete rebuilding. Although AOK-17 had not been destroyed as completely as AOK-6 was at Stalingrad, it was reduced to little more than a collection of poorly armed refugees. Thousands of trained troops were sacrificed just to hold the strategically useless Crimea for a few more months. Soviet losses in the Crimea between April and May 1944 totaled 84,819, including 17,754 dead or missing. As Soviet victories went, the liberation of the Crimea was a relatively cheap triumph, which inflicted heavier losses on the enemy. With the Crimea liberated, the 4th Ukrainian Front was disbanded, and Tolbukin was sent to spearhead the invasion of Romania. 4 days after the evacuation ended, Vice-Admiral Brinkmann and Konter-Admiral Schultz were both awarded the Ritterkreuz for their role in organizing the evacuation. Wehrmacht leaders, particularly Allmendinger, were acrimonious about these awards and claimed that the Kriegsmarine had fouled up the evacuation because of the abandonment of some units. These protests need to be taken with a grain of salt, since Allmendinger's own performance in the Crimea had been far from stellar, and the senior leaders of AOK-17 had committed their own fair share of mistakes in the final week of the fighting around Sevastopol. Faced with defeat, Wehrmacht leaders were quick to point to the Kriegsmarine and the Romanians as scapegoats. German-Romanian relations deteriorated rapidly after the final campaign in the Crimea, and Romania was moving toward making an accommodation with Stalin before the Red Army crossed its borders. Altogether, the fighting in the Crimea between 1941 and 1944 cost the Red Army something like 700,000 casualties. 5 Soviet armies and numerous reputations were demolished in the Crimea. Axis losses in the Crimea were over 250,000, including at least 60,000 German and 15,000 Romanian dead or missing. Nevertheless, these horrendous military casualties have scant mention in the history of World War II. During their occupation of the Crimea, the Germans constructed elaborate cemeteries in Feodosia, Yalta, and other locations for their soldiers killed in the 1941-42 campaign, but these were all eradicated after the Soviet liberation in 1944. Local Russians refused to bury German war dead in the Crimea and either sent them back to Germany or dumped them in the Black Sea. Decades later, a warehouse near Sevastopol was found with the boxed remains of about 10,000 German military casualties. Finally, as German-Russian economic ties increased after the fall of the Soviet Union, a new German military cemetery was established near Sevastopol in 1998, where the remains of 11,000 Germans were reinterred. Just 2 days after the liberation of Sevastopol, Stalin signed a top-secret document, State Defense Committee, GKO Decree No. 5859-SS, which authorized a massive operation to punish the Crimea Tatars. The document stated that during the Patriotic War, many Crimean Tatars betrayed the motherland, deserting Red Army units that defended the Crimea and siding with the enemy, joining volunteer army units formed by the Germans to fight against the Red Army. As members of German punitive detachments, during the occupation of the Crimea by German fascist troops, the Crimean Tatars particularly were noted for their savage reprisals against Soviet partisans, and also helped the German invaders to organize the violent roundup of Soviet citizens for German enslavement and the mass extermination of the Soviet people. The Crimean Tatars actively collaborated with the German occupation authorities, participating in the so-called Tatar National Committees, organized by the German intelligence organs, and were often used by the Germans to infiltrate the rear of the Red Army with spies and saboteurs. With the support of the Crimean Tatars, the Tatar National Committees, in which the leading role was played by White Guard Tatar emigrants, directed their activity at the persecution and oppression of the non-Tatar population of the Crimea, and were engaged in preparatory efforts to separate the Crimea from the Soviet Union by force, with the help of the German armed forces. Stalin put Lavrenti Beria, the sadistic head of the NKVD, in charge of the operation against the Crimea Tatars. Beria assembled a force of 32,000 NKVD troops in the rear of Tolbukin's 4th Ukrainian Front and waited for German resistance in the Crimea to be extinguished. On May 18th, Beria's NKVD troops moved to major Crimean Tatar settlements and began rounding up all the inhabitants at gunpoint. Most were given just a few minutes to gather a few items and then forced onto waiting trucks. In just 3 days, Beria's troops rounded up more than 150,000 Crimean Tatars, who were assembled at the rail stations at Simferopol and Jankoy for rail transport to Uzbekistan. Simultaneously, all ethnic Crimean Tatar troops serving in either the Red Army or Crimean partisan brigades were separated and dispatched to forced labor camps in the Soviet Gulag system. Some remote Tatar settlements were not rounded up until later in the month, and some people hid in the mountains. But by the end of May 1944, the NKVD reported rounding up 183,155 Crimean Tatars. Another 10,000 were found in subsequent operations. Stalin intended to Russify the Crimea and remove the Tatar presence once and for all, and their collaboration with the Germans became the pretext for massive ethnic cleansing. The Tatars referred to their forced deportation as the Shurgun, exile. A few Tatars escaped the Soviet dragnet. The Tatar leader, Ediga Kirimal, was in Germany when the Crimea was liberated by the Red Army, and had the good fortune to fall into the hands of the Western Allies in 1945. A few others made their way to Turkey or the Near East. Yet the bulk of the Crimean Tatar population was removed from the Crimea, and their deportation was conducted under very harsh conditions, little different from the German roundups of targeted groups. At least 6,400 Crimean Tatars perished en route to the labor camps in Uzbekistan, and 30,000 died within the first year. Within 30 months, more than half of those deported, 109,000 Crimean Tatars, were dead from illness, starvation, and mistreatment in NKVD-run camps. However, Beria's ethnic cleansing operations in the Crimea continued after the main operation against the Crimean Tatars. In June 1944, he received authorization from Stalin to round up Armenians, Bulgars, Greeks, and other non-Russian minorities. They too were put on trains and sent eastward. In mid-July, Beria was chagrined to learn that his NKVD troops had neglected to search the Arabat Spit, and that a number of Crimean Tatars were still there. Apparently, he had already reported to Stalin that all of the Crimean Tatars had been removed, and the discovery of these unpersons was an embarrassment. He hastily sent troops to round up the villagers on the Arabat Spit, but instead of loading them onto trains, They were loaded onto barges left over from the amphibious landings of 1943. Around July 20th, 1944, the barges were towed out into the Sea of Azov and scuttled, drowning hundreds of civilians. Details of this event are still obscure. The Soviet ethnic cleansing operations in the Crimea were a heinous crime that bore a striking similarity with the German special actions in the Crimea. Oddly, both Jews and Muslims in the Crimea faced persecution and extermination by the opposing sides, but, as is well known, it is the victors who write history. So the German crimes in the Crimea have been exposed to the world, while Soviet crimes both before and after World War II have been hidden. As if to reinforce their point that they were the victims, the Soviet regime decided to hold war crimes trials in Sevastopol in November 1947. Generaloberst Erwin G. Janicke, the former commander of AOK-17, was the most senior German officer indicted by the Soviet tribunal. But it is interesting that the specific charges against him related to his use of the Typhoon weapon system near Kerch in November 1943. The Soviets claimed that Typhoon was a chemical weapon, and Janicke was charged with authorizing its use. He was convicted by the Soviet tribunal and spent 8 years in a Soviet work camp until released in 1955. The Soviets also tried and convicted a number of other Germans for offenses committed in the Crimea, but usually for reprisals against Soviet POWs or partisans, not for ethnic cleansing operations of 1941–42. While Stalin was alive, and even for many years afterwards, Soviet historians were reticent to raise the subject of the Holocaust, since it was too close a subject to other Soviet-era crimes. Chapter 10. Postscript, 2014. History repeats itself, first as tragedy, second as farce. Karl Marx. In 1954, the Soviet Union legally transferred the Crimea to the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Nikita Khrushchev believed that the gift of the Crimea would help to solidify Ukrainian support for the communist regime, which had been tenuous from the beginning. However, Khrushchev had not counted on the Soviet Union crumbling into the ash bin of history less than 4 decades later, leaving the whole question of Russian-Ukrainian solidarity a moot point. Instead of wistful notions of Slavic brotherhood, the breakup of the Soviet Union in 1991 enabled the Ukraine to make a break for the open prison door in order to gain its independence and seek a different course. The new government in Kiev retained control over the Crimea, and Russia was too overwhelmed by internal chaos at the time to press its interests. Ironically, after using force to acquire the Crimea in 1920 and 1944, the Russians lost control over the region by peaceful means in 1991. When Russia regained some of its internal stability in the mid-1990s, its leader's first order of business was not territory, but to take back critical military assets that had been abandoned in the Ukraine. In December 1994, Russia, the United States, the United Kingdom, and the Ukraine signed the Budapest Memorandum, in which all signatories guaranteed the territorial integrity of the Ukraine in return for Ukraine returning Soviet-era nuclear weapons to Russian control. Leaders in Moscow were also concerned with the fate of the Black Sea Fleet and the naval base at Sevastopol, which had been languishing in limbo for years. Although the Black Sea Fleet was reduced to a worn collection of rusting and obsolescent warships with very little military value and no mission, it retained an outsized political and ideological value to the leaders in the Kremlin. For the leaders in Moscow, the Black Sea Fleet is a status symbol, just as it was for the Tsars. In May 1997, Ukraine and Russia signed the Partition Treaty, which divided the fleet between the two and allowed Russia to maintain a lease on the base until 2017. Gradually, economic ties developed between Ukraine and Russia, with the former becoming very dependent upon Russian natural gas. Ukraine's claim to the Crimea was based strictly upon Khrushchev's 1954 executive decision, not upon historical claims or demographics. In 2001, the bulk of the population in the Crimea were ethnic Russians with little love for the government in Kiev, and ethnic Ukrainians comprised less than a quarter of the region's population. The Crimean Tatars, numbering some 243,000, were in an even worse position. Even before the collapse of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev allowed the remaining Tatars to return to the Crimea in 1989. But it was soon evident that they would be reduced to a despised minority. After returning to the Crimea, the Tatars found that all their former land had been appropriated by the state and given to others, often Red Army veterans or local Communist Party bureaucrats, leaving them to settle as squatters on the outskirts of Simferopol and Bakhchisarai. Local officials did everything they could to prevent returning Crimean Tatars from acquiring land or employment. Despite the appearance of peaceful coexistence between Russia and the Ukraine, many Russians never reconciled themselves to the loss of the Crimea and the former empire, and with the ascendancy of Vladimir Putin to the presidency in 2000, Russian irredentist aspirations found their champion. In the mindset of Putin, a hardcore Chekist, and his Russian nationalist supporters, the Red Army's liberation of the Crimea in May 1944 has been tarnished by the zeal of Ukrainian nationalists to lay claim over land bought and paid for with Russian blood. Initially, Putin hoped to reduce Ukraine to a vassal state by using the threat of natural gas embargoes to weaken its economy, and by providing assistance to former communists such as Viktor Yanukovych, who became Ukraine's prime minister in 2002. Yanukovych favored close ties with Russia and sought to keep Ukraine away from membership of NATO. When Yanukovych was elected president in 2010, he hurried to sign the Kharkov Accord with Russia, which extended the lease on the Sevastopol naval base until 2042. Putin could live with an independent Ukraine as long as it was run by a compliant pro-Russian such as Yanukovych. But everything changed when the Ukrainian people rose against his corrupt regime, and the parliament deposed him on February 22, 2014. Yanukovych fled to Russian territory. Without an ally in Kiev, Russia could no longer count on Ukraine staying out of NATO or maintaining access to Sevastopol. Putin suddenly began claiming that the Crimea was never really integrated into the country and should never have been part of an independent Ukraine, marking Khrushchev's gesture as a historic mistake. He also regarded the political vacuum in Kiev as an excellent opportunity to correct this mistake. Only 5 days after Yanukovych was deposed in Kiev, ethnic Russian agitators, acting on Moscow's behest, seized control of the provincial capital of Simferopol. Once the locals had seized a base of operations, the first Russian airborne and Spetsnaz troops, without national markings, began entering the Crimea in order to reinforce the local Russian groups. The 18,000 Ukrainian troops stationed in the Crimea were caught completely by surprise and were quickly surrounded in their garrisons. Lacking orders from the interim government in Kiev, they passively watched as Russian forces occupied the entire peninsula. Within 3 weeks, Russian forces were able to starve out the Ukrainian garrisons in the Crimea and seize the bulk of the Ukrainian navy, with minimal bloodshed, but provoking a crisis with the West. On March 16, 2014, the new pro-Russian regime in Simferopol declared its independence from Ukraine, and on the next day formally joined with Russia. 2 days later, the new Russian regime in Simferopol took immediate steps to target the remaining Crimean Tatars for ethnic cleansing, as their removal is a necessary prerequisite to stabilize the Russian claim to the region. In short order, Russian-sponsored violence encouraged many Crimean Tatars to begin relocating to the Ukraine or other countries. Once again, Russian territorial acquisition has been accompanied by ruthless ethnic cleansing. However, the seizure of the Crimea was only the first step in unleashing a new confrontation between East and West that is likely to persist for many years. Now, in the second decade of the 21st century, we are witness to another confrontation at the Perekop Isthmus and Chongar Narrows, with Russian troops on one side and Ukrainian troops on the other. Suddenly, in the era of the Internet and GPS-guided bombs, an 18th-century ditch dug by Crimean Tatars is again a relevant military feature. Once again, the Perekop Isthmus is mined, and troops are on guard against a sudden assault. History is truly odd at times. Ukraine's leaders are resolved to regain the Crimea someday, and the West refuses to recognize this Russian land grab, which sets the stage for a future East-West crisis, with the Crimea at the center of the storm. Putin openly violated the Budapest Memorandum and risked a confrontation with the West in order to regain control over the Crimea and to ensure a future for the Black Sea Fleet. However, in order to make the Black Sea Fleet really viable, Russia will have to reclaim the shipbuilding facilities in Nikolaev and Odessa, as well as direct land access to the Crimea through the Nogai Steppe, something that would cause the collapse of an independent Ukrainian state. Consequently, the occupation of the Crimea was only a half measure, and Putin is now intent upon dismembering Ukraine by any means necessary, which can lead only to conflict and bloodshed at some point. NATO is hardly likely to acquiesce to large-scale land grabs or the destruction of independent states, and the consequences may be very unpalatable for Russia in the long term. Poland will likely arm itself to the teeth, and Germany, if it sees no clear U.S. commitment to prevent further Russian aggression, may also embark upon serious rearmament, including acquisition of a nuclear deterrent. A NATO that was nearly superfluous at the dawn of the 21st century has been given a new lease on life, thanks to Putin's decisions in the Crimea. A new Cold War beckons, and all hopes for greater East-West cooperation now lie dashed to pieces. Despite the fact that competing efforts to gain control over the Crimea have yielded negligible strategic benefit to anyone for the past century, the idea that owning the Crimea is worth shedding copious amounts of blood and oppressing others for is going to retain ideological saliency for some time. Putin has learned nothing from the tragic history of the Crimea from 1917 to 45, and appears poised to repeat the mistakes of his predecessors. Amazingly, the Crimea is going to remain as a cockpit of war, with ancient fortifications refurbished and pressed back into service, so that new generations of heroes can be asked to make sacrifices for an arid peninsula that has consistently proven to be an empty prize. This concludes Where the Iron Crosses Grow by Robert Forczyk. Narrated by Michael Pritchard. Copyright 2014 by Robert Forczyk. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Osprey Publishing and was produced in the year 2015 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.